Okay, the mic muted. Good morning. Y'all here? Good morning. Good morning. All right, so we gonna get y'all know we live on YouTube. Y'all know we live on YouTube. So if you are one of my YouTube watchers, just come on over because we live on YouTube. We live on YouTube and on TikTok right now. And on X. So it's people. I know some of y'all watching. I know some of y'all watching from X. My X people can't can't comment, but what's up, X? I see y'all. Let me see. Let me see how many people we got watching from X. All right, we got 16 people watching from X. We got 112 people watching from over here on TikTok. I'm trying to give y'all a few minutes to get situated. Thank you. Good morning, Taylor Gang. Slat. Okay, what did you saying? What can we do to help Yak? I feel like everybody just moving on. Okay, I'll address it. I saw your first question too. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so first and foremost, public service announcement. And I wanted to do this on both channels because I'm actually going to clip this from my TikTok and it's going to be the post. Okay. Thank you. I slept decently. Okay. So first and foremost, I just want to say that the Taylor Umbridge channels will always be a safe space, period. I will never cultivate an environment where we tear down other people, other creators, in order for clicks, for likes, for subscriptions, for any of it. My platform will never be used for that. Okay. What you choose to do outside of this platform is your prerogative. All right. In my spaces, in the spaces that I hold with everybody else, we will always respect the opinions of other people, but you will be respectful. So if that is the type of thing that you like to engage in, by all means, baby, have your cake, eat it too, but you won't eat it here at this table, okay? You won't eat it here at this table. All right. And with that said, respectfully, with the utmost respect, I kindly ask every and each other content creator, if we are not doing something positive, if you're not speaking about me positively, if we don't have an agreement that we are collabing on something, do not mention my name. Respectfully. Don't mention my name. And going forward, I will not be mentioning anybody else's name. All right. That's how we're gonna roll. So over here, thank y'all. Y'all know I wear the hat all the time. My hat say this too. Respectfully, just don't, that's just it. So again, like I said, my environment will always be a safe space for everybody. I will always encourage everybody to give their honest opinions on the topics that we discuss, but we will not be here to tear down other people or to make other people feel bad. We won't do that over here. All right. So, hey, if you choose to share space with me, just, all right. My channel will continue to we trial watch. We've been trial watching since the YSL trial ended. I know I haven't posted a lot of content over here on TikTok, but we trial watch over on YouTube every single day. So we've watched the Mississippi trial, we've watched the wedding anniversary trial. We're rewatching YNW Melly. YNW Melly, we trial watch, we talk about it. That's what we do over there. That's what my channel is going to be about. I also create a Taylor Talks where we talk about lawsuits or all those different things. I just want to keep it. I just want to keep it on the forefront of everybody's mind that I'm a mother first and foremost. That is my first priority. That is my first job. I have a full-time job. Me and my man, we run a trucking company, and I create content as a hobby. It is something fun to do. It is not my means of, it's not my income. I do this for fun. And so if we can't have fun, I don't want to be a part of it. All right. If it's not a fun topic, I don't want to be a part of it. All right. So now that we are moving on, as mentioned, and as we already have been doing, we have been watching the YNW Melly trial over on YouTube. We're rewatching it. We are like almost at the end of day 2. And so we are going to pick back up where we left off on yesterday. And Telegang, as I know, I've been setting more boundaries on time constraints so that we don't have issues. And today we got a full day. So we'll take it all the way to 3:30 Central today. So grab your stuff, get your lunch, get your drinks, get your coffee, get your breakfast, because we about to get our party started. All right. Yep. Oh, so when there was a question about YAC, what can we do to support YAC? We need to keep YAC uplifted in prayer and pray that his legal counsel team can work on that. I think at this point, he is probably in a space where he can either work out a deal with the state or go in front of a judge and let the judge make a determination. So it's kind of like, as we the people support YAC, but I don't think that there's anything that we can do. How you choose to support him, of course, it's going to be up to you. There is a protest on Monday. Miss Annabelle just put that in there. Miss Annabelle put that up there. So there is a protest on Monday. Good morning, Zella gang in the chat. What's up? There's a protest on Monday. So if that is the way that you want to contribute, I encourage you to participate in that. I'm not 100% sure who's hosting that. So Annabelle, I don't know if you're okay with people maybe asking you anything. Yeah, I think it's wrong too. And I'm not really sure outside of at this point, there's an active warrant. So there's nothing that I don't think anybody can really do about that, but ask questions, get in front of the right people, work out a deal. Things of that nature. My YouTube is Taylor Umbridge. So if you actually my YouTube link is there. You click YouTube from my profile. Okay. So that is what you can do to support. Yeah, just keep him uplifted in prayer. Keep kind words and positivity surrounding him, and just the entire situation. Sorry, I got a bunch of dispatch people calling me. So yes, there wasn't an active warrant until yesterday. So it was kind of confusing because it was a whole lot of confusion because when we were in the hearing, we heard them say there was a warrant. But I don't think anybody looked at the warrant. I don't believe anybody saw what the judge saw. And I don't know how the probation and parole system works. So I don't know if in the system they had that it was pending a warrant or some type of verbiage to say that a warrant would be out. I don't know because I've never been exposed to that. So I think it's a crazy situation. It's super unfortunate, and we're just gonna pray that YAC get out that jam. We're gonna pray that he get out that jam. Keep him up in prayer because the warrant wasn't issued until the next day. So yeah. All right. So again, like I said, I do this every day. As far as content creation, I'm not going to be creating content on TikTok. I will be using all my stuff on YouTube. If I decide to clip it and put it on TikTok, I will. But I encourage you to follow me on YouTube because that's where I be at. That's where I be at all the time. So they was lying, made one up. Samantha, I think that too. That's where I be at all the time. So come on over. I'll see y'all later, TikTok. All right. So now that we got that out the way. Y'all ready? Did y'all hit the like button? Did y'all subscribe? Okay. We checked all the boxes. All right. So we're going to pick back up And y'all, shout out to Fancy. Shout out to Melissa who gifted us a premium YouTube account because, baby, we don't got commercials over here no more. We don't got no commercials.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman or defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel? No, sir. How about you, Mr. Jones? Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman or defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel? No, sir. How about you, Mr. Jones? You're good. All right, one recess. Thank you.
Doesn't have violence. Look at this. The gentleman, let the record once again reflect the importance of the defendant and counsel to assist remains on the stand. Counsel, finish with your redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Investigator Carter, drawing your attention to States 30. The indicated question defense counsel believes that a different type of car was indicated on this rental agreement.
That's correct.
And was the vehicle that you analyzed a 2018 Jeep Compass?
Yes.
The vehicle that's listed on this enterprise receipt in the name of James and Francois was?
2018 Nissan.
Counsel asked you about being able to see fingerprints with the naked eye and said something about a blue light. Did you say blue?
I did not.
What did you say?
I said oblique lighting.
And can you know what oblique lighting is? The jury.
Oblique lighting is when you pass by over a surface, say this countertop, and say the possibility of fingerprints on this countertop. If you pass a light at an angle that is almost with the surface, the oils are visible, the tips and valleys of the oils are visible to the naked eye, much like if you look at your cell phone screen, you can see fingerprints with over your skin.
So can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what a latent print impression?
A latent fingerprint impression is a fingerprint that is either unviewable to the naked eye or most viewable, which is then processed to be able to view better.
And what do you do to process it to make it view better?
You can use several different types of chemicals or processes. The most common is black fingerprint powder.
When a fingerprint is collected, can you put a timestamp on when it arrived on a surface? Is there things to environmental conditions as to whether or not you find it? Is there any environmental conditions you take into account when trying to process for fingerprints?
Yes, when a surface is wet, possibly with humidity, different processes can be used to collect those fingerprints. Black fingerprint powder does not work on surfaces, and you use what's called SPR, a small particle reagent, which is then sprayed over a surface, which then adheres to the oils on that surface.
With regard to talking about surfaces, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury which surfaces are ideal and which are less than ideal for recovering fingerprints?
The best surface that you can add to recover fingerprints would be a smooth, non-porous surface, and other surfaces that are porous that can be processed for latent prints, but requires extra to and processes that will be for smooth service.
What about fabric?
Fabric, yeah,
CSI wrong on that?
sorry.
CSI, the PHO wrong on that?
Sometimes.
With regards to you see the incident guy,
There we go.
so how do you determine what area the process?
The different areas you would process information on the thought process of what is possibly been touched. I am taking swabs to see if there's DNA, when there is no DNA, and you are merely collecting what is there.
In terms of the other evidence in this case, have you reviewed a surveillance footage before you collected the DNA swabs in this case?
No idea.
Have you ever seen surveillance footage of them in this case?
Objection beyond the scope.
Over,
Have you ever seen surveillance footage in this case?
No.
No?
No.
Nothing else, Chairman?
anything else to this witness? No?
Yeah.
Is he excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down, you're excused. For your next witness.
Sarah Carroll?
Good afternoon. Are you Tara Carroll?
Yes.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up, please. When you get your witness stand, you put your things down. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand, you swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tara Carroll,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TARACARR.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Carroll, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're all set?
All set.
Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carroll. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Where do you work?
I'm Miramar Police Department.
How long do you work in the Miramar Police Department?
I've been here now almost 7 years.
And what do you do at the Miramar Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required another training as well.
Okay, so I want to go through some of the training that you've done over the years.
Okay.
Starting in 2012, was that part of your degree that you talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what years did you attend and what college did you attend to get your degree?
That was Kaiser University, and it was 2012 to 2014. And we took what was considered core classes. So those were all hands-on training classes.
Were all of your courses at Kaiser University with regards to crime scene and forensics?
Most of them, yes.
Once you were employed with the Miramar Police Department, you said you did continuing training.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend classes in crime scene reconstruction?
I did.
Did you attend classes in bloodstain documentation and collection methods?
Yes, ma'am.
Firearms and tool marks?
Yes.
Collecting footwear and fire impressions?
Yes.
Latent fingerprints and
Yes.
fingerprint identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do crime scene imaging?
I did.
Did you attend classes with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Incident Command?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct new hire training with crime scene when you first came on to Miramar?
A couple years in, then I would train some of our new hires.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that first initial crime scene training is.
Training the,
At Miramar, when you first came on, what you trained in process procedures?
okay, yes, we were trained in documenting, processing, and collecting evidence, but it was a 4-month training. So we basically shadowed whoever was working that day, and we were on 24/7 on call for 4 months straight.
So with regards to that, the individual that you were shadowing, do you recall who that was?
It was a couple different people, my supervisor, Michael Kelly, my coworker, Lisa Cruz.
And so with regard, you said Michael Kelly is your supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
Has he been your supervisor the entire time you've been in crime scene?
He has.
After you finished your training, did you then begin casework as a crime scene investigator?
I did. At that time, I was considered a crime scene technician until I was certified and then became a crime scene investigator.
So what's the difference between a crime scene technician and a crime scene investigator?
It is the certification. It's the actually well certification through the International Association of Identification. It's a prestigious forensic network.
And with the International Association of Identification, is there proficiency testing that is done?
What do you mean by proficiency?
Do you have to take coursework and show that you are able to do the work that you are certified?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We had to have a certain amount of training hours. I believe it was maybe 120 of their certified trainings. And then you also had two college textbooks, pretty big books that we were tested on. We had 100 question tests as well.
As a crime scene technician or crime scene investigator, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
You're a civilian employee.
Yes, I am.
I'm going to draw your attention back to October 26th of 2018.
Okay.
Do you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation of the Miramar case number 18-10-06?
Yes.
What was your role?
It was after when there was a search warrant obtained for a gray Jeep.
Okay, going back to October 26th of 2018, were you asked to assist crime scene technician or crime scene investigator Christopher executing a search warrant?
Yes.
When you got that call and you responded to the West substation, what were you assigned to do?
I was assigned to assist him in processing the vehicle.
Did you collect swabs of DNA?
I did.
What side of the car were you responsible for?
I was responsible for the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you also collect latent fingerprints?
I did.
And what side of the car were you responsible for the latent fingerprints?
That was the other side of the lanes.
While you are on scene and processing the items that you collected, are you taking photographs on scene during the search warrant of the Jeep?
Christopher was taking the photographs, yes.
That was your job to take photographs at the lab.
Yes, I took photographs of whatever I collected.
And so is there a specific reason why you take your photographs and he takes his?
We've always done it that way. That's just the policy.
Okay. Showing defense counsel that previously had an opportunity to go through, states MM for identification purposes. Investigator Carroll, did you have an opportunity to review the photos in the USB here prior to coming into court?
I did.
Did those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you processed at the lab after they were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that those photos are the same that's on that USB?
Because I initialed the USB.
Here at this time, the state request to submit states MM into evidence and publish the jury.
Is there any objection?
No objections.
They'll be admitted. How many photographs are there?
Just one moment, Aaron, I think 37, but I'm going off memory.
States in, more states. 37.
24.
Positive 24 photographs. Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
I got it.
Very good. So that you can see the image in front of you on the screen as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the item 1 that's on there, what's the purpose of that item 1?
One would be the photo marker. So that would explain, once you look back at the photos of the search warrant, every piece of evidence that was collected is marked with a number. So you would see a cone or some sort of photo marker. So that's what was noted as photo marker 1.
The liquids that are in these bottles, are they maintained by the Miramar Police Department?
No, so we did, I believe there was a sample of the liquid taken out of the Zephyr Hills bottle, but no, we don't submit liquids to property and evidence.
Going on to the next photo, this was found at what photo marker?
At number 2,
Moving on to photo marker number 3,
yes, ma'am.
where this was found in what area of the Jeep?
May I refer to my report?
Please, if that will help, or refresh your recollection.
Number 3 was found on the front passenger side floorboard.
On item number 3, I'm still looking at that same number. What is this photo showing?
Usually we'll photograph the front side and the back side.
The green leafy substance that is visible in this photograph, was that submitted for testing at the Guard Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to item number 4. Were these items selected from that same Jeep?
From the same Jeep, yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the receipt, are you familiar with the Fountains of Miramar?
I am.
And the Chick-fil-A indication restaurant on the top of that? Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is in the city of Miramar?
If I'm correct, the office would be out west. I'm not exactly sure the names of the streets.
Okay. And in terms of the date and time on this receipt, is this clearly and accurately depict this photograph how the receipt looked when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date is on there?
October 25th, 2018 at 11:20 a.m.
Okay. On item number 4, you indicated this would be the backside of any of those items?
Yes.
Item number 5, is this depict how you found this in the Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 6,
Yes.
and do you recall where these were found, this item?
I believe it was in the, like the cubby of where the handle on the door was.
Item number 7,
Yes.
what are we looking at in item number 7?
That would be a projectile.
Item number 8, do you recall collecting these items?
I do.
And where were they found? If you need to refresh your
Yes.
recollection, if there's anything that would, please do so silently to yourself and look up when you're done.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have listed the location of that. It was on the passenger side. I just, I would have to see an overall photo. I'm pushing up for sure.
So in terms of wherever photo marker number 8 was,
Yes.
the yellow cone or placard.
Exactly, exactly.
The green leafy substance in this one by photo number 8, was that also sent to the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we stipulate that that's marijuana? Just.
So then, in terms of that, that's stipulated to the introduction states LL.
I stipulate that it's marijuana. I didn't stipulate to its introduction. I'm objecting to relevance.
With regards to
Sidebar, please, please. That the item in, one second, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, when lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that
Thanks.
correct stipulation, counsel?
That is correct, sir.
Dave,
So accepted, Your Honor.
thank you.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 9. Did you document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 21?
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why?
Because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked into evidence.
Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car does this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. I want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
So this is now item 25. What are we looking at here?
Yes, ma'am. This was a combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Yes,
again?
if you need to.
Behind the front passenger seat.
The phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to that phone?
I don't recall it. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to item 27.
Okay.
Did you recover that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify,
Yes,
moment,
please.
request correction, please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
The photographs that we just went through, were those taken on October 31st of 2018? And if, would looking at the data on the phone or on the photos themselves on the screen help you?
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
So after you took those photos and you documented all of those items, did you then try and process items for latent prints that were recovered from the car?
Yes.
How do you do that?
To process for latent prints, we will usually start with a fresh pair of gloves. I'll place the item on a fresh pair of piece of butcher paper. And then we use lead PV, black powder, and fiberglass brush.
And in terms of once you get the latents, what do you do to determine whether they are of value or not of value?
Okay, so once we lift them, and we'll place them on a lift card, which has the information on the back, the print on the front, then I'll usually pass it by my supervisor, see if he thinks it's a good enough quality to submit. And as long as he agrees, then we submit it to the DSO lab for analysis.
Does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house fingerprint analysis?
No.
In terms of, in this case, did you process all of the little blue round containers containing cannabis?
I processed the ones that we showed here, yes, in the pictures.
And in terms of finding latent prints, any that you found would have been submitted?
May I look at my report again? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward to February 6th of 2019.
Okay,
On that date, did you collect glass from the Jeep?
I did.
What was the purpose of collecting the glass?
There was glass found at a scene out on US 27. So in order to determine that it was the same glass that came from the Jeep, they had collected that glass from the scene, and I went to collect the glass from the Jeep, from different parts of the Jeep, so then we could then send it off to FDLE for analysis.
So I want to start with showing you what's been previously marked with states in, for identification purposes. What's been previously shown to the defense prior to. Okay, showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes and shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
It's my handwriting.
Are they what are
They are the latent lift cards from the vehicle. So those would be the actual cards that I told you that the print would be on the front and information on the back.
they? Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you lifted them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the statement requesting states into evidence.
No objection, sir.
They'll be admitted.
States in will be marked states 38.
And approach with what's been previously shown as states L. Do you recognize the items in states LL?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
The heat sealed packaging with the green label on that. Is that done by Mayor Please, correct?
No, it's not.
The other items inside, are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state requesting states LL into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States LL will be marked states 39.
Approaching and showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled for identification purposes only as states O. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That appears to be latent cards.
Are those in your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state requesting states OO into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States OO will be marked states 40.
Now showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states P for identification. Showing you now, Ms. Carroll, what's been marked as states P for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's also in my handwriting.
And is that item something you collected?
It is.
What is it?
There was a rental agreement for the Jeep and another receipt for a phone repair out of the glove box of the Jeep.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state requesting of states double P into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States double P will be marked states 41.
Showing counsel what's been marked as states Q. Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you what's been marked as states Q for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Also in my handwriting.
What are those items?
These would be collection tins full of the glass fragments from the Jeep, from the separate areas of the Jeep.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in November of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'm sorry, February
February,
2019. My apologies. Your Honor, at this time, state requesting the states Q in
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
as a composite of 3.
States QQ will be marked states 42.
I'm going to now showing defense counsel what's been marked as states S. Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes only as states S.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
Also my handwriting and my initials.
Are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected those on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what those are?
Well, I see on the bag, it's 3 projectiles and I can hear them in the tips.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time state your request in states S in.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States SS will be marked states 43.
Showing defense counsel. Ms. Brown, showing has been previously marked states T
Yes,
for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting and I agree with the item.
And is that in the same or substantially same conditions when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time state your request in states T into evidence.
I have no objections.
It will be admitted.
States TT will be marked states 44.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes only what's been marked as states U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
By my handwriting.
And what is that item?
These is the pair of sneakers that were found in the rear passenger floorboard.
And are those the ones that you documented in the photos we looked at earlier?
The red ones, correct.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request permission to enter states U into evidence.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
States UU will be marked states 45.
So going forward now, Investigator Carroll, did there come an occasion in which you came into contact with the defendant, Jamel Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel has been previously marked as states R. Investigator Carroll, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are they?
These would be buccal swabs of Mr. Devens.
And explain what buccal swabs are, please.
They are swabs of the inside of your cheek to obtain your DNA.
Are these in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify for the record who you collected these items, the swabs from?
From Mr. Devens.
And can you please identify them by an article of clothing and where you're sitting in the corner?
Yes, at the defendant's table with the navy blue suit and silver shirt.
Silver shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect an in-court identification of the defendant.
And as to states RR, the state will submit those now into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, they'll be admitted.
States RR will be marked states 46.
So Ms. Carroll, at this point, I can ask you to bring some gloves and ask permission for her to step down to publish the items that have just been entered.
See what we have on the screen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Garrett? On the screen?
Oh, sorry.
No, Garrett? Just the floor. Thank you.
So Ms. Carroll, I'm going to start with asking you to investigate your ability to publish the 3 projectiles, and I will get scissors for you. If you want to step to the podium back there. So I'll start by publishing state 43. Is there an item number on each of these?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the item or group number is that's indicated on each of these property stickers?
The group number is basically just the item number. So each individual item that we collect gets an item number when it's put into property and evidence.
Are these stickers generated by property and evidence of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you could start with, and this is item number You have it as 27. And would that correspond with the item number on your property receipt?
Yes, it would, and that's the photo marker number as well.
Okay. Maybe so kind just to publish. And then inside of it as well? And so 27, that was the rear seat projectile.
Yes,
Okay.
inside this.
Thank you. If you just want to move that one, close that one, so we don't get confused, and you put that up this side, go to the next one. And you show which this projectile is.
This is number 7, and that would be from the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. Be so kind as to open that up. Thank you. And what item is this?
This is number 24, projectile front driver side floorboard under the pedals.
Okay. Thank you so much. And if we could repackage those. And then next, if you would be so kind as to open the latent. And could you just pick one to show as a demonstrative to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the latent cards look like?
Sure. So this would be the front of the card with the tape where the actual lift happened. And we always initial down at the bottom. And then on the back of the card would give you the information, the date and time it was lifted, the address, and where it was lifted from.
Okay. And that would be the same for what's in the States 40 as well.
Yes.
And be so kind as to show those.
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to the different sizes of the latent print cards?
Well, usually the larger cards would be used if there's maybe a couple fingers or something that would be larger than this actual card.
And be so kind, and again, to show on the smaller version how it's done.
Yes, so this would be the front with the tape and the back with the information.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I will put that in there. Thank you. Okay. Resume your seat. Thank you. So, Mr. I want to go forward to March 1st of 2019.
Okay.
Were you asked to process a cell phone that was recovered here at the courthouse?
Yes, it was.
On March 1st of 2018, I'm sorry, the iPhone that you were, or the phone that you were requested to process, what type of phone was it?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
It was a Apple iPhone X, gold, rose, and color.
Did it have a distinctive serial number on that phone?
It did.
And what was that serial number?
It's FFNXHV1VPHF.
When you were provided that phone, what were you asked to analyze on it?
I was requested to both photograph and then process it for possible blood.
Did you do that?
I did.
With regards to the blood testing, what type of testing did you do?
I did Blue Star.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star?
Yes, Blue Star latent blood reagent is a chemical that we could spray on something that we presume may have had blood at one time. It could have even possibly been cleaned up. And if there was a presence of blood, it reacts with the hemoglobin, different chemicals, maybe with amino acids in the blood, and it fluoresces.
This rose gold iPhone X ending with the serial number of 1VPHF. Did it have any fluorescence or glow?
The results were negative.
With regards to the DNA swabs that were collected, does the Muir Police Department do any in-house DNA processing?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes.
So I want to go back to November 28th, 2019.
Okay.
Were you present for a trajectory analysis?
I was.
In terms of your role in that analysis, what did you do?
I just assisted with placing the trajectory rods as well as labeling the rods to show the path of the bullets.
With regards to determinations of things coming outside the car, what were you trying to establish?
The outside of the car, we were trying to establish basically, well, an approximate height of a shooter, as well as if there was any angles or exactly how the bullets hit the gun.
Did you do a shooting reconstruction?
No.
Is there a difference between those two?
Yes.
Are you trained and able to do a shooting reconstruction?
I am not trained for it, and we do not have the equipment for that. Yes.
So going on to later on in this investigation, have you had a chance to see that vehicle again since that processing?
Yes.
And were you made aware that additional agencies assisted in investigating that vehicle?
I was, yes.
Other projectiles were recovered that were not from the Miramar Police Department. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the Miramar Police Department couldn't get those projectiles out of the car?
Yes, in certain situations like that, you may have to take the car apart, basically, and we just simply don't have the type of equipment that would be needed for that.
Other than what we've talked about so far, does that complete and describe your involvement in the investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Robert?
Thank you, Captain. Any cross-examination as well?
Yes, sir. I'd just like to clarify a few things. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? Let me start where you ended. Ms. Bradley alerted you to the fact that there were some projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle that you had not recovered during your processing of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And did you find them? And just when you processed the vehicle, you found them, but you weren't able to recover. Is that what we're going to say?
No, we collected everything.
So you didn't find it. It's not a situation where you found the existence of the projectiles, made note of them, but were unable to recover. You just didn't find them.
We didn't find them. We documented all the holes, but we did not go into the metal or tear apart the seats looking for them. Yes.
Okay, but so you're saying the projectiles that you did not find were in holes, the existence of which you documented?
I'm assuming. I'm not positive about that.
Right. You don't even know that you found the hole that the projectiles were found. You can't say that.
No, I mean, they would obviously have to be in one of the holes, but I would not know which holes.
Right. You might have missed those perforations altogether, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if Debbie did miss any, but it is possible.
So you can't really help to educate us on how thorough your processing was because you don't even know where the projectiles came from that you did not find, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because of course, if you saw a perforation in a part of the vehicle where a projectile obviously went into,
Right.
but you didn't see an exit, you would assume it was still in there, right?
Yes, but they can ricochet around the vehicle as well. That doesn't always mean that's the exit.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. You would speculate that maybe it's still in there.
Yes.
And since your department lacked the ability to take the vehicle apart, you would have alerted your supervisor, prosecutor, DSO to the fact that there is a perforation that we observed, but we lack the ability and technology to fully investigate. And therefore, in order to make sure that there is a complete investigation, please look into that. You would have done that, right? If you saw it.
We just document what we see. Like, I'm not the one that would be reporting that to anybody. So, yeah, we would just take photographs of what we see and place the rods in those areas.
Okay, so this would be kind of a not my job situation. I took a picture of a hole, something might be in there, but let somebody else figure out whether to go check, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I noticed that in various parts throughout your report,
Okay.
it indicates sentence begins, before it lists the items that you retrieved, using a fresh set of latex gloves, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because you use a fresh set of latex gloves for each particular item that you retrieve?
Not necessarily. If the items that we're collecting are grouped together in a group, then that's usually the same set of gloves they're already touching.
Oh.
If I'm changing areas, then yes, I will change my gloves.
Okay, so if you put on a set of latex gloves, let's take, for example, we saw a photograph that juxtaposed condoms with a Bible.
Okay.
Unholy matrimony, right? Okay, and you found them in the same location, that's why you took them in the same photo?
Yes, sir.
And you were presuming, therefore, that the same person put the Bible in there and the condoms in there? Or were you risking contaminating them by using the same gloves to retrieve them?
They were all already grouped together touching, so if there was any contamination to be done, it would have already happened. They were all bound together in the same place.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of those items were touching each other?
Yeah, it was in the back seat pocket.
Why does that mean they were touching each other?
They were all grouped together
Okay,
in
so you
the
don't,
pocket.
no, I'm sorry.
They were all grouped together in the pocket when I pulled them out.
So you don't have a photograph depicting them as you observed them touching each other. You're just assuming maybe they were, since they're all in the same pocket, right?
I mean, I would assume there was a photograph. I don't know. I didn't take the photographs that day.
Okay. Well, let's talk about items. Are you saying that you only change gloves for individual items when they exist in a contained compartment such that they may all be touching each other?
No, if they're all touching each other, if they're in a group, like if you had a pile of bloody clothes, I'm not gonna change my gloves in between each item of clothing because they're sitting on top of each other.
Right.
But if there was a pile here and a pile over there, then yes, I would change my gloves in between this pile and that pile.
So are you saying on the oath that the only time that you do not change your latex gloves when you're retrieving items if you observe them physically touching each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the policy, yes,
But that's not,
that I follow every time.
okay, because sorry to belabor the point, but what I thought I heard you say is that if items are in the same area,
Right.
you may not necessarily change your gloves, right?
Right, yes, if they're found in the same area, grouped together.
Okay, that's what you meant to say, in the same area, grouped together such that they're touching.
That's what I thought I said, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and that's the only time that you didn't change your gloves in this case?
I mean, I don't really recall exactly. I follow the same procedures every time.
Okay. That was it.
Yes.
I have here, do you have your reports with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you reference the one that indicates the activity in which you're engaged on October the 26th of 2018?
Okay.
I think that's right. Now, this refers to your retrieving latents, right? Not retrieving items.
Okay.
Am I right about that? I think I may have the wrong one.
From October 26th of the Jeep you're
Yes.
talking about? It's everything. The latents, the swabs, the collection of items.
Okay. And recovery of items as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in every instance in your report where it says using a fresh pair of latex gloves would document each instance in which you did so, and that was the purpose of your making that notation. Is that correct?
I mean, I change them often in between. I may not know every single time I've changed them. We usually have a couple different pair on and I'll just take them off. I don't know. I just don't. I could change them 20 times throughout. I just don't notate every single time.
Is that what you're saying happened here?
I honestly don't recall what happened or how many times I changed my gloves. It was quite a while ago.
Let me ask you this. What's the point of making a notation of the fact that you used a fresh pair of latex gloves? What was your intention
Objection
of making that
around
notation?
Mr. Stingh, you've got to answer this question.
Okay, well, you would agree with me that if you changed your gloves on 20 occasions and made note of it 5 times, that would be a bit odd, right?
I don't know. I mean, we've always written our reports that way, so I don't know exactly what you're asking. Would it be odd that I listed it 5 times?
But changed it 20 times.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. You would agree with me it might be a little bit misleading.
No, I don't think so.
So you just thought to note it sometimes and sometimes you did.
I noted it in between each different job that I did. So it's noted before collection of items, it's noted before collecting DNA, and it's also noted before collecting fingerprints.
Okay, let me direct your attention to the second page of your report.
Sure.
Halfway down the page, it says, using a fresh pair of latex gloves, I collected the following items from the Great Chief.
Right.
Zephyr Hills water.
Objection, Your Honor, strawberry.
Did you recover a Zephyr Hills water bottle?
I did.
And did you do it using a fresh pair of latex gloves?
Yes, that was the first item I collected.
And then I think we saw in the photograph also a small Sutter Home white Zinfandel bottle. You
Yes.
collected that as well?
Yes.
Did you change your gloves between collecting those 2 items?
I don't honestly remember, but seeing how they were both in the passenger side door pocket, I'm not sure. It looks like they came from the same place.
Okay. And there was a small bottle of black bomb scent, bomb fragrance that you also retrieved,
Okay?
among other items, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you really can't attest that you changed your gloves on each occasion.
In between each area, I can tell you, yes, I did. But I can't tell you how many times, no.
You agree with me that if you don't change your gloves, there is a risk, however small, however great, of cross-contamination. You agree with that?
Sure.
This may have manifested in this case, you can't attest. I retrieved some glass from the car.
Yes.
And I noticed that you use latex gloves then. And the purpose of using latex gloves as opposed to any other gloves is because presumably those gloves themselves are sterile, right?
All our gloves are sterile.
Okay. But when you were collecting the glass from the car, you put on latex gloves.
Yes.
And then you put on gardening gloves over latex gloves.
Yes, sir.
And the gardening gloves were sterilized?
I don't remember honestly, but we weren't that for DNA.
Okay. So why did you put the latex gloves on underneath?
So I wouldn't get caught by the glass.
I thought that's why you had gardening gloves.
Oh, yes, that's why we had the gardening gloves on. I guess just out of habit.
Just have it.
Yeah.
To make sure that was sterile, what you would have done was you would put the latex gloves on over the gardening gloves as opposed to the other way around, right?
If you wanted to make sure it was sterile, correct.
Okay, but you did not have an interest in maintaining the sterility of
I think so.
the item at that time. That was
No, we weren't testing it for DNA.
okay. And you were telling us, I think, that you tested a phone for the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
I was requested to by the detective.
So, and you were saying you found blood on that?
No, I didn't.
There was no blood on it? Okay. When you conduct an investigation, right?
Yes.
Strike that. When you retrieve items in the course of processing the crime scene,
Yes, sir.
in this case of people, you maintain them, you maintain their integrity for purposes of DNA, possibly,
Yes.
and fingerprints.
Yes.
And because life tends to leave a trail, right?
Yes.
So if I work this desk, I might have a fingerprint because of the manufacturer, but maybe I have DNA because of the oil in my hand.
Possible, yes.
And so if you test that, you might find evidence that I touched it.
Correct.
And so when you do that processing, you do it in order to try and obtain evidence that someone may have touched an item, right?
Yes.
And particularly for fingerprints, smooth surfaces that are non-porous are particularly conducive to leaving fingerprints,
Yes, sir.
such as a water, right?
Yes.
A projectile,
It's a little harder, but yes.
a spent casing, maybe,
Sometimes, yes.
You've analyzed spent casings before,
Yes,
and you've retrieved fingerprints and DNA from them,
I have.
which form you in the instance you have, able to identify that somebody, you were able to identify maybe who loaded a firearm.
I personally, I have gotten fingerprints off the casings, but never enough to identify somebody.
DNA.
Of a spec casing, I personally have not.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 7 years.
Like, for example, a water bottle, you retrieved a water bottle or a bottle of iced tea that appears to have been consumed would be a particularly fertile item from which you might retrieve DNA.
DNA, yes,
Somebody was likely putting it to their lips.
exactly.
Okay. So when you do this kind of processing, an attempt to retrieve information, right?
Mhm.
And after all the processing, no information is retrieved of value, then it's kind of a wash.
What do you mean?
You went, I'm sorry.
What do you mean it's a wash?
You went in looking to find information which may implicate or identify a certain person, but then when you find no information, it's
It's considered a no-hit,
a no-hit.
yes.
Okay, so it's really of no value.
Yes,
And you don't do the analyses for prints yourself, you send them off,
yes, sir,
and the DNA as well?
yes, sir.
So you may know the results, but you wouldn't be the right person to ask about that.
No.
Can I have a minute, John?
Yes.
Actually, sorry, before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were two rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my?
No, please do.
I just have that a 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPD.
It was a Nissan RSP. That's what you retrieved.
Yes, that's what it looks like. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have a question?
Yes.
And gold teeth. That would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item. Something you stick in your mouth all the time.
Yes.
So that was preserved for DNA.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swap that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
You don't need to. You were telling us earlier that you photographed items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay, so in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved.
Correct.
Okay, makes sense. One moment, please. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any rewrite examination of this witness?
Investigator Carroll, how many items were swabbed approximately for DNA in this case?
Oh, okay, what would you like me to try to count?
Please, if you would.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Do you want just from the Jeep?
The
Or
entire, all the items in the process, swabs, everything else.
I would only have what I actually saw? Okay. I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay, so does the Borough Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion?
I think that's beyond their scope of knowledge.
Sustain.
So Investigator Carroll, with regards to the DSO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis. We were not allowed to submit all the swabs.
With regards to the gloves on that, do you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Sure.
When you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs, was there a rule that permitted you from doing so for like economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time. And then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on the homicide.
So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do, policy on a homicide case says you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be if we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're gonna allow us to submit anymore.
Thank you.
Anything else in this witness, Counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much. You may step down, Carol, you're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here, I just want to 5 minutes over for
We take a short recess, ladies and gentlemen, please note that on the chairs, remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, all point of the about the case, and allow anyone to discuss the case, right, serving no research. Thank you. Let's work with Councilman with the Dennis, your question, ready? No, sir. Thank you. All right, any discuss now?
Nothing at this time.
All right, we're discussing. Thank you.
Remain seated on the order for special session.
How you doing, Dan? Good. The record on
Really? Really?
Evidence's counsel and the assistant state attorney. Now you're suggesting conclusion of witness
Leandra Phillips,
and what she had testified to.
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips? We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and counsel, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because you're concerned. I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and you were concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, I talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that They've had to authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are all the same.
And counsel also, he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the insurer, is the way I understand it. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available that can testify that do basically the same thing. And my recollection, in the sidebar, you said that you didn't have, or you put in the word credible witnesses that identified. Didn't see that correct?
They're non-law enforcement.
We would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case. Many cases.
Yeah, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court, I believe it was Rodriguez, in the case State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated, as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen. And it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically apply to those issues that the alleged victim is dead, on the proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says, but that was my recollection. The second thing was, I thought this was resolved by you, I'm sure, to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. One understanding that I asked about that stipulation, when would that be, and when would that happen? You indicated that after, I guess, a lunch recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing: I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family, saying we spoke to two people and they declined or could, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
I'm looking at the case now. So.
Oh shoot, I didn't even realize that it stopped sharing. Hold on, guys. They end this thing anyway. So I'll get us to the next day. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that it stopped sharing. I'm so sorry, but I got us. We're gonna switch over to day 3.
morning, are you Ejector from the media? Well, this is our way to stand, come on up here. When you get there, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Nestor Hermida,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
NESTORHERMIDA.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. So the microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but not back and forth. All right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Counsel, may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you were employed back on October 26th of 2018?
I was the manager of Sunset Lakes Homeowner Association.
Okay, and what is that? Is that a residential or commercial property?
A residential property of 1,685.
Okay, and where is that located?
Miramar Road.
Can you tell us the cross streets and the areas?
Basically, you go through 40th Street, and this case, 186 Sunrise Avenue, and 40th.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the 40th Street entrance specifically. During your employment with the association or the development, were you aware of the video surveillance camera system?
Yes,
And as property manager, do you have access to those cameras?
yes,
And those cameras recorded the front entrance gate at the 40th Street location.
yes,
And those cameras were actually stored within that security guard gate.
yes.
How is that gate operated? Like, for instance, is there a live person? Is it automated?
A live person, 24/7.
Okay, so, and a guard is essentially stationed at that gate.
Yes.
And how does one enter that development, specifically the 40th Street entrance?
Either by phone call to the residents or be on the list.
So essentially, you have to be authorized to enter.
Yes.
And are there any requirements for identification or anything of the sort?
The driver's license will be scanned,
And is that whether or not,
and the registered tag will be also recorded.
okay? And so, for instance, if I want to visit that location and I'm entering the 40th Street, I need to have permission and an identification card.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
As far as the video surveillance system, is it common that it was overwritten or, re-recorded over after a certain period of time?
It does.
Do you recall the time frame? Your Honor, showing defense counsel was in trademark the state's WW, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Can you take a look at state's WW for identification purposes only? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a flash drive.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review the flash drive?
Yes, I did.
And does it contain the video surveillance from the aisles at Sunset Lakes apartment, specifically the 40th Street guard gate?
Yes, it does.
And based on your experience and your time there,
I'm sorry.
what page?
Can we approach?
Yeah, said yes,
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
no problem. How about that?
Yeah. Where?
Right up the front row.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Your Honor, nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Is there any questions on it?
One question. May I do it from here, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell in that video how many people were in that vehicle that we just played?
So the driver, I can't see it.
So you don't know if there were 4 or 5 people in that car, correct? Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel, want to call you next witness?
George Bella.
Mr. Bello, please. Bello, welcome. Please remain seated for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is George Bello.
Please spell the first and last name for the court reporter.
It's JORGEBELLO.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Bello, that microphone will adjust up and down, but not back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
What's your permission, Your Honor?
You're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bello. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
I'm the crime lab unit manager in the Firearm Tool Mark unit for the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
What does that mean?
Basically, it means that I examine known and unknown tool marks to determine whether or not they came from a common source, along with, of course, as a manager, I manage and maintain the standard operating procedures as well as training for any new members of the lab.
How long have you been the manager at the Broward Sheriff's Office Firearms and Tool Mark section?
I've been the manager there for about 6.5 years.
Prior to being the manager for in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, where else have you worked?
I was a criminalist in the Firearm Tool Mark unit for Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab.
And how long were you a criminalist there?
Approximately 7 years.
How long have you been working with firearms in this discipline?
So in this one, I've been for a total of about 13.5 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of background and education you have?
A Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, which I received from Florida International University.
And when did you graduate from Florida International University?
Good question. I think it was probably about 2009, 2010, somewhere around there.
July 2009, I'm correct?
Yeah.
Would that be reflected on your CV?
Yes.
If you need to refer to that at any point, please let me know.
Okay, will do.
Have you memorized every single training you've ever taken, date and time?
No.
Okay.
No, certainly not.
So if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after you graduated in 2009 with your Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, what was the next steps you took in training and education specific to your current employment?
So training in the Firearm Tool Mark discipline primarily occurs at labs. It's usually on-the-job training. The main reason for that is universities are gun-free zones, and so it'd be a very difficult task to try to get an education in firearms on a university campus. So the training program is a 2-year training program, same in our Sheriff's Office. It revolves around a training manual, and that manual is comprised of several different modules that we have to complete. Some of the modules in that training manual include history of firearms design, modern firearms design, history of ammunition development, orientation, instrumentation, ethics, firearms comparisons, tool mark comparisons, distance determinations, serial number restoration, and many other modules. Learning throughout that program is measured by giving technical presentations as well as writing technical papers. I also will take written examinations, oral exams, culminating eventually in a competency test to determine whether or not I can physically do the work, and then a mock trial as well as testimony training. In addition to that in-house training, I also receive training outside the laboratory in order to fulfill my job duties. Some of the different trainings I received included training in factory tours and armorers courses. And factory tours are really important for firearms examiners because they allow us to see how the integral parts of the firearm are made. So those are the parts that leave individual and identifiable marks on casings and projectiles. So some of those parts that we can observe being made are the barrel, firing pins, extractors, ejectors, magazines, magazine lips. And so we can see how all of those parts are manufactured at different manufacturers and see how the individual marks are imparted onto the tools themselves. And then the armorers courses work hand in hand with that in that they show us how all of those parts work together inside of an actual firearm. So during the armorers course, we'll strip down the firearm down to its screws and base components and then reassemble it and do that several times. In that process, we can see how those parts work together to leave the marks on casings and projectiles. So the factory tours show us how the marks go from the manufacturer onto the guns, and then the armorers courses can show us how the guns leave the marks on the casings and projectiles.
Okay, that's a lot of information, so let's slow down and come back a little bit. Okay, so you talked about touring various gun manufacturers.
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you done that in the course of your employment as a firearms tool mark examiner?
I believe I've toured somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to somewhere between 12 and 15 manufacturers.
Is this a visitor's tour or is this a hands-on technical evaluation?
No, it's a technical tour. Firearms manufacturers are very particular, so they don't let just anybody, if you're not involved with law enforcement, specifically really firearms examiners, they don't let you through the door to take a tour. And so typically the ones that are giving the tour are like chief of engineering or something like that, where they know how each of those components are being made and where they're being made. And then because these factories are fairly large, and so when you're touring them, I don't necessarily need to see assembly. I don't necessarily need to see when they're manufacturing a slide. Those parts that don't make marks on cases and projectiles are really not important for us. And so they know, because we're in communication with them, the parts that we need to see manufactured and the information that we ask them, they have to be able to know what the answers are as well. So just somebody who's hired to operate a machine may not know some of the details that I'm going to ask. So it is a very specific tour.
So on the armorer's course, are those specific to each individual brand or make and model of firearm?
Yes, they're specific to really the make and model of the firearm. So the armorer's courses, like let's say like a Glock armorer's course, will teach you how to disassemble, reassemble Glock pistols. They also teach you how to fix Glock pistols. So that's kind of an added component for us. If we receive a firearm that is broken, we know how to put it back together because we've been to the armorer's courses. But they are specific. So if you take a Smith & Wesson armorer's course, Smith & Wesson makes a lot of different firearms. They don't just make pistols, they make revolvers, they make rifles, and so they have revolver armorer's courses, they have pistol armorer's courses, they have rifle armorer's courses. And so in order to be an armorer in each of those, you would have to take an armorer's course for each of those categories.
In terms of the number of armorer's courses that you've taken, can you please give an approximate number to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 armorer's courses.
Your daily, day-to-day job, how many times do you handle a firearm?
Every day. Yeah, pretty much every day that I come into the office, I handle a firearm of some sort or another.
And is it one a day?
It can vary. So sometimes if a case has enough fired evidence, I may shoot one firearm for that particular case and then make comparisons. But if it's a day where I'm coming in and just test firing firearms, I might test fire anywhere between 75 and 100 in that particular day. So it kind of varies by the task that I'm performing any given day. So it'll be anywhere from 1 to I'll say 100.
in a single day for firearms?
Yes.
And is that for the entirety of the 13 and a half years you've worked in firearms?
Yes, minus the 2 years of training. So approximately 11 and a half years of handling a firearm every day.
In terms of the services that you can provide and do at the lab, is there what is called a distance or range of fire determination?
Yes.
Is that something that you have had training and experience in?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training that you have in range of fire or distance determination?
So the distance determination training is primarily in-house because it's comprised of several different parts of firearms examiner training. So in order to perform these determinations, typically we're going to need a firearm and some kind of fired evidence tying evidence to the firearm or tying the firearm to the scene. The reason for that is that distance determination, when chemically processed, is a destructive examination that can only be done one time. So if I process, let's say a sweater or a shirt for distance determination, I can only do that one time. And so we want to make sure that when we're doing it with the firearm that was found at the scene, because if not, then we're applying so many variables that we can't account for when giving a distance. And so the training is really based off of the FBI Gunpowder, Gunshot, Residue training course. And it's essentially a compilation of articles that we go through and read them. We practice making the chemicals that are required for making the test paper, the chemicals that are required for making all of the spray solutions that we would use to chemically process the garments, as well as training in using infrared microscopy and different light microscopy to try to see gunpowder on different pattern of clothing. Once we've completed that training, it culminates, of course, in doing 10 practice exercises, and then eventually a competency test to make sure that we can arrive at a known answer that an instructor gave.
Okay, so Mr. Melly, to go back, you said that you can do chemical testing. You mentioned like a sweater.
Yes.
And you said it's destructive.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the reaction that we're looking for when we do distance determination is a chromophoric reaction, so it's a color reaction. Burnt gunpowder reacts, or the nitrites in burnt gunpowder react with the chemicals that we're using to give an orange reaction. That reaction will only happen that one time. So if I processed it again, it wouldn't react again because those chemicals are no longer present.
So, Mr. Bello, can you do that on a human body?
No, you cannot chemically process a human body. Right.
And how long has the Characteristics Office Lab been doing this process of the chemical determination of distance determination?
I believe it's been done since its induction. So I believe somewhere in the late 60s is when they started doing it.
And specifically at the Broward Sheriff's Office, when did you guys onboard this procedure?
So we've been doing it, at least since I've been there, we've been able to do it. It did have a brief hiatus. When I was hired, the lab, the Firearm and Toolmark unit was shut down because all of its previous examiners had retired or left. And so we had to shut down for about a year. And then when we started doing examinations again, we started offering the full range of examinations.
And when you say you had to shut down for a year, why is that?
We didn't have anybody to actually do the work. So we could have received the evidence, but it would have sat around for that entire time frame because nobody could do the work.
You were there, why couldn't you do the work?
Well, I was hired afterwards. Yeah, so I was hired after the examiners had left. And anytime you hire somebody, even if they're trained from another laboratory, they have to be onboarded. So that onboarding process does include doing casework. So any casework that I was authorized to do before in Miami-Dade, I had to redo. So the quality assurance manager and the lab director gave me tests when I was onboarded, and I had to pass the test. So I had to come to the known conclusions that another examiner already knew the answer was, in order to be able to do the same examination at Broward Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you were certified to do the examinations in Dade County.
Authorized. So I was authorized by Miami-Dade to do that at Miami-Dade County, yes.
And that authorization, how long does it last for?
Typically it's for my employment unless there's some kind of lapse. So if part of the authorization or part of the requirement for authorization is competency testing. And so if there's a lapse, proficiency testing. If there's a lapse in my proficiency testing and I don't complete casework in that particular field, then I wouldn't be authorized by the laboratory to do that work anymore.
Is there a difference between authorization and being certified in the field of firearms tool marks examiner?
Yes, so by definition, laboratories can authorize you to do work. They don't certify you to do work. A certification implies that there's a third party, right? Another body outside of your employer that's giving you some kind of standardized test. And so there is certification in business discrimination, in firearms comparison analysis, and tool marks that's offered by the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. So that would be the certification. It's a test that would be made by experts to be challenging. And so when you pass that, you've passed a standard test that everyone who's certified in that field passed. Authorizations are subjective in that they're designed and implemented by individual laboratories. So that's saying an authorization is saying you can do that test in that laboratory. So if you have an authorization, like I have an authorization for Broward Sheriff's Office, it doesn't mean that I can go to Chicago and do what I do in Chicago. If I'm certified, that means that I've met at least the base knowledge and practical knowledge to be able to do the examination as tested by an outside agency.
So, Mr. Bell, if you go complete an armorer's course at 6 Hour, at Taurus, at Glock, are they certifying you that you are an expert in their firearms?
They're saying you're an armorer in their firearms. So once you complete an armorer's course, let's say for Glock, then they give you a certificate saying that you're a Glock armorer. That certificate is typically valid for anywhere between 3 and 5 years, depending on the manufacturer. But once that time lapses, then Glock will no longer consider you an armorer for their firearm. And at that point, you'd have to go back and take another armorer's course for Glock to then be updated with all of the information, get a new certificate, and then you would be a Glock armorer again.
Okay, and so Mr. Bell, you talked about the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners.
Mm-hmm.
Are you certified by that organization?
I am.
How long have you been certified by them?
I believe I was first certified in 2015, so like 7 years, more or less, 7 or 8 years.
Has that been continual since 2015?
Yes,
Do you have to take continuing education to maintain that certification?
yes. So the original certification is a test. You take a written examination as well as a practical examination, and you have to pass. I believe the written examination you have to pass with an 80% score, and then the practical exam is essentially 100% because you can't give a wrong answer, and so you have to have 100% on the practical. And then to maintain that certification, you have to attend training or give training, so a combination thereof. And that is to a minimum of 100 hours every 5 years.
And Mr. Bell, do you teach in the area of firearms and tool marks?
I do. I give workshops, and I also obviously train any examiners that are new examiners in the field of firearm tool mark examiners.
Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately, probably in the neighborhood of in the low 70s right now.
What jurisdictions have you testified in?
So I've testified in federal and state courts for Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
And what specific areas of expertise have you applied on?
So I've been allowed to apply on firearms, firearm examination and comparison, tool mark examination and comparison, serial number restoration, and muzzle target distance determination.
And it offers defense an opportunity for broader expert qualifications? So, Mr. Bello, let's start and talk about what is the difference between ballistics and firearms?
So, yeah, that's a commonly, I guess, misused phrase. I don't really work with what people would refer to as ballistics. So ballistics, as commonly used, is really speaking about external ballistics. And that's what happens to a projectile in flight. So from the time it leaves the barrel to the time it impacts a target. The area of ballistics that I do work in is internal ballistics and terminal ballistics. So in that area, that would be more synonymous with firearm examination, in that internal ballistics is what happens to a projectile encasing inside of a firearm. And then the terminal ballistics is what happens to that projectile after impacting an object.
So terminal, like airport terminal?
Terminal's final, so the final destination, final endpoint of the projectile.
With regards to the internal ballistics, explain what causes there to be in what is internal ballistics.
Sure, so like the mechanics of discharging.
Please.
So the mechanics of discharging a firearm essentially is there's a firing sequence that occurs. Typically that firing sequence involves loading a firearm, usually with a magazine and semi-automatic firearms. The firearm can then be, the slide of the firearm can then be manually dropped. At that point, a live cartridge is going to be picked up from the magazine and inserted into the chamber of the firearm. Once the firearm is in that state, it's ready to fire. I mean, barring any manual safeties or something that's preventing it from firing, the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired. So with most modern firearms, at that point, you can pull the trigger. The trigger will release the hammer or the striker, which will detonate the firing pin. Detonate the primer. The primer of a cartridge is what holds a small explosive that ignites the powder inside the cartridge. That powder then expands through combustion and pushes a projectile through the barrel, and then at the same time, it will push the cartridge case rearward into the firearm itself. That rearward force is what causes the firearm to cycle. So at that point, the casing will be extracted and ejected, typically to the right and rear of where someone will be standing who's discharging the firearm. And then the cycle at that point starts all over again. So the slide comes forward, picking up another live cartridge, and you can then pull the firing of the handle.
Okay, lots of definitions, big words that are not necessarily common in everyday life, so let's go back a little bit. A live cartridge, what is that?
I have a demonstrative I can show the jury.
Please, depends how you want to see it.
No,
Okay, so if you could explain what is a live cartridge?
May I approach the jury to show them?
Please stand up.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit, it's not in evidence.
It's not a live cartridge or anything, it's plastic. A live cartridge is essentially what you see here. So it's a projectile or a bullet, a cartridge case, the primer, and then inside is where the powder itself is housed. So if you can see at the bottom of the cartridge case, there's a hole. That's called the flash hole. So when the primer is struck by the firing pin, the force is what causes that powder to ignite. So the explosion that's inside of the primer is going to come through that flash hole and into the main body of the cartridge case, igniting the powder. When that powder is lit, the projectile leaves the cartridge, entering the barrel of the firearm, and then the cartridge travels rearward and exits the firearm in a semi-automatic firearm. The marks that you see on now a fired projectile are the marks that can be imparted by rifling. So by the rifling in a barrel, those are the raised areas of the barrel that impart spin on a projectile. That's their whole purpose, is to actually impart spin on the projectile. The spin stabilizes the projectile in flight, so it makes it more accurate for the shooters. There's different types of rifling, but they all leave some kind of mark or another on projectiles. The cartridge cases will receive several different marks. So the mark that's in the center is the firing pin impression. The marks that are around it, in this case, looks almost like a rectangle. That's the firing pin aperture impression. And then the parallel striations that you can see, that's from the breech face. There are also this little triangular mark. That's the ejector mark. And then it can receive an extractor mark, which is those kind of striated scratches that you see there. And that's from, all of those parts are from the firing of this cartridge.
Okay, well, again, a lot of terms and things that people don't deal with on a regular basis. Let's start with, and help make sure it's clear and defined, what the parts of a firearm are.
Okay.
Are there different classes of firearms?
There are several different classes of firearms. So for handguns, the most common classes of firearms are revolvers and pistols, or semi-automatic pistols.
And can you tell us very good, ladies and gentlemen, the very good difference between what is a revolver and a semi-automatic?
So the main difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm is that a revolver will have a set of chambers, and that's where these live cartridges are loaded. and then upon firing, the firearm will cycle itself, rotating that cylinder, but the cartridges do not eject. Right, the cartridges in a revolver have to be manually ejected, so they don't typically leave fire casings at a crime scene. Whereas semi-automatic firearms will automatically extract and eject fire casing every time that you pull the trigger.
So you're going to approach.
Right.
I have a demonstrative fake firearm. Would you be so kind as to double check and
Sure.
make sure I'm not?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember with the demonstratives, they're not vetted. They're to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Help him explain it, but the evidence is the testimony of the witness. These demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, do not go back to the jury room during deliberations.
Is the item that you have in front of you a replica or plastic firearm?
Yes.
Does it shoot any projectiles?
No, it doesn't have a barrel or any. You can see that the barrel itself is plugged, so there's nothing that could possibly come out of this fire.
Does it have a trigger that can be pulled?
No, it does not.
Does it have a slide or a magazine that can be moved?
It has a magazine that can be extracted, but the slide cannot be moved. The hammer cannot be cocked. So there's no, in this particular design, the only moving part is the magazine release, which ejects the plastic magazine.
Okay, so can you now use that, and if I can have the witness sit down so we can put it on the screen to make it easier for the jurors to see? Mr. Bell, if you would be so kind. And so we have the green screen there to the right. If you could now slowly, in terms of describing the areas on a typical semi-automatic firearm.
Sure. So in this particular design, semi-automatic firearm, the area that you pull to fire is the trigger. That's this plastic area right here. This particular firearm has a manual safety. That's this device here. It's ambidextrous, so it should have its equal partner here. So what that means is that whether you're left-handed or right-handed, you can shoot it either way and activate the safety or deactivate the safety. On this side of the firearm, you can see that there's a slide catch. That's what this part of the firearm is.
What does the slide catch do?
It catches the slide. In firearms, you'll notice that our terminology is very self-explanatory. We like to keep it simple. And so this part here is the slide. That's the part that will travel rearward and extract a casing from this area here. That is the chamber. And on its rearward travel, it'll pick up a casing from that chamber, extracting and ejecting it. When it's empty, there's a spring inside the magazine that pushes the slide up automatically, and it'll catch the slide. That just lets the person who's shooting know the firearm is empty. You can insert another magazine and start to shoot again. And then this portion here is the barrel. In this case, it's an exposed barrel. Not every firearm has an exposed barrel, so sometimes the slide covers this area as well. And then this is the muzzle end of the barrel. So this is the portion of the barrel where the projectile itself travels out of. And I guess just to clarify also, the projectile is not the only thing that comes out of the barrel of a firearm. There are byproducts of discharge. And so,
We'll get back to that.
Yep.
In a second. So can you demonstrate and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how you would insert a standard magazine using that demonstrative?
Sure. So in this particular firearm, you would just insert the magazine with the feed ramp of the magazine facing that direction. You just insert it into the well until it clicks in place. And at that point, slide up a little more. The magazine will sit flush with the bottom of the firearm, and the magazine is inserted. In regular function, at this point, typically the slide is to the rear of the firearm, and you would pull it back, and that would automatically release it to move forward and pick up a live cartridge and be in battery, which essentially just means that it's loaded and ready to fire.
Okay. So you discussed rifling.
Yes.
Where on this gun does the rifling come from?
So the rifling is from the barrel. So it's from this portion here. The chamber of this firearm ends right around here. And so from that portion forward,
is where the rifling will be present on the barrel of the firearm.
And explain what is rifling.
So rifling are raised portions of the inside of the barrel, which are designed to impart spin to the projectile, stabilizing the projectile in flight, and making the firearm itself more accurate.
Are those markings, the high and low points, standard in different firearms?
Yes, so there are characteristics that manufacturers will place on firearms. One of them is the width and number and direction of twist. So the width of land impressions, so how wide each of those marks is inside the barrel, is standardized, as well as the number. So whether it's 6 or 5, 3 or whatever that number might be, and the direction they twist the projectile in. So whether they twist right or left are all purposely put in by the manufacturer.
Do different manufacturers have trademarked or patented rifling patterns?
They do. So like Glock has kind of Glock and Smith & Wesson are famously involved for, I guess Smith & Wesson tried to make a replica of what Glock has years ago, and Glock sued them, and they won the lawsuit. So Smith & Wesson had to immediately stop manufacturing the firearm the way they were manufacturing it. And it really came down to some of those class characteristics that we were talking about. So the marks that were inside the firearm, not really how it looks. So the firearm still looks the same as a Glock, but the inside markings are different than Glock, and they had to make them different because of the lawsuit.
So with regard, you said class characteristics,
Mhm.
that's the type of firearm. How would you say that's different from individual characteristics of a specific firearm?
So class characteristics are those characteristics that are put in place by the firearm manufacturer on purpose. They know they're putting them in there. They chose to put them in there. So that's the caliber, the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, the number of lanes and grooves in a barrel, the direction of the twist. Those are all on purpose. They decided those numbers, and that's what they are making them all with. So every Taurus pistol, which this is basically a replica of, is a Taurus PT92. So every Taurus pistol will have 6 land impressions. They all twist to the right. They all have a hemispherical firing pin. They all have a circular firing pin aperture. Now, the individual marks are the marks that the tooling puts in incidental to manufacture. So basically, they're accidental marks. Manufacturer doesn't know they're being imparted. They don't mean for them to be imparted. They just happen by the mechanical action of making the parts. So the cutting tools or the forming tools that are used to make the barrel, to make the slide, to make the aperture, all leave marks, which are microscopic in nature on these different parts.
And so before I have you resume your seat, could you show where would the ejector marks be made on this particular?
So I can't open the firearm, and that's where the ejector would be. But if looking at it from this angle, the extractor is on this side of the firearm. It's a hook that's put in place right here in the slide. And then the ejector is on the opposite side. So if you could think of opposing forces, the hook has to grab the casing and pull it out. The ejector has to push the casing from the opposite side of the extractor and push it out of the firearm. So the ejector is typically placed in here, attached to the slide itself, or attached to the frame of the firearm, but protruding through the slide.
And so, Mr. Bell, if you'd be so kind as to resume your seat.
Can we take the phone back?
You can, yes, that would be good. Okay, so still a lot of definitions. I want to make sure we understand. You talked about lands,
Yes.
LANDS. What is a land?
So a land inside of the barrel of a firearm is the raised area. So that's the actual area that's left inside of the firearm that impacts the projectiles. So that's the area that's going to leave those scratches that I showed you earlier. The opposing areas are the grooves. So in cutting methods, the grooves are the raised areas on the projectile, and they're the lower areas on the firearm. So these are the areas that typically are cut away by another tool inside of the barrel. Usually when we're looking at projectiles, examiners look at the land impressed areas, not as much the groove impressed areas, only because we have found some repetition in the groove areas from different manufacturing methods. And so in order to avoid any possible confusion as to whether or not it came from a particular firearm, we look at areas we know are individual, which are the land impressed areas.
So in that, you're just talking about the lands on the projectiles.
Correct.
Is there any lands and grooves on the casings?
No, there are no laser groups on cases.
Is there a database or some sort of literature that tells you which manufacturers use 7 lands or which use 3?
Yes, so the FBI years ago compiled a database that they call the firearm, the gun reference database. And so basically that database has a list of manufacturers and what their specific numbers would be as far as direction of twist, number of landing grooves, and the width of the landing groove. And so with the width, whenever we try to use that database, we try to add a little bit more to the width of the land impressions that we're measuring, only so that it becomes a more comprehensive list than a more restrictive list. So if we're gonna make an error, we wanna make sure we're more inclusive in this error than exclusive.
Okay. So you also talked about firing pins.
Mhm.
Is there just one type of firing pin?
No, there are several different types and shapes of firing pins. So your typical firing pins that you're gonna observe in firearms are hemispherical. I'd say that's the majority of them that we're gonna see. Hemispherical just means kind of rounded in nature as far as the tip of the firing pin. But they also have firing pins that are elliptical in shape. A lot of examiners call them Glock shape because Glock was one of the first manufacturers to use this elliptical shape on the firing pin. There's also rectangular firing pins, although not super common, or certainly they were more common in the 80s and 90s than they are today. But they still are some manufacturers that use rectangular or square firing pins. And then you have rimfire firing pins, which can be square, rectangular, or circular as well. And so there are different categories of firing pins, absolutely.
When you talk about the firing pin, is the front of it flat, or is there a difference in the geometry of the front of the firing pin?
So the tip of the firing pin, which is typically what we're going to be examining, are different geometries. So that's that shape that I was referencing. It can either be hemispherical, which has that almost like, if you think about a globe, it has that rounded shape to it. That's essentially the type of shape that we're looking at in a hemispherical firing pin. Elliptical is an ellipse, so it's an area where the very tip is pointed, but the edges of that are like an ellipse, so it's more oval in shape. Square firing pins are square, and then there are also cylindrical firing pins, which is a cross between some of them, so they're circular in shape, but the very tip is cut off, so it's flat. So it depends on the shape of the firing pin, but there are different geometries to the firing pins.
Okay. And would that be a class or individual characteristic, the shape of the firing pin?
The overall shape is a class characteristic, so that's something that the manufacturer decides before they even start manufacturing.
What about, are there individual characteristics as to firing pins?
Yes, there are individual characteristics observed in firing pins. Those are going to depend on the manufacturing method. So there are firing pins which are manufactured using a MIM process, that's a metal injection molding process. And those firing pins have individual characteristics from the expansion and cooling of the metal. So metal will expand when it's heated, and then when it cools, it shrinks back down. And in that process of expanding and shrinking, there are air bubbles that are formed inside of the metal itself. Those air bubbles can reach the surface of the tip of the firing pin, but when and where they reach, it's random. So the manufacturer can't really control that part. And then manufacturers, after those processes, or after the initial manufacturing process, then take those parts and polish them. And so the polishing also adds on some individual characteristics that can be observed in firing pins.
What about wear and tear and use of the firearm?
Sure, so if you're using the firearm over time, the metal in the firing pins, depending on how it was made, can become very brittle. And sometimes they can fracture, sometimes they can break. Sometimes the whole tip of the firing pin will fall off, making the firearm inoperable. So depending on how much wear and tear, it can certainly cause additional individual characteristics to appear.
Is there a level of maintenance that you have to do on a firearm?
Yes.
What would
yes.
that be?
So depending on the different manufacturer, they're going to recommend a few different oiling points. But cleaning and oiling a firearm after every time it's fired is recommended by every manufacturer. And so the minimum that they recommend to do is to field strip the firearm, which means to take off the slide and the barrel, and then grease the rails that the slide sits on so that it can travel smoothly, and then also to grease the ramps that feed the cartridge into the chamber, which is part of the barrels themselves. So there are greasing points within the firearm that every manufacturer is going to recommend. They also recommend to clean the firearm, and specifically the barrel of the firearm, after each time it's fired, because every time you discharge a firearm, there's powder, there's primer residues, and there's lead from the actual discharge that can accumulate inside of that muzzle or inside of the barrel of the firearm itself. So if you don't clean that out, what can happen over time is that that buildup inside of the firearm will actually fill in the recessed areas of the barrel, and so it loses its rifling, or the rifling becomes so shallow that the accuracy of the firearm can be impacted as well.
You also mentioned that something you can look for are breech face marks.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, it's clear, are breech face marks ever on the projectile or bullet that goes at the front of the gun?
No, so breech face marks are only found on fire cartridge cases.
And may I approach to use your demonstrative and put on the screen so we can do it that way?
Sure.
And so the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So could you show on here so everybody can see which are the breech face marks?
So the breech face marks, I don't know what to get. So they extend from here, it's this entire area, and then you see some of those lines continue onto these, so that's what these scratches are, and then this area out here as well.
Okay, and what are the breech face markings caused by?
So that's actually caused by the area of the slide that the cartridge case is impacting against.
And is that an individual characteristic of the firearm or a class characteristic?
So with breech face marks, you have a combination of both. The class characteristic is the overall design. And what I mean by design is, in this case, you have lines that run parallel to each other. That parallel marking is a class characteristic. And it's characteristic of the tool that they use in order to cut that shape. In this case, it's a broach. So it's a cutting tool that they run down the face of the breech face, and it leaves these parallel lines. What's individual is the spacing between one and the other, as well as when one starts and finishes, and when and how they're oriented with each other. So those are the individual aspects of those marks. So you have a combination of both in breech face marks.
And so it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you're looking here, which is the firing pin impression.
So the firing pin impression is actually this mark right here. So it's in this particular case, it looks like a circular mark. What would be more characteristic is if this was more oblong, kind of like that. That would be characteristic of a Glock. But in this particular case, it's this circular or hemispherical shape in the middle of the primer.
And then the kind of little underneath, the little
Yeah,
hole
so
almost looking.
this little divot here is firing pin drag. So in short recoil operated firearms, which essentially just means that the firearm itself is operating using the force of the recoil. There is a locking mechanism, and different manufacturers have different locking mechanisms, but in this particular case, it's basically a cam. So before the firearm will travel, or the slide of the firearm will travel rearward, it has to cam down. When it cams down, it leaves this impression of scratches, which is from the movement of the firing pin itself, dropping down and hitting the primer during that unlocking process.
And you also mentioned extractor marks.
Mhm.
Is that demonstrated on this area here?
Yes, so the extractor marks are here, and more often than not, they're not found really in this area. They just, in the manufacturer of this particular model, place them here so that we can show them more visibly. But typically, the extractors are going to be located on the side of the rim and underneath the rim. So this is more typical of the area for an extractor mark that we'd be looking for. The design of it in the firearm is essentially a hook. So it's made to catch that lip of the cartridge and then pull it out of the chamber. So usually they're not observed in the face of on the head stamp of the cartridge. They're usually observed under the rim.
So, and then you also mentioned ejector.
Yeah, that's this little triangular shape there. And that can vary. They're not all triangular in shape. They can be a circular in shape. They can be a half moon. They can be like a semicolon. So there's different shapes that manufacturers will impart on their ejectors. The overall shape is a class characteristic. The presence or absence can be a class characteristic as well, because some firearms don't have an ejector. Some of them use the firing pin as an ejector. But there are individual marks that can be observed microscopically within the overall shape.
Speaking of microscopically, how are you looking at a projectile when it's submitted to you for analysis?
So we use a forensic comparison microscope, and all that really is two microscopes that are mounted together so that I can use one setup or one eyepiece to see both images. And that allows me to overlap the images and try to make them one, right? So if I'm looking at two different images or two different patterns, and I'm trying to see whether or not they're similar or dissimilar, if I can overlap them and then move the images back and forth, I can see if there is any agreement or not in those images. And so that's essentially how a forensic comparison microscope works.
I'm going to now show you what's been marked as states double X for identification purposes only. Do you recognize this USB?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review the contents of it before you came into court today?
I did.
Did you recognize the 3 photos on that USB?
Yes,
Did they fairly and accurately depict some of the examinations you did in this case?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states XX in and publish to the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States XX will be marked states 48.
So without going into the actual evidence in this case right now, can you show ladies and gentlemen, what you mean by the split screen looking at two things at the same time?
Right, so if you look at the image that's here, it's basically an image that I captured on a comparison microscope. And you can see the descriptors on the top portion of the image. So that's the date, the microscope I actually used, and the magnification. So this is at 22 times normal magnification. And the difference that you observe is this line here. So that line is referred to as a hairline. You can adjust the width of that hairline, so you can make it thicker, you can make it narrower. And the whole purpose of that line is so that you can split both images. By splitting both images, what it's doing is it's letting me actually see at this center point if there's any kind of continuity of the marks. And you can see in the image that you have continuity of the marks, essentially starting here and ending right around there. And that's what we're looking for, is for these marks to be continuous. And when we take a photograph, obviously it's a 2D or two-dimensional representation of what we're seeing, captured at that moment in time. So what I can't capture is looking at this and then rotating to the next line impression and looking for agreement in that line impression, and then rotating to the next line impression, looking for agreement in that line impression. And so that repetitive agreement in the line impressions is what can allow an examiner to make a conclusion of identification or exclusion.
Okay, so you talked a little bit about rotating them.
Mhm.
How do you go about lining them up to begin with?
Yeah, so the typical orientation that you're going to use is for a right-hand twist projectile. You orient it with the nose of the projectile facing right, so you can illuminate. All of the lights on comparison microscopes come from the rear. And so we try to use oblique lighting, which is lighting that's almost perpendicular to the surface, so that we can get the best representation of what we're looking at. So because what we're looking at is essentially raised and lowered areas, if I were to light it from directly above, you'd have a really hard time seeing any of the lines that are there. So I need to create a shadow, if you will, from behind the projectile so that I can actually observe the scratches that are on the surface of the projectile. And you have to use kind of standardized orientation, because if I were to take this projectile and line it up this way, then the shadows that I'm observing won't be the same. They'll be opposed, so they'll be opposites. So the actual spacing between the lines on one side and the other would be off. Even though they're the same projectile, I can look at it the same if I orient it correctly. When I change the orientation, then I can make them appear as if they're not the same.
Okay, so Mr. Bell, I want to follow up as well on that. How do you keep and maintain the evidence that's submitted to you separate and distinct from one another?
So when the evidence is submitted, my initial or the initial parts of the examination really don't involve any comparison. It's really just a matter of describing the evidence that I'm receiving, which includes describing some of those class characteristics on fire casings, because manufacturers do impart that information on casings. So whether they're 40 or whether they're 9mm, whatever the caliber might be, is typically imparted right on the body of the cartridge case. And so you can read that information. And so whatever the manufacturer is and the caliber are listed as part of the descriptor of that item. And then the items each, as I'm describing them, are assigned an individual and unique exhibit number by our information management system.
Okay. You just talked about caliber. I don't think we've defined that yet for our ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What is the caliber of a cartridge?
So for firearms examiners, caliber has two different definitions. The primary definition of caliber is actually referring to the diameter of the base of a bullet. And so that's where the actual word caliber comes from, is really just a measurement of the diameter of the base. However, that has to correspond to the cartridge case, because the diameter of this base has to be able to fit into the mouth of the cartridge case. So when they do translate that, the manufacturers will stamp a caliber on the head stamp area of the cartridge. And so the caliber for the cartridge means that the specific designation that the manufacturer put on it, which will hold the caliber of projectile. So it's a designation that the manufacturer gives the live cartridge as far as the caliber is concerned.
And how does a caliber translate over to a firearm?
So firearms are typically designed to fire a particular caliber. Some firearms have interchangeability. So I think the most common interchangeability is that a .38 special cartridge can be shot in a .357 Magnum caliber firearm. We also have several different ones in rifles and whatnot. But if this cartridge is a 9mm and you have a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber firearm, then this cartridge was not designed to be fired in that firearm, and vice versa. That firearm was not designed to fire a 9mm. So firearms are designed to fire a particular caliber, kind of regardless as to the interchangeability of calibers. They're designed by the manufacturer to fire a particular caliber.
With regards to, you said the 357 and the .38 special can kind of be used both ways. Is there characteristics and things that you would give them tell if the wrong size caliber projectile was put through with the wrong size, a different size caliber firearm?
Depending on the actual calibers involved, yes. So like a 357 and a .38, the reason they're interchangeable is because the bullet itself and the cartridge case itself are actually very, very similar. And the way that those firearms are manufactured, they're rimmed firearms, and so they don't chamber based on the cartridge itself, they chamber based on the rim. And so as long as you have a rim that's the same size, you can load a rim that's the same size and a projectile that's the same size. You can load anything into that firearm and it will shoot. When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, so that's really, that caliber is mainly a revolver caliber.
Okay.
When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, the function is much more complex than a revolver in design. And so most semi-automatic firearms will chamber based on the front of the cartridge. So this little space that's between the projectile itself and the cartridge is where the firearm will catch the cartridge and not let it keep going into the barrel itself. And so if there's any difference, so if this cartridge is too narrow for the firearm, it can slip through and fall right out of the barrel. If it's wide enough that it can catch that lip and not fall in, but not wide enough so that the whole chamber is supporting the cartridge itself, when it fires, what will happen is the body of the cartridge will actually expand to fill any space that was remaining inside that chamber. So when we get that cartridge into the laboratory, it won't be a kind of rounded cartridge. It'll have an oblong side to it. And that's indicative that it was fired in what we call subcaliber. So it's a smaller caliber fired in a larger caliber firearm. The same thing happens to projectile, because if the projectile is not snugly fit into the barrel, it'll dance moving down the barrel itself. And so these rifling impressions that are fairly consistent throughout the length of the projectile won't be consistent at all. You'll have those skipping marks, and the rotation of it will also be inconsistent with the rifling. So you can have rifling patterns that overlap. And those characteristics would indicate that it was fired in a smaller caliber, again, smaller caliber projectile in a larger caliber firearm. The reverse really can't happen. Right? So if you have a larger caliber cartridge, let's say a 45, you can't shoot a 45 and a 40, you can't shoot a 40 and a 9, because they don't fit at all into the firearm. So it has to be a smaller cartridge into a larger caliber firearm.
Okay. So in terms of you have a projectile and you have a casing. Can you ever marry those two together?
So there are rare chances where that can happen. Typically it's from firearms that don't mark very well. So what ends up happening is that when the projectile exits the cartridge, it'll actually pick up marks from the inside of the cartridge itself. And so there are times where you can marry the marks from the inside of this cartridge to a projectile. However, it's very rare, because once the projectile travels through the barrel, it picks up marks from the barrel. So the marks that were left on it by the cartridge case are essentially erased by the barrel itself. So it's very difficult and very rare that we're able to actually examine projectiles and compare them to a cartridge case. The more common occurrence is that you have firearms submitted, which I can then use to produce known test fires and shoot one live cartridge, which will give me a projectile and a cartridge, and then I can compare those pieces of evidence or pieces of known evidence to my unknowns and say they were fired in the same firearm at that point. But in the absence of a firearm, that's not an examination that can typically be done.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is NIBIN.
Mhm.
What does that stand for?
So NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. Essentially what it is, it's a computer database that examiners can use to capture images of spent cartridge cases. So essentially we're just capturing this image there and uploading that to the database. The database then will run an algorithm on the shadows observed. So that's a printout of what the images are that are required. And it'll run an algorithm based on the shadows observed, so the lights and the dark areas on the images. And it essentially sends back a list of cartridge cases that are ranked the highest as having possibly been fired in the same firearm. That doesn't mean they were, right? So every time we run a search in NIBIN, we get results back. Whether or not they were actually fired in the same firearm is up to the examiner to determine. So there is a correlation score that it gives, which is a number that's based on these algorithms of agreement. Now, that score is really just based on the search that it's running. So the score is not one of those types of scores where, oh, if it's a 9, I know for sure that it was fired in the same firearm, or if it's a 4, I know it wasn't. There's really not that kind of cutoff, because it's based on the results of the list. So we have to look at the results every time we do a search in NIBIN. And we're looking for those same characteristics. So we're trying to do the same exact thing we do on the microscope. We try to do it using NIBIN to determine whether or not those images have enough agreement to say that they were fired in the same firearm. And then if they were, then we would report out a lead. And a lead essentially is just investigative information for detectives to say, hey, look, these cases are potentially associated. If you're going to do any further investigation, we'll compare the fired evidence in the case on the microscope and confirm whether or not this association was a valid association.
Would you ever testify to a NIBIN match?
So typically that's not something that we testify to. Anything we're testifying to is something that we have physically compared on the microscope.
Why is it important to physically compare them on the microscope or in front of you?
So the main reason we would do that is to actually have the evidence in front of us. The NIBIN computer database is based on images that were acquired by people, and all of us are flawed people, and we all make mistakes. And in order to curtail those mistakes, we have these safety checks in place. NIBIN doesn't have those safety checks, and so an outside agency may have acquired this image saying it was involved in this particular case, but then when I ask for the evidence back, it's a different image. So that kind of examiner error doesn't usually have a way to be caught. or can have a way to kind of get slipped through the systems, depending on the laboratory. And so per our own operating procedures and most laboratories' procedures, we cannot testify to somebody else's work. Right? So I cannot say who put in this other information, that the information they put in is accurate. And so in order to say, well, I know what the information is, I need to have the physical evidence in front of me so that I can see the images and I can actually see the evidence under the microscope and know for a fact this exhibit came from this cartridge case, it has chain of custody, and I can verify that they are or were not fired the same firearm.
In terms of the projectiles, are they ever put into NIBIN?
So most laboratories don't have a system to capture projectiles into the database. There are a handful of laboratories that do. Really, the ATF is the one that kind of has guidance and maintenance over NIBIN. And so what they recommend laboratories to use is the brass tracks, or the portion of the database that will capture images of casings. Their primary reason for that is that even casings, so every time I want to take a picture of these cartridge cases, it takes about 12 minutes. So that means that for every casing that I'm putting in, I'm using 12 minutes of time. If I were to catch the projectiles, even if it's a perfect projectile, or something like this, where it's an exemplar, it's going to take me about 12 minutes per land impression. So it might take me 45 minutes or an hour to capture one projectile. And so what they found was that even though it's a tool that's out there, the cost of the tool and the time to use that tool isn't worth the difference that you're going to get from capturing casings. Because most cases have casings that are left at a crime scene and projectiles. So the case where you have just projectiles from a scene, it's not very common.
Okay. So going on to the projectiles, talking about those, do they have a specific composition or things that they're made of?
So different manufacturers for cartridge cases and for light ammunition will use different projectiles. So projectiles can be made for different functions, and they can be made out of different materials. So the most common material, the reason that this model is copper colored, is because most jacketing is copper. So that's the most common material that you're going to find as far as bullet jackets. They can be designed just like this, where it's a full metal jacket. Typically, the full metal jacket is a rounded or flat nose, and the base of the projectile itself is left open. And so this area here is where the lead of the projectile is actually found. There are manufacturers that make what they call a total metal jacket. A total metal jacket means that the entire lead core is encased in a copper jacket. There are also steel jackets, and so the jacket itself might have a copper color, but it's steel, not copper. Steel is magnetic, copper is not. That's how you would distinguish those two. There are manufacturers that use nickel jackets, and now they're kind of coming out with, kind of you name it. There are manufacturers that have jackets that are solely made out of copper. There are manufacturers who have kind of projectiles that are very, very weird, not necessarily your standard kind of projectile. So it's one of those things where they can design them to do a lot of different things, the projectiles. And so that, depending on its function and its intended design, you might have different designs of the projectile itself.
So you indicated it's a jacket. What about the interior of the lead core? Is that standard throughout the industry?
The lead core is fairly standard. The only time you're not going to have a lead core is if it is a lead-free ammunition. There was a big push years ago to try to make hunting rounds lead-free. And so that ammunition, if you can still find it, is lead-free in the sense that the copper is still there, but the inside is made of other materials. It might be zinc, it might be different, heavy metals that can give a weight similar to lead, but not be lead.
It's a good time to take a break on being told when you're ready. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research, just leave note pads on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Most ladies and jury are with us. George Bell remains on stand. I think when we approach, you're still on your direct examination strategy. You want to continue?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Bella, we talked about the casings, the projectiles, the composition of the projectiles. I believe we speak over the composition of the casings. Are there different metals used in the casings?
Yes, so casings can be made of several different metals. Typically, it's going to be made of brass. That's the most common. Although nowadays you can find them in nickel. You can also find them in steel. So they have made them in copper, although they don't make any copper anymore, but they have made copper in the past. So the composition of the cartridge case themselves can vary. That's why shotgun shells are typically made of plastic. So depending on the ammunition that you're looking at, it can be a variety of different materials.
Okay. Is there identifying marks on the headstand of every cartridge casing?
Yeah, so depending on the manufacturer, they do have different headstands that they use. Most of the manufacturers, especially American manufacturers, will use their name in some sort of or another. Some of them might be abbreviated, so Winchester a lot of times will use the abbreviation WIN. Remington Peters uses RP, and sometimes it's right out Remington. So depending on the ammunition and how much space there is, they'll use some kind of manufacturing mark indicating the manufacturer and the caliber. So usually you'll see something on there that'll say 40 Smith & Wesson or 9mm, 380 auto, depending on what the caliber is. Actually, I think on the screen you can actually see it. In this case, you can see, I don't know if you can make it out on the screen, but right here is the manufacturer. So it says Blazer, and then 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Smith & Wesson's a gun manufacturer.
They are, yes.
So what's a 40 Smith & Wesson?
So 40 Smith & Wesson is a caliber that was really just designed years and years and years ago by Smith & Wesson, and so they called it 40 Smith & Wesson. It's like there's a caliber, it's called a 45 Glock auto pistol, just because Glock designed it. So that's the name of the caliber, not the manufacturer. So there are calibers that are named after manufacturers, but in this particular case, the 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber. The manufacturer of the cartridge is Blazer.
So with regards to if it says 40 Smith & Wesson, does that mean it has to be fired through a Smith & Wesson firearm?
No, that's the caliber. So there are many manufacturers that make firearms in the 40 Smith & Wesson caliber. Many manufacturers. It's probably the third most popular caliber manufacturer today, as far as pistols are concerned. So there are a large number of manufacturers that make firearms in 40 Smith & Wesson.
With regards to the last part that you talked about was the primer. Is the primer standard throughout the industry?
No, so there are different manufacturers that make different primers. The typical primer, again, is kind of in that color, so it's a nickel color. That's your usual primer, but there are probably nowadays just as many manufacturers that use brass for their primer. Those are really the two most common compositions. The inside, so the actual combustible inside, is fairly standard, although they're going to have their own kind of spin on the combustible and the formula they use. They still use the same components.
And so the last part of the cartridge, or live cartridge, described as the gunpowder. Is that the standard throughout the industry?
So the gunpowder actually varies significantly throughout the industry, depending on the manufacturer, depending on the load that's being used, depending on the intended purpose of it, if they want it to be hypersonic or subsonic. So there are a lot of variations in gunpowder from the shape. So the shape of the gunpowder can be very varied. It can be ball shaped, it can be tubular, it can be flattened balls, it can be disc, perforated disc, and a bunch of other types of shapes. So that the shapes of the powder itself can vary significantly. The finishes that they put on there are usually some type of graphite finish, which is going to protect it from self-combusting. So that's pretty standard. The composition of the powder itself is fairly standard nowadays. But the amount of powder in each cartridge can vary significantly also. So the design of, so the shape of the powder and the amount of the powder in each of the cartridges are probably the biggest variable when it comes to gunpowder itself.
So you said, and used the word load. What does that mean in your world?
Yeah, so the load of the cartridge is referring to how much powder or propellant is being used inside of the cartridge. A common example that we'll see today is that, or nowadays, not necessarily today, but 223 Remington versus a 556 NATO cartridge. The cartridge case itself is identical. If I were to stack two of them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Inside, there's a difference in the amount of powder, and that's the sole difference between one and the other. So there are manufacturers that will sell subsonic ammunition. Typically, the only difference between a 40 Smith & Wesson or a 9mm supersonic, which is subsonic, is the amount of powder inside. So they're putting enough powder inside of the projectile for it to travel fast enough to reach a target and have accuracy, but a small enough amount that, if suppressed, leaves subsonic sound. So it doesn't make as loud a sound or perceptible sound to a person.
Okay. The projectile itself, does it have a specific mass or weight?
They can vary, so they have typically a specific range of weights. So different manufacturers, again, will have different weights that they load each one of their cartridges with, depending on design, depending on its intended feature. For example, 9mm has some standard weights ranging from 115 grains up to about 147 grains. Grains is also kind of one of those measurements. It's very specific to firearms, and it is a measurement that is specific to firearms. It's not something that you're going to see usually in a supermarket or anything like that. So grains are specific measurements for firearms. They're convertible, so you can convert it to grams if you would. But the typical terminology of which you would find on a manufacturer's box is the term grain.
does, for example, Blazer make different grain weights in 40 Smith & Wesson caliber ammunition?
They do. So most manufacturers, whether it's Blazer or any other manufacturer, will have a range of bullet weights they use. Again, depending on their intended purpose. Is it subsonic ammunition? Is it supersonic ammunition? Is it meant for self-defense? Is it meant for just target shooting? So they have different intended purposes behind their ammunition.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that when the trigger is pulled, other things come out other than just a bullet.
Yes, that's
What
correct.
was that?
So when a firearm discharges, that powder that's burning inside of the cartridge will continue to travel downward through the barrel and exits the barrel. So if you have a slow motion picture or a slow motion video of the discharge of a projectile, you'll see that the projectile exits the barrel first, and then immediately, as soon as the back of the projectile clears the muzzle of the barrel, there's a plume of smoke and fire that comes out behind it. That smoke and fire is the burning powder, the expanding powder, as well as any particulate lead that might be coming out. So in full metal jacketed projectiles where the base is exposed, that lead heats up and can melt and follow the bullet itself. Some of it may also stay in the barrel. If it stays in the barrel, that can get pushed out with the next projectile. And so the items that exit typically is the projectile, followed by particulate lead, followed by burnt and unburned gunpowder, followed by primer residues. So you have a combination of all of the stuff that comes out of the barrel, and each one of them can travel a different distance depending on the weight or the mass of the objects in question, the furthest of which being the projectile. It's the heaviest object that's coming out of the barrel, and it's intended to travel a significant distance.
Hold on, just you said based on the weight of the mass.
Yes.
We're getting into a little bit of physics, so I want
Sure.
to make sure we break it down so it's easy to understand. You're taught the projectile travels the farthest,
Mhm.
you said because it weighs the most.
Yes.
How does that relate to the energy that's transferred to it?
Right, so the majority of the energy in a discharge of a firearm is designed to be impelled or impacted into a projectile. Right, so most of the force of that firearm, or of the firing of the firearm, is being pushed onto this. A portion of it is going to be put on the casing, traveling rearward and ejecting, and then a portion of the remaining energy is going to be used in combustion and expansion of the gases during firing. So those particles that are still being propelled by the combustion and expansion of gases, like the powder, the burning and unburnt powder, like the particulate lead, will still travel outside of the barrel, but they won't go nearly as far as the projectile for a variety of reasons. The mass and force being applied to the projectile being the main factor, but you also have factors like the wind, like rain, like any penetrating surface or any intervening surface. So there's a lot of variables that will go into how far the powder, the primer residues, and particulate lead will travel.
The primer residue, the particulate lead, the unburnt and burnt gunpowder, does it only come out of the muzzle?
So the powder itself and the particulate lead will only come out of the muzzle because that's coming out of the front end of the cartridge. The primer residues don't. So the primer residues can exit the rear of a chamber and the rear of the firearm as well. So you can find primer residues or GSR gunshot residues coming out of the rear as well as the front of the firearm.
Okay, and is the rear, is that the breech face, that area of the firearm you're talking about?
Correct, yes.
So is there a range for how long a bullet will travel?
So a bullet can travel various ranges depending on the caliber that you're talking about. So, and there's other variables or other ways to look at it, I guess. In the firearms realm, they look at lethal range as being one thing versus how far it can actually travel. It's two separate questions because a projectile might be able to travel a mile, but at that point it has so little velocity that it really wouldn't do any damage to a person. And so different manufacturers will state lethal ranges and then maximum distances for their projectiles. For most pistol ammunition can travel a significant distance, but their maximum usable ranges typically is somewhere between 50 and 100 yards, and it'd be questionable if you can even hit a target at 100 yards with a pistol and using iron sights and whatnot. So
Okay,
there's a lot of
length of a muzzle or barrel factor into that.
Yes, so the length of a barrel will change how far a projectile will travel and how fast that projectile comes out of the barrel. The reason behind that is that the powder that's inside of a cartridge will continue to burn and expand as it travels through the firearm itself. What that basically means is that as the projectile's traveling down the barrel, if the barrel's 2 inches long, that gas or the burning only had 2 inches to complete its burn. So typically in a 2-inch barrel, it does not complete or does not completely burn. So a lot of the powder will exit the barrel, burning in the air after it's exited the barrel. If it's burning in the air, it's not pushing the projectile anymore. So if you have something like a 12-inch barrel, now you have a significantly longer distance, to continue to burn that powder and continue expanding and pushing that projectile. So the length of barrel is a significant factor when determining the speed, the trajectory, as well as for muzzle to target distance determination.
Okay, on that, when you talk about muzzle to target distance determination, what are you looking at?
As far as
Are you looking at the way a projectile impacts an object?
we can certainly, yes, that's part of the analysis.
Why would that be important?
So when you're talking about how a projectile is going to impact an object, it can give you different clues. So if a projectile left a clean hole entering a shirt, let's say, it gives me one clue in that it wasn't the muzzle of the barrel was not pressed directly upon the object. When the muzzle of the barrel is pressed directly upon an object, what ends up happening is all those gases that we talked about that come out of the barrel will enter whatever that object is. So if it enters a shirt, they have to escape somewhere. And so what ends up happening is that shirt will end up being ripped. There'll be a lot of burning, so there won't be a clean cut circular hole. The other thing that it can give is if you have a hole that's not necessarily clean cut, but there's no signs of tearing or burning around the hole, possibly there was an intervening object. So if a bullet travels through glass, let's say, the glass will impact how the spin of the projectile or how the projectile is able to spin. And so what can happen is that the projectile starts to tumble in the air, and you can get what they call a keyhole shaped hole. So as opposed to projectile entering in this direction, it can enter in this direction, it can enter in that direction, it can enter in this direction. And so that lets you know that the projectile possibly traveled through another object before hitting that final target. And so there's a lot of, I guess, descriptors that can be applied depending on the shape of the hole, depending on how much burning is seen, if there is burning, if there is no burning, if there's soot or vaporous lead that we can see usually see in the form of smoke around the hole, if you can visibly see powder versus a complete absence of any powder. So those are some of the different visual examinations we would do on a particular bullet hole to determine whether or not we can do a distance determination, or if really we're looking for a maximum distance as opposed to a range. So a maximum distance is basically the distance that a firearm would have to be discharged at to not leave any residues on a particular target.
Okay, so let's go back on that. You said residues. When you're talking about residues, what are the different types of residues that could be left on a target?
So the main types of residues that we're examining for when we're doing muzzle target determination is, well, there's a few. The main one is lead and nitrites. Lead being a residue that comes from the projectile and comes from the primer residues. So those main sources of that lead. And then the nitrites are from the burning gunpowder. So gunpowder itself has nitrate as part of it. During the burning process, it converts to nitrites. And so those nitrites are fairly unique in that there's not really a whole lot of false positives for nitrites apart from gunpowder or burnt gunpowder. So those are the primary residues that we look at if we suspect that a firearm that was used or the ammunition that was used was a clean type of projectile so that it doesn't have any lead in it. Then we can test for copper and the presence of copper. But that's not the typical exam. That's usually done on special requests.
So you mentioned smoke and soot.
Yes.
Are those two different things?
Yeah. So soot, when we're talking about soot, is typically the particles or the residue that adheres to the projectile itself. And when it enters through an object, that soot is wiped off, forming a ring around wherever it came in. And then the smoke is essentially exactly that, is the appearance of a cloud around the bullet hole. So it's the smoke that's from the discharge. And those are, again, lead particles and lead, vaporous lead that comes from the discharge of that pipe.
What happens to the unburnt particles of gunpowder?
So unburnt powder is not reactive with the test itself. It can be visual, so you can see it. And depending on the distance, it can still adhere to an article of clothing, it can adhere to skin. So depending on the distance from a target, you can see burnt and unburnt gunpowder being applied and stuck onto clothing. If it's a shot on skin, then you can see it essentially what they call tattooed onto skin. And that's basically the velocity and burning of the powder entering the subcutaneous levels of skin. So it basically gets captured. And so you can still see the particles visually upon the skin.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Does the unburnt gunpowder travel in a predictable pattern?
Yes, so all of the particles that actually come out of the barrel will follow a predictable pattern. The projectile obviously traveling first and furthest outside of the muzzle. The following cloud of vaporous lead, particulate lead, and burnt and unburnt gunpowder will travel in a conical shape. So if you can think of the items or the powder exiting the barrel, it's going to travel at its tightest distance from the hole at the muzzle and start to expand slowly. So as it hits a target, we should see a circular impression on that target, as long as it was close enough to actually leave a pattern of powder on the target. Once it gets far enough away, usually somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 feet, then it ceases to leave any powder because it's all fallen out of basically lost all of its velocity and dropped out of the air. So it has to be close enough that it can impact an object with sufficient force that it gets stuck on that object.
Okay, so you said that cloud travels a maximum of 3 to 5 feet.
Yes.
Can you make a determination without a firearm as to the distance a cloud would travel based on a casing?
No. So the reason that we don't do any examination like that is because there are many variables that come into play. So like I mentioned earlier, the barrel length, that's one significant variable. If the barrel length is 2 inches versus 6 inches versus 7 inches versus being a submachine gun that might have a 12-inch barrel or 13-inch barrel, all of that will play a significant role in how much powder comes out of the barrel and how far that will reproduce. And so when we reproduce these patterns, the way that these muzzle target distance determinations are actually done is the first step is to visually examine the unknown, right? So the question impressions. We don't know how far that is. So we'll process it, make sure that there are gunpowder particles present, and that there is a pattern present. Once we've determined that part of it, then we have to reproduce it with the knowns. Those knowns are known ammunition. So in this particular case, it's a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. I would use 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. So I'm not going to use a Federal cartridge case. I'm not going to use a Hornady cartridge case. I'm going to use the same manufacturer that was used in the evidence that was submitted.
Why is it important to use the same manufacturer?
Because if I'm using the same manufacturer, I'm reducing the number of variables that could potentially be in place. So the same manufacturer should be using the same type of powder, same shape of powder, and typically when we're going to do that, we will open the powder, we'll open the cartridge and ensure that the amount of powder and the type of powder is consistent with what we're seeing in the evidence. If it's not, then we're going to try to use something that is consistent. So that.
Would you try and minimize things such as lot numbers, the date of manufacturer, those types of variables as well?
If possible, yes.
Just so we're clear, are you conducting a science experiment?
Essentially, that's what we're doing, is we're trying to reduce the number of variables present so that we can give an estimated range of distance. And even then, even when we can account for, we know it's the right firearm, we know it's the right ammunition, we know, the type of primer that was used, and oftentimes we'll be submitted a firearm that has ammunition left in it. And if there is ammunition left in it, then our typical examination is going to be to reproduce the patterns at interval distances, so 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, and so forth. And then once we've shot that with, let's say in this case, 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer, whatever distance is closest to what I found in the evidence, I'll reproduce with evidence ammunition, so that it's the same ammunition that was found in the firearm at the time that it was impounded. And I will use that as part of my conclusions as well. So normally when we're going to report that, it's going to be a range of distance. I'm not just saying this firearm was discharged at a distance of 12 inches. The reason we don't do that is we can't account for environmental factors. I can't account for how the clothing was handled. Was there an intervening object? So there's so many variables that you can't just give one distance. Even within ammunition manufacturers, Blazer can put a grain or two more of powder in one cartridge and a grain or two less in the next cartridge. And so there is variability even within the same manufacturer in the same lot number. So as much as they try to keep it to where there's a standard, they have a tolerance, and that tolerance still allows for potential variability. So when we reproduce these tests, the way that we're typically reporting it is that a firearm or the muzzle to target distance determination states that the muzzle firearm was no closer than 6 inches, no further than 18 inches. And the edges of that bracket essentially means that I test fired everything in between and beyond, and I can tell you that the firearm could not have reproduced a pattern that was observed closer to 3 inches, and it could not have done it beyond 18 inches. And so I'm giving that range because maybe within that range, there was some overlap. So if I shot at 12 inches and I shot at 14 inches, the patterns can be very, very similar. So not different enough that I can distinguish the patterns with a naked eye. So if that's the case, then I have to be able to include both of those distances.
You said intervening objects a couple of times. I don't know if we've properly defined that. What would be an intervening object in firearms and distance determination?
So depending on the object that's being examined, an intervening object could be anything like a car door, the front door to a house. If a person was wearing several layers of clothing and the person was flat shot, the external object is an intervening object to everything beneath that. So basically, the first object that the projectile hits is the object that has the potential to have powder on it. Anything thereafter will not have any powder on it. So if somebody was shot and they're wearing a baseball cap, the baseball cap is going to contain the vast majority of those powder particles. Some of them may make it through the cap, and some of them may be present on the person themselves, but the vast majority is going to be on the baseball cap.
What about human hair?
Sure, so if somebody shot in the head and you have human hair, that hair is going to capture most of the powder particles.
Yeah, you mentioned a pattern in the powder consuming and the unburnt gunpowder. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you say a pattern, what do you mean?
So when the powder,
Would
sorry,
it help if you could draw on the screen?
sure.
Okay, change the. You should be able to draw on that.
So the powder, I'll draw a couple of different things. I'm not an artist, so please excuse anything that seems very rudimentary. So if we're talking about this as being the muzzle of the firearm, the powder is going to exit in a pattern that looks like this, right? So when it hits an object that's flat, perpendicular to the firearm, the pattern that's observed is going to look something. I don't know if you can actually see the dots that I'm drawing.
See if we can change your options for drawing tools. But yeah, let's see if that works better.
Okay, well, we can work with that. So if each one of those bigger dots is a flake of gunpowder, then the travel of the powder itself opening in this conical area like that is going to impact this perpendicular area and leave a circular impression or circular pattern of these dots, of these different particles. So when we're talking about reproducing a pattern, the pattern that we're looking for is the density of the powder and how far that distribution goes. So the further away from a target, the bigger that pattern is going to be and the less dense it's going to be. The closer, then the tighter the pattern is going to be and the more dense it's going to be. And there are particles that don't travel very far. So if the pattern is far enough, let's say something like 18 inches, you're not going to see vaporous lead. So that lead cloud, the smoke that's observed at close distances, is no longer present after a certain distance. But you can still get a circular pattern of burnt and unburnt gunpowder.
So you said vaporous lead falls out at 18 inches. Is that based on training experience?
Yeah, it's a combination of training experience. There's articles that have been done on it and have been published into the GSR training handbook by the FBI. And so it can't even be closer to that. Again, that's part of those variables that we have to account for. So was there vaporous lead present? Was there not vaporous lead present? So my testing has to be able to reproduce whatever I'm observing in the unknown. And then I have to include whatever I'm observing in my record.
Okay. So when you're talking about then, you said a parallel surface, you have to take into account curved surfaces, anything like that?
Sure, you have to take into account also the size of the surface. So if this surface, instead of being this size, is only this size, it's going to capture whatever's landing on it at that time. So what that means is that if my area is only this big, then all of the powder north and south of it aren't hitting anything. So that powder keeps on traveling and doesn't hit anything. It only hits whatever is present there. So all of that does play a factor in your distance determination and how you can reproduce it. And which is part of the challenge of distance determinations is we have to try to reproduce whatever we see. That's the only way we're going to be able to know what that distance is if we can actually physically reproduce it.
Okay. If you have a 4-inch barrel versus a 7 or a 10-inch barrel, how does that change the shape of the cloud or the cone as it travels?
Well, I can change a few different things. So the cloud itself is going to come out of the barrel at a higher velocity the longer the barrel is. It's also coming out with less powder because a lot of that powder has been consumed inside of the barrel. And so two things are going to change there in that the width of this cone becomes narrower further out. And so if you don't have the correct firearm, you're not actually reproducing that pattern.
Make sure the width becomes narrower farther out on a longer barrel.
Correct, correct. So the shorter the barrel, the wider that the cone becomes at a shorter distance. And the higher the density of the particles that are going to be observed because there's more particles present. And the longer barrel, those particles have been consumed during that combustion, and so less particles and less materials actually exiting the barrel.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, if you, for whatever reason, don't have the firearm that was used in whatever distance determination you're trying to recreate, could you use a brand new, same make, same model, same caliber firearm to do this determination?
Well, in the absence of a firearm, I don't know what that firearm that was used. So I have no way of saying, okay, well, I'm going to use, let's say all the fire characteristics say it's a Glock. Well, which type of Glock? Is it a Glock 17? Is it a Glock 19? Is it a Glock 43? Is it a Glock 45? So all of those different models fire the same caliber, but they have differences in design. One of those key differences is barrel length. And so without knowing that it was in fact a particular Glock 17, I have no way of being able to reproduce that pattern because I can't account for those variables. I don't know what the make and model is of the firearm.
Is there any way you can account for any aftermarket alterations to a firearm?
Not without identifying the firearm first.
And could you explain to ladies and gentlemen what types of aftermarket, post-manufacturer alterations are possible on a 40 caliber handgun?
So depending on the handgun itself, you can essentially get down to the point where you've created your own new firearm. You can replace firing pins, you can replace extractors, you can replace ejectors, you can replace the slide, you can replace barrels. You can replace almost every portion of that firearm and still have what they would technically call the same firearm based on the serial number. So the serial number is imparted on the frame, and so long as you have the same frame, you technically have the same firearm. And what I mean by that is if I were to have a Glock firearm and the serial number is USA 123, and I call Glock and I say, hey, I have a Glock firearm, it's USA 123, can you tell me what the make and model was? They'll tell me it's a Glock, it's a Model 17. But I could have changed it to a 19. I could have put a different barrel length on it. I could have put an aftermarket barrel, which is not polygonal, it's conventional. So I could have changed any number of variables. The manufacturer has no way of knowing that, right? So unless you have the physical firearm present to do your comparisons and say, yes, this projectile, this cartridge case were produced by the firearm in question, then I have no way of saying that's the firearm that was used.
Okay. Does the FBI set forth best practices and materials to use for doing a distance determination?
Yes, they do.
And what would they recommend?
So the FBI recommends that you only do this determination if you've been able to identify fired evidence from a crime scene to a firearm. And so you've been able to do test fires from the firearm and come to a conclusion saying that that firearm produced the evidence at the scene.
Okay.
So that's the first requirement.
That's number one. What about the type of material you're going to be shooting into?
So the FBI recommends using cotton twill as a substrate. It's just a substrate that they have found as a happy medium, if you will. So it doesn't capture too much particle or it doesn't capture too little particle. It fairly represents a large number of surfaces.
Can you use like ballistics gel?
You could try to use ballistics gel. The problem with ballistics gel is you wouldn't be able to process it afterwards. It's also transparent in nature, and so seeing the powder itself is going to be very difficult. And so while you could use it, it's not something that the FBI recommends doing.
Could you use an animal skin to replicate human skin?
I've heard people using pig skin. I believe they say that's the most similar to human skin that you can get. So that's something that they have done. Again, you can't chemically process skin, but you can visually examine them and see the difference between the patterns in the pig skin and the human skin, as the tones tend to be very similar and the texture tends to be very similar.
Okay. What about plastic covering an Amazon box that you can go to your house?
It probably wouldn't use that. So the different materials are going to have different rates of capture. So that powder can hold onto cloth one way, and as you can imagine, tape is a fairly slick surface, and cardboard is a hard surface. Not the same thing as clothing, not the same thing as skin. Our skin is elastic, cardboard is not elastic, and so how powder would adhere to our skin or to our clothing is significantly different than how it would adhere to cardboard or Scotch tape or packing tape or anything like that.
Okay. So now the question. Final on this one. Did you do a distance determination in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So the first thing is I didn't have a firearm, so I can't know which firearm I'm going to use in order to replicate any of my tests. So I can't make tests for this determination because I don't know what firearm was used.
Okay. Do you have a overall list of potential firearms that could have caused the ballistics evidence in this or created the ballistics evidence in this case?
Yes, so I did use the projectiles and the visible characteristics from the cartridge case, and I ran the information through the general rifle characteristics database that the FBI initially made, and now it's being housed by the Association of Firearm Examiners. And it did come back with a list. It was a fairly lengthy list of firearms manufacturers, and so when the list contains that many, we don't typically report out a list of suspect weapons because it's just too many to report. We essentially just insert a report that if you need the list, let us know, and we'll let you know how many firearms and which ones they are that could have fired this evidence. And that list is by no means exhaustive either. So there's really no way to know that that's all of the firearms that could have fired it, or was there a homemade firearm that fired it, or any other parts of like these kind of parts guns that they sell nowadays. There's really no way to rule any of those out. So this is just a list of major manufacturers that reported to the FBI their characteristics.
And so approximately how many firearms were listed out in this case?
I have to look at the
Can you refresh your recollection? Please feel free to do so. Slow cut when you've done so.
So as far as manufacturers that could have fired the projectiles in 40 Smith & Wesson, there's about 15 different major manufacturers. I also ran it again with, there was 2 submissions to me in the case. So there was an initial submission that contained 3 projectiles, and then there was an initial secondary submission which contained projectiles from the medical examiner's office. And based on the characteristics of the second submission, there was, I think, an even larger number. About 27 manufacturers that could have fired that set.
Okay. Can you just pick number 17 off that list and read the distance determination?
No, I can't do that for a variety of reasons. First and foremost being that these lists are telling me the manufacturers, right? It's not telling me the make and model. So give me the make. So it's saying, possibly 6 Hour, possibly Sid Arms, but which one of their pistols in 40? It doesn't tell me that. And so the list can be very, very lengthy. It also won't tell me the barrel length of the particular firearm.
I'm going to ask you about a very specific firearm. Could you use a Taurus 91?
No.
Why not?
The Taurus 91 doesn't exist.
Should I ask you about horsepower on that?
You could, I guess, but there's no Taurus. So Taurus manufactures a line of firearms which they bought the patent from Beretta to manufacture. Beretta makes what they call Beretta 92, Beretta 92 FS, and so Taurus replicates that in their PT 92 and PT 99. So those are the 2 variants of that particular pistol. There really isn't, and the 9 designates the 9mm caliber. So PT 92 and PT 99 are 9mm variants of that Beretta replicant that they have.
Okay, and that's actually the red gun in front of you. Is it a PT92 replica?
Correct. So this is exactly what you would see if you saw a Beretta or a Taurus, whether it's a 92 or PT92. They look the same. If I held it from over here and I had a Beretta or a Taurus, you wouldn't know the difference between one and the other.
Okay. And that was which caliber for the 92?
So the 92 is a 9mm firearm. Okay.
Is there a 40 caliber that may be closely named to that?
So Taurus does make a 40 caliber. They make it under the model name PT 100, PT 101.
In terms of the list of firearms that are potential, are some more common than others that you see in the lab?
Yes, sure.
Would that help you in doing a distance determination?
No, again, because it doesn't tell me which one of their models was used and the barrel length of those models that was used.
Okay. So I want to go through now and talk about the individual items of evidence you reviewed in this case. Okay. So I'm going to start here with items that you assigned as item 13.
Okay.
And this I'm sure has been previously entered into evidence as states 43.
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
So my initials on the paper bag and the date that I started the examination, as well as my initials and the date that I finished the examination on the seals.
Okay. If I may have that back so I can put it up on the screen so it's clear to everybody what we're talking about when we're talking about exhibit 13. When you're talking about exhibit 13, these white labels here on the back, did you place those on there?
Yes. I did.
And if you'd be so kind, just to, do you know how to hit erase on the screen?
Is there just erase everything?
Or clear, there we go. Thank you. So exhibit 13 labeled G115. Where does the G115 come from?
So the G115 is the external identifier, so that's whatever the person who impounded the evidence itself labeled it.
Okay.
Typically, that's given to us in the form of a property receipt.
Is that? The 115, the number that's there, is that the same? So on Exhibit 13, there's also a case number under there. What is that case number?
So that should be the lab number that's assigned again by the lab. So that 1813127, that's the number that's generated by our information management system. Every case that comes to us has to have a unique identifier, and because we're a county lab, we service a lot of different municipalities. We can't guarantee that their numbers won't overlap, but as a lab, we still have to have unique identifiers. And so the system, regardless as to what their identifier is, which in this case was the one below that, at least according to our information management system, we have to have that unique identifier put in place by the laboratory. And so that in this case, it was 1813127.
And is that the same for all the disciplines the lab covers?
Yes, so it should. There are cases where sometimes an exhibit might be submitted and either they thought it was affiliated with a different case or something like that, and they gave it a separate lab number. So you might have a separate unique lab number, but you can't have two cases under the same lab number.
Understood. So going to Exhibit 13, you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to analyze Exhibit 13.
So for pretty much any exhibit, the first step I'm going to do is to try to see that whatever I received in evidence is what I'm supposed to have. With fire cartridge cases and projectiles, it's a little bit more difficult just because, as you can see in this case, they're submitted in a brown paper bag or a sealed manila envelope. That's the typical kind of submission for casings and projectiles. So I'll try to feel the evidence and see, okay, this is a bag, it says it has 3 projectiles. Does it have what feels like 3 projectiles? Or does it have a magazine? Or does it have live ammunition? So if I can feel that difference, then I'll stop there and say, okay, whoever submitted this has to make some kind of correction because they're telling me they submitted 3 projectiles, but that's not what I have. In this case, that wasn't the case. It said I had 3 projectiles inside this package, and I had 3 projectiles. So then I opened the packaging, and I started to describe what I have in front of me. In this particular case, it was 3 fire projectiles, and so I described them as 3 fire projectiles. If there are cartridge cases, then I'll describe them as 1 fired 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge case. And that'll be the description for each of the cartridge cases, which is just the caliber, manufacturer, and whether or not it was fired or live.
Okay, so on item that your lab number assigned 13, that is the G115 identifier. Do you know where that came from?
I don't know where that came from.
Did you collect it?
No.
Do you ever go and collect projectile or casing evidence?
No, I don't.
Is that part of your job description?
No.
Do you go to any of the crime scenes?
On occasion, we can be called to come out to crime scenes if they're looking for some kind of possible explanation, but that would be a very, very rare case. More often than not, we stay at the lab and we just receive evidence that crime scene or a detective collected.
Okay, and where is the lab located?
It's on the first floor of this building.
So moving on to, again, item 13, G115, what would you describe this?
So item 13 was 1 fired projectile.
What analysis did you do on item 13?
So every projectile in every cartridge case is going to receive every projectile will receive a projectile worksheet or bullet worksheet. On that worksheet, we capture information that is standard. And the basis for that worksheet is just to see, okay, am I looking at a 40 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 38 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 45 caliber projectile? The importance of that is that if I have different calibers, they couldn't have been shot in the same firearm. And so that will preclude me from moving on to the next step of taking the evidence to the comparison microscope. If everything has the same characteristics, where it's a 40 caliber projectile, they have or could have 6 line impressions, they all twist to the right, then they all could have been fired from the same firearm at that point because all the class characteristics align. Then I would have to take it to the microscope to see if I can individualize them. So at that point, I'm looking for the individual characteristics to see whether they were fired in the same firearm or whether we have 2 separate firearms involved or 3 separate firearms involved. So until I do that final, I won't know how many firearms are actually involved.
So you do that for every item that's submitted projectile-wise initially?
Yes.
Okay, so we won't go through that on each one. Okay. Specifically on Exhibit 13, the G115, what caliber was that projectile?
It's a 40 caliber projectile.
When you say 40 caliber, does that translate to millimeters, inches, another specialty?
So 40 caliber is actually in inches. It has a synonym in metric, so it has a 10 millimeter synonym. So 40 caliber is if I took the widest portion of the projectile itself, it would measure 0.4 inches from one side to the other. If I changed it to metric, it should measure about 10 millimeters from one side to the other.
Okay. How do you know the difference in tell between a 40 caliber and a 10 millimeter? They're equal.
So the projectile itself really can't tell me the difference. So when we list them as a 40 caliber as opposed to 40 Smith & Wesson. But 40 Smith & Wesson is also a much more popular cartridge. For every, I can't tell you the last time I saw a 10mm auto in the lab. I think probably for every 5 years, you might see 1 or 2 10mm autos, whereas we'll see a 40 Smith & Wesson almost daily coming to the lab. So just the difference in popularity of the two is what's going to push it towards being a 40 Smith & Wesson versus a 10mm.
So when you're looking at the projectile, how do you take into account any deformities from hitting intervening objects or the rifling on the barrel? How do you measure and still take those into account?
Sure. So when I'm looking at the worksheet, one of the portions of the worksheet we use to describe the physical evidence we have. That's especially true and important for projectiles. We can get projectiles that are relatively pristine, but that's not the norm. Most projectiles that we receive in evidence, whether they hit a person, or they hit a car, or they hit a tree, are deformed from hitting something. And so it's very important for us to describe what damage we're seeing on the projectiles for a variety of reasons. One of them being that if I can't measure the exact diameter of the base, I need to know why I couldn't measure the exact diameter of the base. So is it because the base is missing, or is it because it's just deformed, it's pancaked, it's flattened out, so I can't get an accurate measurement? And so that's one part of it. The other part of it is I do look for the class characteristics of the number of line impressions. If the damage is that half of the projectile is missing, and I have 2 line impressions, well, I don't know, did they have 6 line impressions total, did it have 5 line impressions total, and I only have 2 left? And so at that point, if I'm missing that information, I can't determine whether or not the class characteristics really line up until I take it to the microscope and start measuring the width of the line impressions and determine that, okay, if the width of the line impressions are this, then it has to be 6 line impressions. Or if it's a larger line impression, then it has to be 5 line impressions. So all of those characteristics are notated in our notes page for those different reasons.
Can you look at shrapnel, or tiny, tiny pieces of a projectile and get those landing groove impressions?
Depending what's there, we could. So if, let's say, the jacket that's on here peeled off, and now instead of having 1 jacket, I end up having 5 or 6 fragments of a jacket. I can look at those fragments and see if there's a land impression present, or if there's a partial land impression present. That won't let me know the class characteristics of the firearm, but if there's enough information in that land impression that's present, I could make a comparison to other projectiles. So depending on how much is left of those fragments, I can. If the jacket came off of a core, right, so like the inside of this projectile that would have been lead, that core doesn't actually impact the firearm itself, right? It's covered by the jacket. So that core doesn't have any information that I can use to then make comparisons. So if it's just a lead core, there's nothing that I can do with that. Apart from maybe say it could have come from a 40 Smith & Wesson, or it could have come from a 9mm. But that's about as far as I can go with that examination because there are no class characteristic or individual characteristics present on that from the firearm.
Okay. So staying on Exhibit 13, was there a number of lands and grooves on Exhibit 13?
Yes. So Exhibit 13 had 6 landing grooves.
Okay. Did it have a direction of twist you were able to document?
Yes, it was right-handed twist.
Okay. Did it have a bullet weight?
Yes, so the overall weight of that projectile was 179.4 grains.
179.4 grains. Okay. What is a cannelore?
So cannelore is a mark that's put in by the manufacturers. It's served many purposes in the past. Nowadays, a lot of them are putting it in there just for aesthetics. So it's a ring that goes around the circumference of the projectile itself. And so before, cannelores were put in place for lubrication. That was their primary purpose, is they would line that indentation in the projectile with lubrication so that as the projectile traveled through the barrel, it simultaneously lubricated the barrel, or at least that was the thought. It turns out that they travel at such velocities that they're really not lubricating anything in that barrel. They're just flying out of there and taking most of the lubrication with them. And so nowadays you can have cannelores, but most manufacturers today don't really use cannelores.
Did Exhibit 13 have that feature?
13 did not have any cannelores.
Okay. What material was the bullet made out of?
So the material was copper and lead.
Is there a type or of the jacket that you described earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Do you catalog that as to Exhibit 13?
Yes, so Exhibit 13 was a full metal jacket, so it's very similar to what you're seeing here in that it had a rounded nose and the base of it was not jacketed. So the lead of the core was exposed to the base.
Okay, so full metal jacket. Was it magnetic?
It was not magnetic.
The lands and grooves, you see 6 of each of them.
Yes.
The rifling, is there a type of rifling or characteristics of rifling?
So the rifling type itself was conventional. And all that really means is a lot like this model. Conventional rifling has very clearly defined shoulders or edges to the impression. If it were to be polygonal, they kind of have the inside of the barrel looks almost like a hill. And so there are not clearly defined edges that are visible on the projectiles that come from polygonal barrels.
And polygonal barrels are commonly used in what type or manufacturer of firearms?
So the most common is Glock, and then the second most common is probably H&K or Bersa.
So moving on to you, based on what you have, do you come up and estimate a estimated total bullet weight before it was fired?
Yeah, so the manufacturer intended weight would have been about 180 grams.
And is that consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge?
Yes.
Do you document additional defects or anything as to Exhibit 13?
Yes, I do.
What do you document?
So additionally to what we've already discussed, I'll document the packaging, so how exactly it was submitted. You see that the external package is a brown paper bag, but inside of that, most agencies will have some kind of sub-packaging that will separate the individual items of the bag. So in this case, it was submitted inside of a small tin can, inside of a brown paper bag.
So I'm going to go ahead and publish your Exhibit 13, which is part of States 43. Do you additionally, when you are labeling them, sub-label the item inside as well, or do you rely upon?
The tin might have either my handwriting or the label.
Okay. So is that your label?
Yes.
Okay. The handwriting here, the number 7 projectile rear passenger floorboard 1824. Is that you?
No.
So when you're talking about the nose of the bullet, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean by the nose of the bullet?
Yeah, so the nose of the bullet would be this area right here. And then this is the base of the bullet itself. And then this is the landing pressure, one of the landing impressions. And you can see it from the base to the nose, it is slanted right, if I were to make the base flat. And so it has that right hand twist.
And when you measure the lands and grooves, do you document those measurements?
I do.
Why do you do that?
So the primary purpose for that is, again, to see the class characteristics of the width of the lands and the grooves. If there is a significant difference between those numbers in between two projectiles, then that would preclude it from having been fired in the same firearm. And then additionally, I can take those numbers and put them into the general rifling characteristics database and see if there's any suspect weapons that have those same measurements.
Okay. So I'm going to move on now to Exhibit 14 in this same, your Exhibit 14. Is that your label that's placed on there?
Yes.
What description did you have as to the G number for Exhibit 14?
116.
And this number 24 projectile front driver's side floor under brake pedal 1846. Is that your handwriting?
No.
Oh. So looking at your Exhibit 14, G116, I want to go through those same questions again. What was the measurable caliber of that item?
So the caliber measured to be .401.
And how does that compare to the last one?
It's very similar. I mean, a slight difference. The other one, I believe, measured at .400. So it's a difference of 1/1000 of an inch. That's within tolerances for the same caliber.
Okay. How many lands and grooves did you see on this particular one?
I saw at least 4 landing grooves that were present. The other 2 were either damaged or just not readily visible.
Okay. The bullet weight, what was this?
It was 167.4 grains.
What were the materials?
It was also copper and lead.
Any candelure?
No.
Did you see candelures on any of the projectiles here?
No.
The jacket type, what was it on Exhibit your 14?
It was also a full metal jacket, so it has that same characteristic where it has either a flat or a rounded nose and an open base where the base is exposed, the lead core is exposed.
So in here you said there was only 4 lands or grooves visible. How does that compare with the last one? You said there were 6 lands and grooves.
So the last one had 6 landing grooves that were visible. These 4 landing grooves are visible just because of damage. So there are parts of the jacket that have been ripped off, likely due to passing through an object or impact. And so That's the only difference really.
And you said passing through an object. You previously talked about going through glass. What other items would cause damage to a bullet?
Honestly, it could be almost anything. If it went through a body and hit bone, it could fragment. It could have the jacket peeled off. If it hit a car door, if it went through any kind of harder object. Most of these, almost all projectiles really, are intended to enter an object that's mainly liquid, right? So whether it's us, a deer, or any animal, the primary composition of us is liquid. So apart from bone, there's really not anything that's hard inside of our bodies, just like any kind of animal. And so any impact with bone or hard object like bone would cause damage to the projectiles.
On Exhibit 14, were you able to determine a estimated original grain weight?
I believe it was, I left it as undetermined because enough of it was missing that I didn't say 100%. Obviously, it has to have weight at least 167 grams because there's material missing. And so it precludes certain calibers, but I didn't want to give an exact probable weight just because of how much it is.
With regards to the notes that you've made with regards to your analysis of this, how did you document your additional data or findings?
So the projectile has damage to most sides of the projectile itself, with the jacket missing in several different portions of it. The base of the projectile remains relatively intact, which is not necessarily abnormal. If you think about how a projectile travels, the nose of the projectile is the first thing that's going to impact anything. The base is the last thing that's going to impact anything. So more often than not, the more significant damage is on the nose end of the projectile, and the base is usually the area that remains the least damaged. And it does have some of the land impressions intact, which could be measured.
Were the lands and grooves consistent with Exhibit 13 in measurements?
Yes, they were in a similar range of sizes.
So, Mr. Bell, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally put Exhibit 13 and Exhibit 14's container? What types of controls are in place to lab to prevent that?
So when we examine the projectiles themselves, typically the projectiles are going to have some kind of labeling, usually put on there by myself as well, either a permanent marker or in a scribe, which is some metal pen, I can write on metal with it. But aside from that, we are only handling evidence from one particular case at that time or at that moment in time. And so if something were to be swapped, theoretically speaking, it may get swapped 15 to 16 or 16 to 15, but it wouldn't be 15 from this case to 15 from a different case. Because I'm only looking at evidence from this case at one time.
If you have one that is unknown and one that is a question, what steps do you take to make sure those are kept identified and separate?
So the knowns are also typically labeled with the exhibit number of that known. So if let's say there's a known firearm, they'll be labeled T1 or T2, so test 1, test 2. And so that will clearly distinguish it from any of the evidence in the case.
So moving on to Exhibit 15, is this your label that is on there?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the barcode that's on all of these?
So it's a barcode that really our system itself puts in place. And that barcode just contains that same information that's underneath. So if you were to scan that barcode, it would just give you its Exhibit 15, external ID, 117, case number, and lab number. So that's really all it is, just a replication of the below information in barcode format.
In terms of when you first get the evidence, when it's given to you, how do you retrieve it?
So I retrieve the evidence from the firearms vault. So the firearms unit actually houses all of its evidence inside of our own unit. We have a fairly large room that's secured by alarm and a vault door where all of the evidence is kept. When I'm going to work on a case, because I'm a supervisor, I also will assign myself the case. So I'll pull the evidence, I'll assign it, and then I go to the vault physically and I retrieve the evidence from our evidence vault.
Do you work on more than one case at a time?
I only ever have the evidence for one case open at one time. So one case open.
When you are finished with the items of evidence, where does it go back to?
So when I'm done with the evidence, it'll get sealed back up into the original packaging. If the original packaging is too damaged or something's off with it, then I'll create a new packaging for it. And then it'll be sent back to our central receiving, which then sends it back to whoever the submitting agency was.
Do you reseal it with evidence tape and your name and CCN?
Yes.
What is a CCN?
So CCN is just a badge number. It's an employee identification number.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No.
Okay. Are you a civilian employee of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. The large green sticker that's on these items, is that placed on by the lab as well?
Yes.
So going to item, your Exhibit 15, described as G117. Did you measure the caliber of this particular projectile?
Yes.
Okay, what was the measurable caliber?
So the caliber for that one measured to be 0.400 inches.
Right, so that's the same as your Exhibit 13?
Yes.
on the number of lands and groups, how many were there?
There were 6.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-handed twist.
Did you have a bullet weight you were able to determine?
It weighed 179.4 grams.
Was the materials able to be determined as to what this bullet was made of?
Yes, it was also made of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was it?
So like the other two, it was a full metal jacket projectile.
Was it magnetic?
No.
Were you able to view all 6 lands and all 6 groups?
Yes,
The rifling type, what was it?
it was also conventional.
Were you able to determine a probable grain weight of the original bullet, an estimate?
Yes, so this one was also 180 grams.
With that information, were you able to determine a potential caliber?
It was also 40 Smith & Wesson, yes.
The damage or anything to this projectile, what did you document?
That the nose was slightly flattened, and that there are parts where the copper jacket is missing. However, the projectile's base is in good condition.
Okay. Did you measure the lands and grooves on this one as well?
I did,
Were they consistent with the other 3?
yes.
So once you've looked at these 3 projectiles, are those the first 3 projectiles you got in the initial submission?
Yes,
You mentioned earlier that there was 2 separate submissions. Did you do a comparison between exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
I did.
And how did you do that comparison?
So once I did the worksheets and I saw that none of the evidence really could have been precluded from being fired in the same firearm, based on just the class characteristics that were observed, I took the projectiles to the comparison microscope, and I looked at them underneath the comparison microscope.
So going back to the first photo we looked at earlier, at the bottom it says exhibit 13 and 15.
Correct.
What does that indicate to you that these are showing photos of?
So that projectile or exhibit 13 is on the left stage, so on the left side of the microscope, and exhibit 15 is the projectiles on the right side of the microscope.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
And yes, there was sufficient agreement of the individual characteristics to say that both of these projectiles came from the same firearm.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear. Were the class characteristics the same?
They were.
How does the class characteristics being the same, is that enough for you to say an individualized, that they are a match from the same firearm?
No, it doesn't.
So explain the individual characteristics.
Right,
that you were
so
able to show.
the class characteristics, like we talked about earlier, was the caliber, the number of lancing grooves, the width of the lancing grooves. So the measurement from this black line to this line down here needs to be consistent. And obviously, if you can imagine that this is the impression that's coming from the barrel of the firearm, if this impression is all the way out to here, then that's a different firearm. There's no way that they could have come from the same firearm. So once all of those class characteristics agree, then I can say, okay, well, they came from the same type of firearm at least. Let's find out whether or not they came from the same firearm. Then what I'm looking for is all of these scratches that are in here. So this individual detail that comes from the manufacturing process of that land impression. So that's the area that is raised inside the barrel of the firearm that leaves this recessed area in the projectile. And the agreement of all of these different little scratches that you can see is the agreement that I'm looking for to determine whether or not they did come from the same firearm.
Mr. Bell, does the magazine being different or changed in any way alter the way a firearm operates?
No, not typically. So as long as the magazine is a functioning magazine, so it still has a spring inside of it, still has its 4-blade feed ramp, then as long as the magazine fits in that firearm, you can use any magazine that would fit in that firearm.
There are magazines that come standard with the firearms?
Yes, there
Are
are.
there aftermarket magazines that are available as well?
Yes.
Is there any way to tell from the projectile what type of magazine it is loaded in?
No, there's really no way to know what magazine it came from.
Is there any way to know from the casing what type of magazine it was loaded in?
Not the type of magazine. Sometimes the magazine can leave marks on casings. So sometimes it could be possible to compare marks from known replicas of a magazine to unknowns. But again, that is sometimes, it's not all the time. And so there's really not a way to know, in the absence of a magazine or the absence of a firearm, there's really no way to know which magazine it came from or what type of magazine it came from.
So we talked about exhibit 14, which was the G116. Were you able to do the same examination and say that exhibit 14 came from the same firearm as 13 and 15?
So exhibit 14 had similar class characteristics. The weight could have put it in the 40 caliber class. The width from that line to that line was very similar to these two exhibits, but there wasn't enough detail present. So these lines that I'm looking at in here didn't reproduce well on this other projectile. So in the absence of information, I can't eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm because sometimes firearms can mark slightly different. And so the absence of information doesn't allow me to eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm, but I can also not identify it because there's not enough agreement. And so that's where it falls into an inconclusive class where it could have been fired in the same firearm, but without this additional information, I can't really say for sure whether or not it came from the same firearm.
And so it's clear for the ladies and the jury, do you photograph each and every one of the comparisons that you make?
No, I'll photograph a representative of the identifications I make. Basically what that means, if I identify all of my projectiles on this particular land impression, then I'm going to take one picture of this land impression. If I couldn't identify one of them on this one, but the next one over, then I'll also photograph that comparison because it's a different comparison. The only reason we do that is that really for brevity's sake, if I had 12 comparisons, they would all look like this. And so it's kind of useless to have 12 pictures that all look the same and say, look, here's 12 pictures. This representation is the same thing I was looking at if I made other identifications on this land impression.
And so you indicated that there were 6 lancing grooves on 13 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing the comparison, do you match it each and every one of those?
Yes, we certainly attempt to.
Your Honor, this may be a logical breaking point for us.
All right, the judge will take our lunch recess now. Just leave no heads on your chairs. Remember the admonition do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. No research. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. All right. Have a nice I'll let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain while the defendant. Is there anything to discuss?
What time did you say to come?
I said 1:30. You do now 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, cannot speak to you while you are on the stand in this direct examination. Stating happens to contact my office, so leave a message to you.
Anything else to discuss?
No, sir.
No? All right. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
All right. So if you're new here, if you're over from, 1 second.
Be used for multiple, like the text, because it was all in that one.
All right, if you're new here, if you're over from Cat Williams, watching the YNW Melly trial, we're on day 3. I usually skip through, we're playing it at a 1.25 speed. I usually skip through the breaks. We encourage you to, jump into the chat and have conversations. Any questions, I think anybody is able to watch. I didn't watch it the first time around, so this is my first time gathering the information. So again, just be engaged and enjoy.
Technical aspect of it because you don't have a gun, so you're trying to make up for the fact that you don't have a gun. So you're putting this expert on, and he's testifying about all the minutia of guns and how they fire just because you don't have a gun. You feel like as a prosecutor.
Thank you. May be seated. Let the record once again reflect the questions of the defendant. Mr. Devins, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and all witnesses. Mr. Bello remains on the stand. Didn't go and Trish all had a nice lunch. We're going to do Mr. Bello's testimony. So I think you're showing your direct examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bello, we've gone through the projectiles that were recovered and the subject of your January 11th, 2019 report. I want to go now to the projectiles from your March of 2022 report. Without showing the counsel, with the mark to state why, for identification purposes. No, report. March 2022 report. showing for identification purposes only, what's been marked as state Y. Do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Yes.
How do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Again, my initials and CCN numbers was the date that I began and finished the examination, and my initials on the sticks.
The large green sticker that's on there, is that placed on by the Firearm Sheriff's Office crime lab?
Yes.
Is that the same sticker that is identified as the work done in this case of 18-13127?
Yes.
Is it in the same, substantially same condition that's going to be finished and analyzing the items in this package?
Yes.
You're at this time to state your request and state YYN is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States YY would be marked states 49.
Okay, Mr. Bello, with regards to this states 49, did you analyze the items inside this package?
Yes, I did.
What are they?
So they are projectiles or projectile fragments that were submitted to the crime lab from the medical examiner's office.
And in terms of the location of where they were recovered from, were you present when they were recovered?
No.
The determination as to where they were recovered from or how you document them in your report, where is that description coming from?
So it's either from the primary scene, so that's how the detective or forensic investigator described it, or from a label on the projectile itself from the medical examiner's office.
So I'm going to start with item, you had one item 30 and you have 8 sub-items.
Yes.
Why do you do it that way?
So from the time that I wrote the initial report to this section of the report, our protocols just changed, and that we're describing as the primary exhibit, so in this case exhibit 30, as the container containing the evidence. And then we would go on to describe the individual items that were being analyzed underneath that as sub-items.
Okay, so 30.1, 30.2, et cetera, through 30.8.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with 30.1. What was the G number associated with that?
So 30.1 was G44.
Did you analyze that projectile?
I did.
Did you do it the same way that we talked about with the ones 13, 14, and 15 that we spoke about previously?
Yes, they would all get the same worksheet and the same categories would be analyzed.
And in terms of on 30.1, starting with that one, were you able to determine a caliber measurement?
Yes, it was measured to be 0.410 inches.
And what type of, were you able to determine if there were lands and grooves that you could evaluate?
Yes. So the number of lands and grooves would have been 6. I believe 1 was damaged, but I was able to see 5, and there was a space for an additional.
Okay. And is that consistent with the other projectiles we talked about earlier this morning?
It is.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-hand twist.
What was the bullet weight on that?
It weighed 174.8 grams.
Were you able to determine the material it was made of?
It was also composed of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was on that one?
I believe it was unknown as far as the type of jacketing, just because of the damage to the projectile. So it did have a jacket, it was copper jacketed, but I'm not sure exactly what type it was.
Okay, so you can't say full metal jacket.
Right.
And on the, was it magnetic?
No, it wasn't.
Were the lands and visible grooves measured?
Yes, they were.
And what was the approximate measurements of the lands and grooves?
It was very similar to the other ones. It was 0.078 to 0.081 inches for the lands, and the grooves measured to be approximately 0.115 inches.
Okay, now to speed this up a little bit, with regards to all the other items, 30.2, 30.3, 30.4, 30.5, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8, did they all measure approximately the same caliber?
Yes, they did.
And what was that?
It was approximately 40 caliber, consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson.
Did they all have the no more than 6 lands and grooves?
Yes.
With regards to the direction of twist, could you measure that on each of them?
Yes, they were all right-hand twist.
In terms of the cantilevers, this particular item, 30 and all sub-items, did they have any cantilevers?
No, none of those had cantilevers.
The bullet material as to each of them, what were they all?
They were all copper and lead.
With regards to, were they all magnetic or not?
They were all non-magnetic.
The rifling as to each of those, what type was it?
It was all conventional.
Were you able to determine the possible caliber on each of them?
So each of them were consistent with a 40 caliber projectiles, possibly by a 40 Smith & Wesson firearm.
Okay, so could you say that each of them were consistent with one another?
Yes, so class characteristics, they all line up.
Were you able to give individual characteristics and tie them each together?
So for this set of projectiles, no. So I grouped them into two different groups.
Okay, why did you do two different groups?
So the first group that I grouped into had agreement of class characteristics, but because of the damage to the projectiles, I couldn't find agreement in any of the individual characteristics, and there was no disagreement in characteristics either. So for that one, it was just essentially, it could have come from the same firearm, or they could have been fired in the same firearm, and that's exhibits 30.4, 30.2, 30.3, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8. So those could have been fired in the same firearm based on just the overall agreement of the class characteristics.
And so it's clear and we're consistent in all of our numbering. 30.1, you already testified was G44.
Yes.
What was 30.2?
It was G57,
30.3,
is G58,
30.4,
G59,
30.5,
G60,
30.6,
G61,
30.7,
G62,
30.8.
and G63.
Okay. The second group that you said you did involved which particular projectile?
So those were 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5.
Okay, I'm gonna, so 30.4 is in both groups.
Yes.
How is that possible?
It's basically it was a representative that had the best detail to try to compare to all of the groups. So that's why that one's included in both of them, as both groups were compared to 30.4.
Okay. So with 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5, were you able to draw any conclusions?
So the conclusion was still inconclusive. However, there was agreement of some individual characteristics. So for firearms examination, we have really 3 tiers of inconclusive results. There's inconclusive where only class characteristics are consistent, and that's essentially a 50-50, maybe they did, maybe they did not come to this gun. There are inconclusive results where there is agreement of class and some individual characteristics, which indicates that they were fired in this firearm, but there's not enough individual detail or not enough agreement of the individual detail to make that next step and say that they're an identification, so that they did all come from that firearm. And then the third category is that there's agreement of class characteristics, however, there is no agreement of any individual characteristics. And so that's basically indicating that even though the class characteristics might agree, it is likely not that firearm. There's just not enough difference to say for 100% that it's not that firearm.
Okay. Does that conclude all of the evaluation you did with regard to projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to cartridge casing. Were you provided some of those to analyze as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Approaching and showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 35 and states 23. Take a look at those. Do you recognize? So you first look at states 35?
Yes,
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
Again, based on the my initials, employee ID number, as well as the date that I began and date that I finished the examinations, and my initials on the seal. And then the same thing for states 23.
Okay. So on these two exhibits, did you analyze the items contained within?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if I may. So starting with what you have documented in your report as item number 4, G196.
Correct.
Did you analyze that cartridge casing?
I did.
And how do you analyze a cartridge casing as opposed to a projectile?
So similarly to projectiles, they do get assigned a worksheet that I add to each of the cartridge cases. Those worksheets are going to capture general information about the cartridge cases that will help the examiners determine whether or not there's any consistency in class characteristics across the cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. So the classes that we're looking for, the information categories that we're looking for are the caliber. We look at the composition, whether there's, the casings are brass and brass, or they're brass and nickel, or any combination of materials located on the cartridge cases. We notate the manufacturer, whether or not there's any presence of ejector marks and extractor marks. We also determine whether or not there's presence of a firing pin impression. Sometimes we are called to compare or examine live ammunition to determine whether or not it was sighted through a firearm. And so sometimes we examine things that don't have a firing pin impression at all because they weren't fired. We'll also document whether or not a particular exhibit was entered into NIBIN. So whenever we do entries into NIBIN, a representative will be entered. So not every cartridge case we receive is entered. It's a representative from the submitted case gets entered in. I'll also document any extra information that might be of value. So if I receive a cartridge case which has pieces of asphalt that are attached to it and maybe it was flattened on one end, I would document any of that information because it might let us know that casing was in the road and it was run over. Or if it's charred, it might have been burnt. And so that information, that it seems like it may be pertinent, we document any of that information as well.
Okay, so if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is photo 2 depicting?
So the picture is a picture of exhibit number 6 on the left and exhibit number 5 on the right. And it's a comparison which was performed on January 18th. And then the microscope, as well as magnification, is documented there. And you can see the hairline is this line right here down the middle. So anything on this side is exhibit 6, anything on this side is exhibit 5. Then you see the agreement starting up here with some of the grocery lines, and then all of this fine line agreement in that area as well.
So you just said that a word we haven't defined yet. The what lines?
Also, fine line striations is essentially what we would call them. So this particular firearm leaves parallel line striations on fire casings, which means that the breech face was manufactured with some kind of approaching tool, and it has parallel lines that are on that firearm itself. And so any casing that's fired through them should be expected to have similar characteristics. And then once you line them up, you can see the directionality and everything lines up on these cartridge cases from left to right or right to left. And that's what that orientation spacing between each of those lines is what makes it unique.
Okay. So going to exhibit 4, that was the G196 on that. Did you analyze the caliber of that?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a 47 Wesson.
What was the case material name of it?
It was a brass material, so the casing body was brass, and the primer itself was brass as well.
What was the manufacturer?
It was Blazer.
And just to, in the interest of expediency, on exhibits, your exhibits 4 through 11, so G196 through G203, which are contained in states here, states 23. Was the caliber the same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
Was the material the same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
And does that go to the case and the primer?
Yes.
Was the manufacturer the same?
Yes, they were all Blazers.
What is looking for sealant?
So sealant is something that manufacturers can apply to this area in between the head stamp and the primer. They apply it, so it's essentially a lacquer that gets applied to try to prevent any moisture from getting into the cartridge cases. Sometimes that lacquer can persist through firing, and sometimes it doesn't. So what happens in the firing process is after the firing pin strikes the primer, this whole pocket will actually be expelled out of the cartridge case and into the firearm by the pressure inside the cartridge. And then the cartridge reseats itself through the cycling process. So if there was a sealant around that, it can be pushed out during the firing process. But sometimes, so there's certain manufacturers which have a characteristic sealant, so like Cellular and Below is an example of one that puts a very thick red colored lacquer on its sealant. And so if we observed it, we would document it was observed. But the absence doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't one there, it's just it wasn't there when it was submitted to the lab.
Did you document sealant on any of these 8 casings?
I don't believe there was sealant present on any of them.
And can you please refresh your recollection, please?
So there was no sealant present on any of them.
In terms of the extractor marks, were you able to document those on each of these exhibits?
Yes, I was.
Were they consistent from 4 through 11?
Yes, they were.
What about the ejector marks?
I believe there were ejector marks. Yes, so there were observable ejector marks on all of the cartridge cases.
And were they consistent with one another on items 4 through 11, your items?
Yes, they were.
And that's again G196 through G203.
Correct.
The weathering or anything on these cartridges, is that something you document?
If it was something that was extremely weathered, yes. So if an abnormal presence of rust, or if there was some kind of debris or dirt, grass, so that would be documented, yes.
Did you document that in this case?
I didn't observe it.
In terms of the DNA or MVAC procedure, are you involved in processing of the casings at that point?
No, I'm not.
In the timeline, do you get the casings before or after the MVAC is done?
Theoretically, they would get them before. So ideally, they would get to me before. Sometimes, and I suppose it's through the process of investigation, they believe they have enough DNA or they think they have DNA from a certain source, and if it doesn't pan out, they may need to come back and process the cartridge cases. So it's not unusual for them to come back and after I've handled casings to then go ahead and process the casings.
Oh. So what do you do to ensure that your DNA doesn't wind up on casings?
So I try to use gloves as much as possible, but we're not a clean unit. So almost inevitably, if I handle them, my DNA would end up on cartridges.
And if you can explain what you mean by a clean unit.
So clean in the sense that our protocols are essentially for safety for handling firearms. We're not really looking for biological contaminants from case to case. So we don't clean our workspaces every time we work a case, right? That's a requirement for our DNA units. Anytime they're gonna work a case and they start a new one, they have to clean up everything in between. So bleach and then wipe down of their entire work area every time they have a new case. In our unit, we have a lot of tools that we use. We have a lot of different mechanisms that we're using, brass tracks, we shoot it to a shoot board. Those items, while clean, are not clean with bleach every time we work a case.
Not scheduled.
Correct.
So in terms of the DNA process, is it best practice to do that before it gets to you?
Yes, that's the best part.
Continuing back on through items 4 through 11, G186 to G203, did you have a conclusion as to each of those particular exhibits?
Yes, so each of those cartridge cases were found to have been fired in one 40 Smith & Wesson firearm. So there was only one firearm which fired all of those cases.
And so that is again G186 to G203, 4 through 11.
Correct.
Was there any things that were different between those in numbers 4 through 11?
There may have been minute differences, but there was enough agreement of individual characteristics that made it obvious that they were fired from the same firearm.
So moving on to states 35. You evaluated this particular item of evidence?
Yes.
And at your initials and sticker up at the top?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is in your exhibit 12?
It's another 40 Smith & Wesson caliber Blazer cartridge case.
Was this evaluated on the same date and time as states 23?
Yes, it was.
What steps did you take to make sure that what is your exhibit 12 did not get switched with any of the other evidence, the other 8?
So the cartridge cases again will be labeled with permanent marker or a electric scribe with the information from the case, specifically having that it is exhibit, in this particular case, exhibit 12 versus the other exhibits.
Because they're packaged in different packaging. Does that tell you anything about your processing?
For us, it doesn't really change how we're going to process it. So whether we do have different agencies which submit things very differently. Some agencies will actually submit every cartridge case in a separate package. So whenever we do packaging, it doesn't really change how we're going to analyze the evidence, because the question ultimately is still the same question: is this 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case, could it have come from the same firearm which produced the other 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases?
Okay. So the G number here on what is in evidence is states 35. How did you document that?
It's a G138.
And were you present at the Miramar Substation 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue when it was recovered on October 26th of 2018?
No, it's not.
Going on to exhibit number 12. I want to go through that. Were you able to determine what caliber exhibit number 12 was?
It was 40 Smith & Wesson.
What was the case material and primary material?
They were both brass.
What was the manufacturer?
Blazer.
Was there sealant documented?
No.
Were there extractor marks?
Yes.
Were there ejector marks?
Yes.
Was there a firing pin shape?
Yes.
What was the firing pin shape on exhibit 12?
It was hemispherical.
And is that documented in what is photo 2 in the USB drive?
Yes. So this is the firing pin impression on this side, and that circular shape is the hemispherical shape that I was referring to.
When, Mr. Bell, when you're given these pieces of evidence, are you told which one is important? Are you told which one is a value or anything like that?
Sometimes they give us some information. It's typically in the form of a CL15 or a crime lab submission form. Luckily, or unluckily, I guess however you'd like to look at it, for firearms, that information really doesn't matter to us, because the ultimate question for us is still the same. So it doesn't matter really for us where these exhibits were collected, where they came from, who they believe they're affiliated with. For us, what really matters is, can I objectively say that these items came from one source, or did they come from different sources? So that's really the question that we're always trying to answer.
Okay. So as we've talked about, the hemispherical firing pin shape was exhibit 12, G138 magnetic.
No, it was not.
Okay. In terms of, did you come to a conclusion as to whether or not exhibit 12 was consistent with the casings of your exhibits 4 through 11?
Yes, it was.
How so?
So exhibit 12 shared all the same class characteristics as the remaining cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. And upon further examination and comparison on the microscope, it had sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to tie it to the same firearm, which produced the other cartridge cases in the case.
Can you say that the projectiles that were recovered came from any specific casing?
No, I can't say that.
And in terms of the list, and you mentioned going on to photo 3 here, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the entry or the images of the entry into NIBIN. So these are the images that would eventually get searched by the NIBIN database. The first image is the overall image of the head stamp, so it includes the information, manufacturer, caliber, and the primer detail that's there. The other pictures, so the first image doesn't typically get compared or correlated. It's the more detailed pictures that are underneath that do get compared and get a correlation score, so score of agreement. They're just different lighting images. They're all the same types of images, they're all just different lighting. So the top left image is a 2D black and white image. This image is what they call the 6 o'clock grayscale image. This is a firing pin image, and then this is the all in focus image. And when I'm looking at these on the computer screen, typically I'm looking at one of these images, so not all of them. This is just how it prints out of the system. And then the bottom 2 images are just 2 different lightings of the ejector mark. So that's this little area there is the ejector mark, and that's this is the 3 o'clock lighting, and this is the 6 o'clock lighting.
When you say 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock lighting, what do you mean?
It's the directionality of the light from within the actual system. So the system itself is pretty much automated. So once I insert the casing up with the relevant case information, I just click acquire, and then it begins to acquire all of these images on its own. So it automatically focuses, it'll automatically place these different rings. Like there's a red ring here, this has a blue ring on the edges. So it automatically places all of that information in there, and those are the different details that will ultimately be correlated by the system itself.
And in terms of any associations or anything like that, were you notified any associations?
No, so no associations were made in this particular case.
And is that updated on a regular basis?
Yes, so if any association were made after, which can happen if a firearm comes in at a later date and gets testified and put in, it can link to this particular case. Up until now, that hasn't happened.
Okay. No further questions at this time?
Ma'am. Counsel, you may proceed. Mr. Bello, at the conclusion of your testimony, I think you should hand out certificates. Fundamental identification of dealing with firearms. That's number 1. So you've got a lot of certificates to hand out. Fair enough? Okay. You examined these projectiles and casings on 2 different dates, correct?
Correct.
One was on, I think your report was 1/11.
Correct.
And the other one was on 3/3 of 22.
Correct.
1/11 of 2019, and then 3/3 of 2022.
Correct.
Could you tell us, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt after all of this examination, how many firearms created these casings and projectiles?
So what I can say is that one firearm fired the casings, so one firearm produced the cartridge cases that were submitted. And as far as the projectiles are concerned, I can say that 2 of them came from one firearm, and then the other ones could have come from the same firearm, but I cannot conclusively say that there was one.
Okay, so there could be more than one firearm that created all of these items, correct?
As far as the projectiles, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, after you did all of this analysis, were you able to determine what gun was used to create these projectiles and casings?
No, in the absence of a firearm, I cannot conclusively say it was one or the other.
Have you heard the term trajectory reconstruction?
Yes.
What is that?
So it's typically an examination that's done using either rods, some people use lasers to match points on a line that would designate the trajectory of projectiles that was traveling.
And that would be able to place, supposedly, where the shooter or shooters were when they fired the firearms.
Certainly, at least the firearm. Okay, it would be the muzzle of the firearm is technically the origin point. Yes.
And that would be in someone's hand.
Somebody's right.
Let me see that. What we're talking about is being able to tell where the muzzle was, so you in essence would be able to tell where the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. When you do a trajectory reconstruction, and you're attempting to find out where the gun is and where the so-called shooter or shooters were, are there certain variables that come into play?
Certainly, there's a lot of variables that come into play.
Why don't you tell us what some of the variables are?
So some of the variables that come into play is whether or not there were intervening objects. So did you have a beginning and an end point? Do you have a middle point? Right. So if I only have, as an example, a hole in a wall, but I don't have anything else. I don't have somewhere I can put a rod through or that I can extract the directionality of the laser from. Right? So without that, I basically dead in the water because I can start it from any point in this room. Let's say there's a bullet hole in that exit sign back there, and that's the only hole that I have. It'd be very difficult for me to be able to place where the person originated from. Now, if an object is, let's say, 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional, and the bullet travels through that object, then you can pass the rod through and then find a directionality. There's still variables with that. How far away were they? How close were they? And so that's kind of, it gives you a line, but the point upon the line that the firearm was is the question.
How about how the, may I approach, I'm sorry. How the person held the gun?
Sure.
There's a thing called holding it tight. That could affect how you position the shooter or shooters, correct?
Sure.
If he holds it upside down or sideways?
The origin point should technically still be the same, technically speaking.
Okay, how about, we said tight, how about if he holds it very loose?
If you lip wrist, as we would call it.
What's that term?
Lip wristing.
You're way above me.
Yeah, so normally when you're firing a firearm, you want to try to cradle the weight of the firearm, and that's usually in your wrist. Lip wristing is just you're letting your wrist kind of rock with the firearm. And so while the origin point may be similar, the trajectory of the projectile leaving the barrel may be different.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
How about the weather conditions?
So as far as trajectory is concerned, it can play a role over significant distance. So whether, I'm sure most of us have heard or seen stories of people making sniper shots at a mile or a quarter mile or 3/4 mile. When you're shooting at distances like that, you have to take into account weather, wind. You actually have to take into account the rotation of the earth. So the people who can shoot out at that distance are exceptionally rare. But to be accurate at those distances, you have to be able to mitigate for gravity, wind, and for the spinning of the earth. So those are factors that can play a role in significant distance. Now, if we're talking about a distance of 2 feet or 3 feet, then the weather's going to play a much less significant role.
How about the object that the projectile hits?
Yes, I can certainly.
Like glass?
Right, so whether it's glass and the type of glass plays a role. Is it impact glass? Is it tempered glass? Is it standard glass? So all of these things can play a role. Is it a thicker pane of glass? Is it bulletproof glass? Is it soundproof glass? So I mean, there's a lot of different variabilities. And then obviously the thickness of that glass plays a role. The thicker the glass is, the more likely that the projectile is going to be significantly damaged and change its flight after it leaves that glass. Also, the angle of impact where it hits the glass can change after it travels through. So you might have a projectile traveling straight at glass, and then after it passes through the projectile, through the glass, it can travel downward, it can travel upwards. It all depends on the angles of the glass and the angle that the projectile was approaching the glass at.
How about the grain weight of the ammunition?
So the projectile itself, so that can play a role because obviously the heavier an object is, with the force being applied to it, the more likely it is to stay in its directed path. That's kind of going back to that sniper scenario. That's why most snipers are using very large calibers. They are more likely to stay in flight longer and be less subjected to these changes than lighter, smaller projectiles.
And if the shooting occurred inside a car, for instance, would the arm length matter of the so-called shooter or shooters?
It could.
And whether or not the person was leaning in one direction?
Sure, we're working in a very small environment.
Okay, so there's a lot of variables that one must take into consideration.
Yes.
Before you say where the gun was or where the shooter or shooters were when they fired this firearm. And if you don't take those variables into consideration, you're just getting a guesstimate, estimate of where everybody was, correct?
I assume so. I mean, that's the situation, yes.
Okay. And you would consider that to be not proof beyond interview. As a manager of the Broward Sheriff's Office tool and what's the title? Tool and
Firearms overview.
Okay. You certainly would want to take all those variables in before you told this jury or any jury.
Yes, scientifically, I would want to make sure that I'm accounting for as many variables as possible whenever rendering an opinion.
Otherwise, it would be just a guess. finesse of it, right?
Right, I want to give a scientifically valid opinion.
Fair enough. Can I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
I think that's okay. Counsel, thank you. Is there any redirect to this witness?
Brief hearing. Mr. Bell, counsel asked you about arm length and if it matters. Does arm length have any effect on the ability to pull a trigger?
No.
Can the trigger be pulled with an arm fully extended?
Yes.
Can it be pulled with it next to a person's body?
Yes.
Is there anything that would prevent a trigger from being pulled in any orientation?
No. So the firearms are designed so that the firearm itself is an autonomous form. So the only thing that's required is for this trigger to be pulled, and whether it's upside down, sideways, or any which way, apart from something blocking it, it will function. So something has to be impeding the function of the firearm to function.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Doctor. You're excused.
I don't know if this witness like really helps their case because we know that they don't have a weapon, and so he basically testified that the 4 casings that he had.
Thank you. Counsel, who's your next witness?
State called James Morano.
But yeah, like you're basically saying like you don't know how many guns were used, you don't have a gun, and you really can't say, well, it's questionable where the shot kind of came from because there's a lot of factors to consider. So I don't know. I think that he kind of brought in a lot of doubt. Gotta see how it progresses.
Good afternoon. You are James Morano.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. When you get there, you just remain standing for a bit. You put the same time. Remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your full legal name for the record.
James Morano,
Please spell your first and last name for the court report.
JAMESMARANO.
Please have a seat. Mr. Morano, that microphone in front of you adjusts up or down. It does not move back and forth.
Thank you.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the members of the jury, tell them where you're employed?
My name is James Morano. I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Orlando, Florida.
And how long have you been employed by the, we'll call it FDL, Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
20 years.
Okay. And in what capacity during those 20 years?
I've been a crime laboratory analyst in the trace material section in the Orlando laboratory.
And can you tell us your official title?
Senior crime laboratory analyst.
And can you briefly describe the nature of your work?
In the trace material section, we're tasked with recovering, recognizing, examining, and comparing items of trace materials or trace evidence. These are typically things like glass and paint, things that are broken during the commission of a crime or some incident. And they're submitted to our laboratory from police departments and sheriff's offices, and we're asked to compare them and to write a report about our findings.
So law enforcement agencies within the state of Florida can make submissions to the FDA.
Yes.
Specifically, like, can you tell us about your specialization in glass? How long have you done that?
I completed the glass training program with an FDLE in 2008, and I've been working in cases in both paint and glass for about 14, almost 15 years.
And can you tell us about your formal education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. I was able to double major during that time, so I also have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, and I graduated in 2002.
And as part of your training and certification that's required by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, can you tell us about some of those trainings?
Yes, so when I moved to Florida in 2003, I entered the paint training program within FDLE. That's a 2-year training program. It's very comprehensive. It's broken up into 2 phases. There's an academic phase that includes lectures and practical exercises, as well as tests, oral, written, and practical tests. After completing that, I did some casework in paint, and then I entered the glass training program, and I did a similar training program within glass. It's about a 1.5 year long training program. After I completed that, I was able to do independent casework in both of those material types.
And are there any continuing requirements that you currently hold or that you do throughout the time you've been employed by FDLE to keep up to date in your field?
Yeah, we try to do continuing education as frequently as possible. I've attended many seminars, workshops, virtual workshops the last several years. But I've taken some week-long training courses, either in trace evidence generally in forensic science, or specifically with regard to paint, glass, testifying in court, statistics, things like that, anything related to trace evidence.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or any associations within your field?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners, known as ASCII.
And how about your certification within FDA? What are you certified as?
So FDA certifies me to work independent casework in both paint, it includes polymers, so paint polymers, as well as glass.
How much of your time would you say is devoted to glass analysis?
Typically, it would be 50% of my time, but the last few years, it's been more. I've been involved in almost exclusively anything having to do with glass in the laboratory. I have a trainee that I just got out of training, so I trained him the last several years. I am responsible for the instrumentation that is used to analyze glass, so I have to maintain it, I have to validate it if we get an instrument, to make sure that it's working properly. I write the standard operating procedures and work instructions for those instruments, as well as anything else related to glass. And I've been working all the glass work for FDA for several years.
So you're doing both an administrative role as well as a forensic role?
Yeah, I would say that, sure.
Approximately how many samples of glass evidence have you examined during your career?
Hundreds, several hundreds, I would say.
Okay. And does that include casework?
Yeah, I would say training and casework. I've looked at several hundreds of glass samples in the last 14 years.
How about your prior testimony in court? Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of trace evidence or trace materials?
Yes, I testified 14 times in 9 different counties in the state of Florida.
And 14 times since what year?
I didn't have the opportunity to testify until 2012. So in the last 11 years, I've testified about 14 times.
And as far as proficiency training, is that continuing and ongoing during your time?
You're referring to proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing.
Yes. Every year you have to take a proficiency test in the subdisciplines that you work. So I have to take a test in paint and a test in glass every year. And I have to get the right answer to continue doing that.
And are you currently up to date?
Yes.
And in this specific case, were you asked to examine items of glass evidence?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to refer you to FDLE number 2019-05-02577. Is that a unique number that is assigned by FDLE?
Yes, that's the unique case number.
And when cases come in, they're assigned with FDLE unique number, correct?
Yes.
Is that how you track the evidence in the case?
Yes.
And where is the evidence coming from other departments, correct?
Yes.
And what did you receive for examination in this particular case?
In this case, I received 8 items of evidence. They were numbered by FDLE, items 1 through 8.
And were they previously numbered by the department that sent them to you?
Yes.
Do you recall the department?
To Miramar Police Department.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I'm going to approach this exhibit. What's already in evidence is stage 42. Can you take a look at that?
And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
I see the FDLE case number, the item numbers, and my initials in my handwriting.
So you're able to identify based on the packaging as well?
Yes, the packaging and my initials are on the seal that I resealed.
Okay, and I'm going to show you states what's already in evidence is stage 22. Do you also recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
In the same way, the FDLE case number, item numbers, and my initials are on the packaging as well as on the seals.
And are those, what item numbers, would those equate to your FDLE item numbers?
These are item numbers 1 through 5.
Okay, and in states 42, those are item numbers?
These are item numbers 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes only as states ZZ. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Also by my initials, the case number, the item number in my handwriting, and my initials on the seals.
And do these exhibits collectively represent what you were provided with for the analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
Any changes, or is it in the same, substantially same condition as you last saw it?
These are in the same condition as I last saw it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state reviewed the evidence that was pre-marked as ZZ as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States ZZ will be marked states 50.
Mr. Morano, will please review. There's some gloves there, and here's scissors. All right, so let's go through the 5 question items labeled under FDLE as 1 through 5. What do you reference those samples
So these are represented as being found at the scene is described as US 27. So all 5 items were found in one scene.
Okay, and states number, I believe 20, is that states number 22 or 42? If I answer it wrong?
Yes, ma'am.
What's this?
Yes.
22.
22. So let's refer to states 42. Where are those samples from?
These are represented as being class standards from a vehicle, from a Jeep Compass. It was described as being standard from the front passenger window, the rear passenger window, and then a sample from the rear window.
And what are you tasked with when you're provided with these items?
My job is to open up the evidence, inventory what's there, describe what's there, and then compare the 2 samples. And typically the question is, there's question samples found someplace, and the agency wants to know, is it like another sample? Is it like a sample from the window or a window? Basically asking, could it come from that window?
So it's essentially a hypothesis, right? Are items 1 through 5 compared or of the same nature as item 63?
Yes, I'm looking to see if they're like one another.
Okay. So when you get those items, what is it that after you've documented the items and everything like that, what are you doing next?
After I document and take inventory by taking notes and pictures, then I actually start the comparison part. I'm doing a side-by-side comparison. So I'm looking to see, I'm actually looking for differences. Can I see any differences between these 2 samples? So I'm looking at the color, the thickness of the samples. Can I see what type of glass it is? Is it window glass or is it container glass, like glass from the bottle? Generally speaking, that's what I'm doing first. If I don't find any differences, then as I progress through the examination, I'm doing more detailed comparisons using microscopes and instrumentation.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. So that analysis that you just discussed, is that your macro analysis?
Yeah, macroscopic is a fancy way of saying with the naked eye. Yeah.
So essentially, you're doing an overview.
Yes.
And what is your next method or your next step?
The next step would be a microscopic examination. I use a low-powered microscope at my workstation, and I'd be comparing the samples side by side, looking for microscopic features. So that would tell me what kind of glass it is, or if there's any differences between them.
And can you describe in detail what you're doing as far as the microscopic approach? Like, how are you looking at each glass and which samples?
In this case, these fragments are rather large, so I didn't really need to use a microscope as much as I do in other types of cases. But for instance, I'm looking at the fracture characteristics. So I'll take the fragments and look at the side of it, and that would instruct me what kind of glass it is, as opposed to is it tempered or not tempered glass, things like that. Kind of generally, what type of glass is it?
And is there further analysis as you go through that would be your microscopic stage? Is there further analysis?
The next, after the microscopic, yes, there would be instrumental examinations where I'm using an instrument or a machine to provide data about the sample. So one of those tells me chemical information about the glass, so I can see what the chemical composition of the glasses are. And another one is called a refractive index. And I can measure the refractive index of both samples and compare those values that I get.
Outside of the microscopic analysis stage, are you using any other equipment during the, for instance, chemical composition review stage or your refractive index stage?
I use a micrometer to measure the thickness of the fragments to see if they're the same thickness. And I also use an ultraviolet lamp looking at the surface of the glass. If one surface fluoresces or glows brightly, then that tells me how that glass was manufactured. If it does do that, then I can say that it's consistent with float glass, meaning it was made using the float glass process. And that's just to kind of tell me what kind of glass it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of explained the general broad overview. Can you give us a little background into what makes glass even unique and how does it apply to the discipline, right?
If I can explain how glass is made, it might assist the jury.
Would that be in your testimony?
Yes. So float glass is the most common manufacturing process to make window glass. Essentially, you have raw materials, which are minerals like sand, soda ash, and lime, that are mined from the earth and they're melted down in a furnace. And that molten mixture is poured over a tin bath. So it's molten tin, and the glass floats on top of it. That's why it's called float glass. The difference in density allows that to happen. And what that allows the manufacturer to do is to slowly pull that ribbon of glass over the surface of that tin. They can control the thickness of it, and you also get extremely smooth, flat surfaces. So that's why modern window glass looks flawless. You can see through it. There's no defects in it typically. So that tin actually leaches into the glass, and that's why I can see that tin or float surface when I use the ultraviolet lamp. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Excuse me, thanks.
So is glass unique between manufacturers?
It's hard to say. I like to speak more in terms of plants, right? So glass is made in a big manufacturing plant. There's probably over 200 float glass plants globally. So there's many plants making glass 24/7 all the time. So from plant to plant, there's going to be differences because they get raw materials from locally sourced areas. The manufacturing process itself will change the composition of the glass. For instance, that furnace that I talked about where they melt everything, it's made of bricks, zirconium bricks. That zirconium can break down over time and get into the glass. So you'll see levels of zirconium increase and decrease over time from one plant. So I can't say that the glass came from a specific plant because that plant's going to change the end product over time. So there's a lot of variation in glass from plant to plant and within one plant over time.
So essentially, for instance, Toyota, they have an assembly line, a plant that they're creating or manufacturing glass for their vehicles. Within that manufacturing plant, there's going to be differentiations within the glass that's manufactured in that one plant.
I would agree, except I don't know if Toyota makes their own glass. They would get their glass from the manufacturer and they put it on their vehicles. And there's no rhyme or reason as to where they're getting their glass from. They can get their glass from one plant 1 year, and the next year they can get their glass from somewhere else. And they can change mid-year if they have to, depending on supply issues. Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about the evidence that you were provided with. And if you, Your Honor, maybe the witness step down to assist the evidence, you can bring the packaging. We're able to view it for, and the scissors. Yes. And we'll start with the known sample. If you can go ahead and open it.
Where should I do that? Right here.
If you put it under the light. So if you put it under the green light, then you can see it.
So this is my handwriting, item 6, item 7, and item 8.
And are you able to open the glass, so open the container so we can see the glass particles?
Okay.
You need the scissors?
Do the one at a time so I don't
Yep.
have any instance. So this is item 6. Yes, this is item 6 that was just open.
Okay. And in your macro analysis, can you explain to us what you're looking at?
Yes. So that little plastic dish is what the samples I actually took out of this tin to use in my analysis. I did look at everything. So when I'm taking inventory, I'm in the sense of looking for glass that doesn't belong. I'm looking for different populations of glass, different types of glass. And if they all look the same, then I consider that they're all the same type of glass. So I would do that with the naked eye, and if I have any question, I could use a microscope to look in that pile of glass and see if there's anything that doesn't belong or is not like these other ones. I was looking at the color, the type of glass that it is, and if I had to, I can look at the thickness of it to measure that.
Okay. And as far as item 5 or 6, 7, and 8, they were very similar in nature? Or from a known,
So,
how would you characterize it?
So item 6 was the one that's represented as being from the front passenger window. That one is light blue-green in color. Once I open up 7 and 8, you'll see that they're actually dark gray in color. So there are 2 types of glass present in these standards. This one is item 7. And again, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in there to separate out glass that I examined in further detail. This was the glass that was submitted to me. As you can see, it's dark gray in color, so it's different from the item 6 glass.
Okay.
And this was represented as being from the rear passenger window.
And when you're ready, we'll look at item number 8.
So again, item 8, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in here. This was all the glass that was submitted, and this represented the rear window of the vehicle. And again, you can see it's dark gray in color, so it's different from item 6, which was light blue-green in color.
Okay. And you're taking samples you notated in that Petri dish. Why are you taking the samples and not, for instance, utilizing all the glass?
So I would say that my examination does include all of the glass. I'm looking at all of them when I open it up, and I'm taking that inventory, I'm taking pictures and taking notes of what I see, and then I separate out some for further analysis or detailed analysis. So I don't have to go back into the tin every single time. I can portion out some of this glass, since I'm considering them all to be like one another. Visually, I'll take some out, and that's what I'm using for further examination.
It's like when you did a science test in class, you took the petri dish and you put a sample of what you were using from, right?
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to put those back in, and then we'll swap out.
Do they need to be resealed?
Not at this time.
Put it back inside.
Yep.
All right, and these are items 1 through 5. 2, 3, 4, 5.
And with respect to items 1 through 5, are you aware of the origin when you receive these glass samples?
No, I'm only told that they were found at a scene that they're questioned in nature.
Okay. So for instance, you don't know that it comes from a side window glass, correct?
No.
And so you can go ahead and open up each sample.
So this is item 1. And like before, there's a petri dish for my analysis where I separated out. These are the samples I would actually analyze in detail, but I did examine all of the glass in this tin. I looked at it with a naked eye and with a microscope, just to take inventory and describe them.
Okay.
And these are all light blue green in color. So this is item 2. Here's the plastic dish that I put in here. So these are the 5 fragments, 5 or 6 fragments that I separated out and I analyzed in detail. But I did look at everything in this tin, and you can see that these are dark gray in color. They're different from item 1, which was the light blue green in color.
Let me adjust this a little bit.
So at this time, when I opened up each of these, I made note that there were 2 populations of glass present. There was a light blue-green population and the dark gray population. So I knew that there were 2 types of glass found at the scene, at least 2.
And why is the color significant?
Because it's a discriminating characteristic. It allows me to distinguish different glasses. Item 3. Once again, the plastic dish with the sample of glass that I separated out, and there are numerous light blue green fragments in this. This is item 4. Item 4. Again, the plastic container that I made, and numerous fragments of light blue green glass. I will add in this item, I noted that there was, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a bright green fragment.
If you wait a moment for the adjustments.
So this fragment right here, that's by itself, that one is actually a different color than the rest. It's bright green. When I analyzed it further, I saw characteristics that were consistent with container glass, so I could tell it did not come from the window. It probably came from a bottle or a container. The last one was item 5. We have a plastic container. And there's some apparent plant material with glass fragments in this tin. In this one, there was one, you can kind of see it stands out, that one bright green fragment right here. It's different from the other one, so it's not like the light blue-green glass, it's bright green in color, and it also had characteristics consistent with container glass. So I can say that that one did not come from a window.
And as far as what's in evidence now, it states 50. Did you originally receive it separately packaged?
No, I made this package.
And why is that?
There were fragments in items 1 and 3, which is last from the scene, that appeared to have a reddish brown residue on them. So I thought that might be significant, so I repackaged them separately and I preserved them so they can go back to the original agency if they wanted to pursue further examinations. They can. So I did no further examinations with these last fragments.
So you took a sample from 1 and 3 and you itemized it as 1.1.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to open it.
All right, you can take your seat. Okay, ultimately, you were able to, after your analysis, go through and make your own opinion as to the origin of this subject glass or the unknown glass. Is that correct?
Yes, I compared, so like I said, there were two populations of glass, so I compared the light blue-green glass from the scene to the light blue-green glass standards from the vehicle. Standard, there's one standard. And then I compared the dark green glass from the scene, item 2, to the dark, sorry, I think I spoke the dark gray glass in item 2 to the dark gray standards from the vehicle, which are items 7 and 8.
And so what was your ultimate opinion as to the origin of the glass?
So I found no difference between them. So my ultimate conclusion is that the two populations of glass from the scene, the light blue-green glass and the dark gray glass, were like the standards from the G-Compass, meaning they either came from that vehicle or they came from another source of glass having the same exact characteristics. That means it would have to have the same color, the same thickness, the same refractive index, as well as the same chemical composition. In my professional opinion, I find that latter possibility, that they're coming from another source, somewhat unlikely.
Okay, and you mentioned the uniqueness of each thing. So for instance, that the glass that's in evidence at states 22 and 42 said they have the same complete or the same thickness. Why is that significant in your analysis?
Because it can be a discriminating characteristic. If glasses differ by a certain amount, the other criteria that we follow, if they differ by a certain amount, then I can say that they couldn't have come from the same window if they're different thicknesses.
And what type of glass is in states 22 and 42?
So all the glass that I described is what I call tempered float sheet glass. Tempered means that it's that cubed diced glass that you see when a side window of a vehicle breaks. It's considered safety glass, so those small pieces won't cut you if you get into the vehicle, gets to an accident, or if the window's broken. Tempered glass is found in your home too. Maybe your shower door or sliding glass door may have tempered glass, as opposed to non-tempered glass, which is going to break into sharp, pointy shards that could cut you. So I can tell that just by its appearance and some of its microscopic features that's the kind of glass it is. It's tempered glass. By float, I mean it was made using the float process. So when I use that ultraviolet lamp, one surface fluoresced brightly, which is an indication of the surface that was in contact with that tin bath. So some of that tin leached into that surface. It fluoresces, glows brightly under the UV lamp, so I can call it float glass. The last descriptor is that it's sheet glass, which just means that it's window glass. I can tell that the surfaces are flat, they're smooth. Those frames are not from a bottle or a container or a tableware. They're from a window or a door or some other type of flat glass.
And the tempered float sheet glass, window glass is consistent with what manufacturers would use to place on vehicles as opposed, like you said, to glassware that you may have in your house.
Correct. Almost all side windows and rear windows are going to be made out of tempered float sheet glass.
And as specifically pointed out, I think it was item number 4 and item number 5, that there were some small fragments of bright green glass that you were able to separate as another origin of glass.
Yes, there's one fragment in each.
Okay, and you were able to determine and separate those fragments, 1 in each, 4 and 5, from the other sample, correct? Contained within those samples.
Yes, they were different from the glass in those tins. So in item 4 and in item 5, they were different. And they're also different from the glass standards. So they could not have come from the vehicle windows. They're a different color and they're a different type of glass.
And just to clarify, I'm gonna be clear. So for instance, item number 4, you have your own sample that you pulled out. That sample was the tempered float sheet window glass that you're saying is consistent with vehicle glass, correct?
Yes,
However, the small fragment, the bright green glass, was from a different origin, meaning it could come from a container or another source.
correct.
And same for item number 5. Your sample was consistent with the tempered float sheet glass that comes from vehicle glass window. But the one small fragment that was the light, the bright green glass was from a different source.
Correct.
And as far as the dark gray glass in item number 7 and 8, what was the, why is that glass dark green, for lack of a better term, versus the other glass, which we see as a light green or bluish characteristic?
Typically, modern vehicle manufacturers make the rear passenger windows and the rear window dark gray, which is a natural tinting that so you don't have to put an aftermarket tint on it. It just tints the passenger part of the vehicle.
So you're able to distinguish that dark gray as coming from the rear of the vehicle as opposed to the light, the other colored glass coming from, for instance, the passenger side.
Correct. Usually the front passenger windows are going to be blue-green-ish in color, and then the rear ones will be dark gray, especially in modern vehicles. It's very common now.
And also, as to items number 6, 7, and 8, you indicated, well, let me ask you about the edges of the glass. Is there anything significant in the edges of those glass?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So for instance, the rounded finished edges.
Yes. Yeah, one of the, I'm not sure which exhibit, but one of the exhibits had a rounded finished edge, which is consistent with what you would see in the side window. So if you lower your side window and you feel the top of it, it's smooth, it's rounded. That's what doesn't cut you. So we see that in casework. It's an indication of where it came from.
You said you didn't recall. Will your report refresh your recollection as to where that was found?
Yes.
If you have a moment to refresh your recollection and look up when you're deeper.
So yes, it was glass in items 6 and 7 that had the rounded finished edges, and those are the 2 samples from the side windows of the vehicle.
And how about well, we haven't defined it yet, but what is frit? Can you explain to the jury what frit is?
Frit is the black opaque border you'll see in like windshields and also in rear windows. It serves a couple of purposes. The main one on a windshield is it gives the installer a place to apply the adhesive, so it sticks to the window stays in place. You'll see it on the rear window as well. It creates just a natural boundary for the glass, so it's not so stark visually. You'll also see frit in the side windows. So you'll see the little numbers and codes on side window glass. Sometimes it even says who baked that glass. That's going to be frit. Frit is a ceramic coating basically that put on screen printed onto the glass, and it's fused to the glass. It's almost impossible to scrape off, so it's part of the glass. If I see frit in casework on 2 different samples, I can compare that frit as well as the glass.
And were you able to identify frit in any of the samples that you were provided with?
Yes, some of the standards had frit, the black frit on it.
Can you identify which item numbers? And can you refresh your recollection while you're being recorded?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Item 6 has some numbers in frit on one surface, and there was frit on some fragments in item 8 as well.
And that was an indication, was that also an indication to you that this was coming from a vehicle as opposed to another source of glass? The presence of frit?
Yes.
How about item specific as to item number 8, defroster? What is the significance of that?
The rear windows on vehicles have that defrost capability, and it's basically a metal wire that runs the surface of the glass. Occasionally I see that in casework. So if I do see that, it's an indication that that is a rear window glass source. And item 8 in this case did have a defroster wire or a metal coating that was consistent with defroster wire on one surface. And the item 8 was from a rear window.
Okay, and you mentioned in your opinion regarding the fact that it's your opinion that the latter possibility is considered unlikely. How are you able to narrow down the probability of that second hypothesis?
There's a couple of things that factor into that. One is the fact that I'm using discriminating techniques that distinguish glasses from one another, different sources of glass. Like I said, I'm looking for differences. So if I find a difference, then I can say that these 2 samples are not like one another and it could not have come from that source. So when I don't find a difference, then I can say that they're like one another. The question is, it either came from this source of the standards, the vehicle, or from another source. That other source would have to have the same exact characteristics. So in this case, you'd have to have a source of 2 types of glass, light blue green and dark gray in color, that were broken. They have to be broken to be deposited at that scene, and it would have to be at that scene. So the pool of potential sources that exist is limited. Not every vehicle is going to have glass like the glass in this case. Not every Jeep may have glass like the glass in this case. Like I said, over time, glass can change from one plant, and glass will vary from plant to plant. So while it is possible that another source deposited glass at the scene, and it was exactly like the glass in this case, I find it still unlikely just based on those factors.
The fact that it would have to be another vehicle with broken glass, so it wouldn't be every Jeep on the road, correct?
Correct, it would have to be right.
A motion to freedom? Nothing further.
Thank you, Linda. We'll take a short recess.
We have no questions.
No question.
No questions.
All right, so is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can step down, sir. You're excused, ladies and gentlemen. We are recessed now. Do not discuss the case. Don't tell me anything about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. For research, protest under chair. Thank you.
I apologize for not being recorded.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the principal of jury will defend the defense with counsel, assist state attorneys. And I think you, Michael Kelly, is that right? Yes. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Michael Kelly,
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
and Michael, M-I-C-H-A, Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. That microphone in front of you will jump up or down, but does not move back and forth, all right?
That's on.
Ready to go, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. How are you today?
Good afternoon, I'm fine. But it's cold.
Mr. Kelly, where do you work?
I work for the Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Miramar Police Department?
I worked for Miramar Police 21 years.
What is your current job description?
My current job description is crime scene supervisor.
Prior to becoming the crime scene supervisor, what other hats have you worn at the Miramar Police Department?
I became the supervisor, and obviously you were selected. You move up from being a crime scene investigator to be supervisor, and with the right qualification for the job.
In terms of the time frame that you've been a supervisor, how long is that?
I've been a supervisor for 16 years.
Prior to that, how long were you a crime scene investigator?
Say it again, sorry.
Prior to that, how many years were you a crime scene investigator?
Before I was crime scene investigator for the first 6 years.
What types of training and education do you have to work in crime scene?
Training, that's a very, very good question. I remember answering in federal court a few months ago. What is the main requirements to be a crime scene investigator? Now, it's not just one master's, PhD in crime scene. Forensic science, yes. Biology, chemistry. But crime scene is a multitask job. And one of the best ways to be working in this field is to be certified with the International Association for Identification, which is a worldwide forensic body. And for crime scene certification, it's every 5 years. You have to take recertification, exam, physical exam, practical exams. And it's ongoing. It doesn't just stay the same. The forensic field keeps changing. You see, the term is over here. They take the bar exam once in their career.
So investigate.
But crime scene is ongoing. 5 years, every 5 years, different material. Why does it change? You have to have continuous certification.
Are you certified by any accredited body?
Yes, I am certified in crime scene investigation and forensic photography.
How long have you held those certifications?
How long? So, well, I just took my recent one for May this year.
Okay. How long prior to that have you had it?
Since I'm on my fourth certification, so I've done it 20 years.
In terms of casework, how much of your day-to-day work is in crime scene and forensics?
I was, apart from supervising, I'm supervising, mentoring, coaching, training people. So I would say most of it, 80% is actual crime scene work and 20% is supervisory.
As part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, did you have the opportunity to respond on October 26th of 2018 to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, I did. And unfortunately, my day stops when somebody else ends. In this case, too.
So, Investigator Kelly, with regards to your primary role that day, what were you assigned to do?
I respond to this hospital, this Vermont hospital, emergency driver. I go there frequently. That's what emergency room's for. Everybody gets shot, stabbed, and up in the hospital. So this call for this scene to assist the investigator, Morgan Curran, who responded to it. And I responded to assist. And I worked on the driver of the car. When I got to the hospital, there's the Jeep, gray Jeep Trailhawk, multiple bullet holes. And I started with the Jeep photographs first, and then with the driver to process it.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with the photographs that you took on that day. I'm now approaching what has been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states AAA for identification purposes. The photographs that are attached here, have you had the opportunity to review those prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took on October 26th of 2018 at Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, they did.
Here at this time, the state is requesting the state's AAA in as a composite of photographs and USB and published to the jury.
Sure, any objection?
Subject to the standard representation with respect to the contents of the USB.
Yeah.
Making that representation, counsel, yes?
Yeah, yes again.
How many photographs are there?
So it's just one moment, Your Honor, it's going to require me to do math, so please bear with me. There's 81 and 11, 92 photos in total.
Thank you, so it's positive 92 photographs.
States AAA would be more expensive.
Okay, starting with the initial Jeep photographs. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you take a photo of a clipboard?
This is the first photograph I take for identification. It's the photo signing sheet, so it shows me a case number, like 2018, the month, and the actual case number, which is 06269, the type of case, sexual battery, burglary. In this case, it's a homicide, and then I write the address, the location. And underneath, you'll have the date and the time when I first started taking the photo.
So the 0645, is that military time?
That's the time. It was 6:45 in the morning, but the time when I started taking the photos.
The next photos, this is documenting what?
I was trying to show where the location is. And if you have a street sign, wonderful. In this case, it's hospital.
When you're looking here at this photograph, what view are we looking at of the hospital?
We're looking at an exterior photograph showing the emergency driver. And as you can see, it's being sealed off with a yellow barrier tape, the marked police vehicle. So that's the exterior with a photograph showing the actual emergency room driver. And the next photograph will show the overhang, which is a patient walk-on emergency.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so if you can always touch it to highlight areas of the photograph. Yes. So if you could move the red cursor to the subject vehicle that you were there to initially document.
So it should be the vehicle.
Okay. Moving on to the next photograph.
The next photograph is the vehicle again. It's a dark gray Jeep Compass, which is called the Trail Hall.
And in terms of this little item up here in the top corner, do you know what that is?
Yes, it's the hospital's surveillance security camera.
Moving on to the next photo, what are you showing here?
Well, that's photos of the Jeep, and the driver's door was open, and the passenger driver's side door was open. So I took photographs of the Jeep in situ, how we find it.
Do you manipulate it in any way at this time?
Nobody in there. So the next photograph shows the rear of the Jeep.
Okay.
To show the windshield was completely shattered. Triangle, and that was the tag numbers, identify the vehicle.
And what tag number is this vehicle identified by in the state of Florida?
Was that-
What state of Florida tag number is this vehicle identified by?
This is the Florida tag number, AEK-G22.
Thank you so much. And finally, moving on to this exterior photo.
Well, this will show passenger door window smashed, the rear passenger door window was smashed, and then you can see bullet holes in the passenger door, the rear passenger door.
Okay.
As you notice now, the daylight started. Right. So the lighting is changing a little bit. Same picture of the Jeep. Two doors I mentioned before are open.
So Investigator Kelly, do you take overall establishing shots first for a specific reason?
Correct. That's what I call my establishing picture to show what evidence is there.
Are you looking for evidence and potential evidence while you're taking these photos?
Yes, I'm looking at what I'm photographing, and eventually I'm looking underneath the vehicle. I did not go inside the vehicle. Why? Because I was informed of eventual team at search warrant.
Investigator Kelly, when you're taking these initial documentary photos, do you have any briefing or any background information about what has supposedly happened?
The only thing I was told is drive-by shooting. The driver drove up to the emergency room, patient drop-off with 2 victims, both with gunshots. So that was the only information I received at that point.
Do you make contact with detectives who are doing interviews while on scene?
Yeah, I made contact with Detective Hector Bertrand and gave me a brief, and he then requested me to process the driver of this vehicle.
Okay. So we're going to continue forward with the vehicle itself. Is there a benefit to taking photos in daylight versus under the artificial fluorescent lights of the hospital?
It does help a little bit in daylight. Daylight you can see, of course. And but it's still in shadow, it's still dark. So that way, when it's dark as it is, I have to use the flash more to show these pictures, try to show the details of the bullet holes.
Do you label them or mark them in any way at the scene?
Say it again, Brian.
Do you label or mark the bullet holes in any way at the scene?
No.
So going forward through the photos of the Jeep.
Yeah, this is I didn't go inside the vehicle, but I could take photographs from the open doors to show the interior. This is the rear passenger seat. And as you noted, there's many items, there's thick congealed blood, there's many items inside the vehicle.
Do you remember what the weather was like that morning?
Say again, you said?
Do you remember what the weather was like
The
that
weather
morning?
was hot, humid, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. It wasn't raining, dry, humid. Early morning Friday. This is a rear trunk area.
And it's still, you're not entering the vehicle in any way, shape, or form for these photos.
Yeah, and there's a black hole back there. This is the VIN number.
I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. What is a VIN number?
So the VIN number here is C4N JDD B2JT198929.
What are you documenting in this photo?
This is the driver's seat, and various items inside it. This is the exterior of the driver's door. Then again, those are some marks, the damage to the vehicle in the hood, the bumper area.
As a crime scene investigator, do you respond out to run-of-the-mill car crashes?
I think it's on the question.
Do you go to hit and runs on the side of the road as a crime scene investigator?
I did.
In terms of the documentation that you do for a crash, is that something you, as part of your training and experience that you would have been done over the past 20-some years in crime scene?
Yes, I did have experience in photographing vehicles involved.
Okay.
And of course, when you do, for example, if it's an accident vehicle, you do want to document the damage to the vehicle.
Okay.
The hood is damaged. As you can see, it's misaligned there.
Did you have any idea as to when that damage could have occurred?
No idea how the damage occurred.
What is your job when you're doing this?
Document, collect evidence, and process evidence.
So after you finish doing all of the exterior photos of the Jeep, what do you do next?
As I explained before, I then went to meet the driver of this vehicle.
Do you make sure that this Jeep is sealed?
What do you mean? See?
Do you secure the doors and other areas of the Jeep with evidence tape?
Yes. Prior to the search warrant, we will then seal out the vehicle with red evidence tape.
Moving on, there's now a photo placard A in this photo.
A is a bullet projectile, which is by the passenger side rear tire.
Is that the item in question?
This is it. Correct.
And do you know what this little gray round thing is over on this side?
That was the file stand cap from time.
In terms of this view here, why do you take multiple photos of placard A?
Take multiple photographs to show the location, general shots, partition shot, and then close-ups. And the next photograph shows the seal and sealing up the vehicle. Red evidence tape, check my initials and so on.
Okay, and you do that around the entire vehicle?
Yes.
How do you transport the vehicle from the hospital?
We could use a tow truck service. And when we do tow, so for example here, A and B, I document it being put onto a flatbed, and then I escort it to a secure facility. So in that way, we know nobody touches the vehicle, nobody opens the door, we don't break the seal. So we use a tow truck to take it to a secure facility.
Do you then secure it in the facility and secure that with evidence tape as well?
Correct. And we take it to the, this was a wet station, and I seal up the door, lock the all the shutters to preserve the evidence.
Okay. Going now, you mentioned you processed an individual at the hospital.
Correct.
Who was that individual you processed?
Name was Cortland Henry.
Where was Mr. Henry being held or kept?
It's in this room, so photo shows, isolation exam room 18.
Was anyone else in the room with Mr. Henry when you went in there?
There was an officer guarding him, yes.
Is this how you found Mr. Henry when you entered? Did you explain?
So I photographed victim, a suspect, and photograph them, and search for how you find them. I also look to see if there's any visible injuries, any blood on the hands, for example, so I'm photographing the hands. And we photograph tattoos, any form of identification marks.
And was Mr. Henry wearing a hospital-issued identification tag or bracelet?
Well, there's a hospital identification tag for hand equipment.
So the items over here on the floor, what are those?
These are the clothing that Cortland Henry was wearing when he came into the hospital. Now, I didn't see him wearing the clothes, but that's what the responding, the first officer told me. This is his clothes that was in the room with him. And typical hospital procedures, they take off the clothes. Which is why every time I go to the hospital, they're all naked. Well, they remove the clothing. And there's two bags here. One has the footwear and the other bag has the clothing.
Okay, I'm going to start and show you what's in previous discussion to defense counsel as state triple C. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize it.
How do you recognize this?
Oh, it had my handwriting on it. It has my initial date, and it does give a brief description of what it is.
What is that item?
This item is a t-shirt, black t-shirt with Drew Film Edit written on it.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Let's see that.
Was there 2 cuttings taken from that shirt and done by you at a later date?
That is was collected from this shirt, yes.
Is that the shirt packaged as it was after you took the cuttings?
Yes, this is how I packaged the evidence after I have collected my evidence from it. Item.
Here at this time, the state would request to treat states triple C in as our next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
52.
It will be admitted.
States triple C mark states 52.
And that's under Kelly, if I can be so kind as to ask you to publish this shirt. There are gloves to your left, and I will grab you some scissors.
I'll skip the lunch. I go right for lunch.
small logo on the front of the t-shirt first.
Yes, this is the front of the t-shirt.
Okay. And if you so kind as to show the back.
And this is the back of the t-shirt.
Thank you so much. If you'd be kind enough to repackage that. Now showing you what's been marked as state triple D for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do recognize it.
What are those items?
I listed the 3 items in the package. And they are a cutting from the blood stain on the front of that t-shirt, and a cutting from the rear of the t-shirt. And then I have a swab from the blood stain on the Air Jordan sneakers, which is this.
And is that in the same or substantially same conditions when you collected that and processed it?
This.
Here at this time, the statement requested states triple D in as states 55.
Without objection.
53.
Thank you, it'll be admitted without objection.
States triple D, marked states 50.
So with regards to the cuttings that are in there that you described, are those subsets or taken from that shirt that was introduced as states 52?
The first 2 items were taken from the Ethic t-shirt.
Okay. So I'm now showing you what's been marked as states triple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the hoodie, black hoodie, and also the t-shirt has been removed and repackaged. But the other item inside here is a plastic container, blue plastic container.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
You said one item was repackaged. What was that item?
The t-shirt, which I just shown you before.
Your Honor, at this time, the state you're requesting your states triple E in.
Without objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
State 54.
States triple E, marked states 54.
You'd be so kind as to publish the sweatshirt from in there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, if you can package that back up, I'm going to give you now what's been marked as state triple F for identification purposes. Do you recognize state triple F?
Yes, I do recognize this.
What is that?
This is the sneakers. These sneakers are in the photo up there.
Are they in the same?
Right here.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th, 2018?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple F in as 55.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
States triple F, marked states 55.
Okay. I want to go back out to the scene of the Jeep again for a moment. Did the projectile by photo marker A, did you recover that particular item?
I did.
Okay. Now approaching with what's been marked as states triple G for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Has my writing, it doesn't seal a description of what this item is. And that's the flat and bullet projectile, which I used the photo marker A on the crime scene photographs.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th, 2018?
Yes.
Here at this
I
time,
believe it was in 2018.
here at this time, the state would request to move states triple G in as states 56.
The objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States triple G, marked states 56.
So going through the photos here, the back one. Did you conduct a analysis on the hands or processing hands of Portland Henry?
Yes, I did what called GSR, Gunshot, Residue, GSR.
Did you do one or two of those?
I do 2 tests. Now, there's always a dilemma which one you do first. In this case, I did the evidential one first for laboratory testing. And my secondary test was presumptive test.
So I'm going to approach it that's been previously marked as state H for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize that item?
My handwriting, my evidence seal, and the description of what this is. It is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. This is a collection kit we use for laboratory testing with the SEM, which is a scanning electronic microscope.
Does Miramar have a scanning electron microscope at the police department that you can use?
No, it's a scanning electron microscope is not optical. You may remember from your science stage when you could look through an optical magnifier for blood, see the squiggly thing moving around. Because gunpowder residue is too small, you need electronic scanning microscope. It's not optical, it works by electron. Almost like sonar radar. This ping and bounces back. And that's the only way you can see or detect gunshot residue. You have to remember.
So Investigator Kelly, interrupt you for a moment. Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
You're at this time, the state would request to move states H in.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States 56,
57.
57. Thank you, Travis. Okay, so now looking back up at the photo that's up on the screen, if you could describe what is the next gunshot residue test that you did.
This is a photograph I took of the presumptive GSR kit I did from Portland Henry. And the photograph, you put the description of the name, and I'm trying to take a photograph of the actual results.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you interpret these results?
Yeah. To interpret these results, we're looking at blue specks, which will react. It's a chemical reaction to the nitrate. So blue specks will give a positive identification.
So on here, there's kind of a reddish brown. Is that a positive identification?
Well, obviously, when you swipe somebody's hand or swatch, you can get grime, blood, and so forth. It's not blood, but other articles will attach to the swab. I couldn't see any real blue to me. I couldn't see that in the test.
So going forward, did you have an occasion where you collected DNA swabs regarding the victims in this case? Were they given to your care, custody, and control?
DNA swab from who?
That would be DNA swabs 3, 4, 49, 54, 87, 88, and 89.
Yes, I did collect these.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in 2018?
Yes.
And then for the record, this has been labeled as states III for identification. And this time the state would offer states III into evidence as states 58.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States III mark states 58.
Okay. I'm approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked for identification purposes only as states BBB. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before coming into court today?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the processing of the items that we just put into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Is there any additional photo of items that are no longer in the custody of the Miramar Police Department?
The additional photograph would be the jewelry. I didn't collect that at the hospital. It was handed to me later by Officer Hadley.
Did you process it and document that jewelry?
I did.
And in terms of the disposition of that jewelry, do you know what happened to it?
No.
Would that be documented on a property receipt?
Of course.
And did the states, photos of states BBB fairly and accurately represent your documentation and processing?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state was requesting the states BBB in and published to the jury.
No
objection.
No objection.
One moment, Your Honor.
States BBB would be marked states 59.
Have a USB, and it looks like it's going to just a moment coming photograph. 18 photographs, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel.
Okay, going here, there's a number and a letter associated with this image. What does that tell you when you're looking at it?
Yeah, this is a photograph of the clothing, and I give it a new identification mark. Did
you separate the shirt from the sweatshirt and document it further?
Correct. Sweatshirt and t-shirt together, and the blue container.
The item in now photo marker labeled B.
Yes, I've given the container B for identification, and it shows the cannabis.
Moving on to item that's labeled C. Is that what has been previously entered into evidence as the shirt?
Yes, this is the t-shirt I just shown the jury, and this is the front of the t-shirt.
Was there an item of interest on the front of the t-shirt?
Yeah, we have two small specks of blood on the front of the t-shirt. That's a close-up photograph to show small specks of blood.
Same close-up photograph of that?
Yes, that's close-up.
Moving on to the rear of that t-shirt.
This is the rear, and there's another small speck of blood on the rear. And that's very small.
And in terms of how do you know this is the rear versus the front?
So I've given the C for front, C for right, C front, C rear.
And so did you then process and document the sweatshirt?
This is a sweatshirt, and these are the sneakers.
And one of the items that you put in was a swab of a blood stain from the sneakers. Is that indicated in the photo we're looking at here?
Yes, on the right at the bottom there of the sneaker, there's a very small blood stain.
And then the jewelry here that was given to you for processing by Officer Hadley?
That is correct, this is the jewelry.
So that's gone through most of what you did on October 26th, 2018 so far. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to prevent cross-contamination while you're analyzing items in the lab?
To prevent cross-contamination, we change our gloves frequently for every item we handle. Of course, wearing a mask. And wearing tie-back protection where required, if it's blood stain. Anything you can do to prevent cross-contamination. You can package each item separately, handle each item separately with the gloves on, so you can change it. It's surprising how many boxes of blood you go through when you do that.
Do you document every single time you change your gloves? Do you write it down in your report every time you change your gloves?
Not every time, I just put in a brief part of my report, I change gloves frequently.
Okay.
I don't specifically say how many gloves I use, it's just that I change frequently.
Okay, going on to October 31st of 2018. Did you assist Miramar crime scene technician Christopher Carter in documenting the search warrant of the Jeep?
Yes, I did. I helped him with moving items, changing them left, turning over, both sides, and so forth. So I did assist them, yes.
Did you assist later on November 25th of 2018, did you assist Morgan Curry with processing an MVAC filter?
Yes, I did.
Going forward to November 28th of 2018, did you assist in doing a trajectory analysis?
Yes, I did.
And so what was the goal of the trajectory analysis?
The goal for this trajectory analysis was basically to show approximate height of the shooter. At this time, I didn't know where the original shooting had taken place. The hospital was the second proceeding. So using trajectory strings and rods, I can determine approximate height of the shooter. In this case, it's between 5'10" and 4'8".
And in terms of the shooting reconstruction, is that a separate procedure that is done as opposed to a trajectory analysis?
Correct.
The information that you had with regards to a drive-by, was that still the information you thought when you were doing this trajectory analysis?
Yes, that's still the only information I had at that time.
the cuttings that were made, was that done on or about December 24th of 2018?
On December the 24th. I'm sorry, what did we do then?
The cuttings, is that?
Oh, yes, the cuttings. The t-shirt I just showed you, I took cutting. The reason is the labs usually prefer the cutting sometimes as opposed to a swab. Why? It gives them a better chance for DNA extraction.
In terms of other times that you were called out, did you assist some of the other crime scene technicians with processing the vehicle in various ways?
I did assist my staff with various aspects of this investigation.
Other than what we have previously talked about, did you collect any other items of evidence?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In terms of the keys to the Jeep, were those present when you were doing these various search warrants?
Sorry, who was present?
The keys, the car keys.
Oh, the car keys.
Were they there? Yes. Were they provided?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, thank you.
No.
Very cross-examination, this witness?
Yes, sir.
If you're ready, man. Thank you.
Sir, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for being with us. Just have a few questions to clarify. You began, well, let me start where you finished, about this trajectory analysis. You said that the purpose of your trajectory analysis was to establish the approximate height of the chute.
That's what I said.
Would that'd be one reason. And the other would be to determine the flight path of the projectile.
That's correct.
Okay, so, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, and you used string to do this?
Strings and rods.
Strings and rods, okay, let's set the rods aside for a second. The strings that you use, the way that you use them is that you affix them to the bullet holes that you saw.
Correct. To try and fix a string, we use a glue tack.
A piece of gum, essentially.
Okay, it's a good way to say it.
Right. So you took a piece of gum, and if I may approach, let us assume, would you step around here and help me out? Let us assume, for example, that this witness stand is the vehicle. And you perceive there to be a bullet hole at this location.
Okay.
So demonstrate for me, I know we got the bullet hole string affixed to the bullet hole with a piece of gum here. Tell me how you perceive it.
There's a bullet hole in the gum. And that's a very important item you need is another hole. A good bullet should actually need 2 or 3 holes. Gives you some idea of a fight. One hole, where you can't tell which way the bullet trajectory is coming in.
Okay, so let's just to be clear. Any of the analyses that you performed, you did on at least 2 holes that you assumed or concluded represented the flight path of a single projectile. Correct?
Correct. If you remember, they've got the rear windshield completely shut. Okay. So there's no holes in the glass.
Right.
But it's going into the rear seat.
Okay. So one of the holes would be the first hole in the back of the rear seat. And the second hole would be where?
If it goes through, then you have to move.
Okay. So the holes that you analyzed with your string and gum were holes that perforated the back of the seat and you could tell where they exited another part of the seat.
The ones in the seat finish there. Like some bullets get into the victim. It didn't continue to the front seat. I know one did, but we're talking about the string area. It ended there. It didn't continue.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out where the 2 holes are. One would be the back of the seat and the other would be the front of the seat. Okay. So those were your 2 holes. All right. We'll take this from there. You have 1 hole in the front of the seat, right? And you have a hole in the back of the seat. The seat might be wider. And you affix the string on which side of the hole?
whichever area you can attach the gun to. Is it possible to do that? Usually something.
Well, if it's on the outer area, how are you sure that you have identified the correct trajectory as it relates to the hole in front of the seat?
Swing is for this part, and then you can use a box. You have to push it all the way through.
So there you would push the rod through the hole. It will come out on the other side, the front side of the seat, which would indicate to you the trajectory. And then you would fix the string on the back of that rod, and then you extend backwards. Okay, and that's how you proceed. So there was no string that was affixed to the back of the seat that was not done so in relation to a rod that had been put through the hole.
String is too much out to go through.
Understood.
The reason why you want the string. The string is, as you know, other area to attach to, so then the gun will go from this way.
Okay, but the angle that you extend the string backward is dictated by the rod that has been put through the hole and meets the other hole in front. That's again. You don't sound sure.
Say it again, so you say it again.
The angle that you extend that string backward from the back of the seat is dictated by the angle of the rod that has gone through that hole to the hole in front.
You're saying that the angle from the rod is dictated by
the angle of the string is dictated by the angle of the rod that you had already placed through that hole.
Okay.
Right? That is, I'm not the expert. You tell me. Is that what happened?
Not great.
Well, is that what you did?
I don't remember now, but I
Wouldn't you
remember
have?
swing part.
I'm sorry.
One at a time.
I'm sorry. That's my fault. No. I need you here. I understand if you are having failing recollection. This was a one thing. But as a scientific matter, would it not have to be the angle of that string coming out, which you extended, would it not have to be dictated by the angle of the rod that you have placed in there?
But it has to be consistent. You have to remember, bullets don't always go completely straight. Bullets twist, turn up and down. So the theory is, it's possible that anything can happen with bullet trajectory. Flight path doesn't always go smooth and straight.
I understand that. Okay. And I assume it's not.
To try and determine if I've got two holes with no exterior.
Okay. So you're up against a difficult task. Let's concede that, right? And in performing that task, how, if you didn't dictate the angle that you extended that string backward by the rod that was placed inside, how would you know what angle to extend backward?
I don't know exactly.
How do you know it?
It's
Yes,
an approximate angle, height is what I'm looking for.
But I mean, the height's dictated by two things. The angle that string extends backward and the location of the person who fired.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm Shaquille O'Neal,
Yes.
I could fire from here and I would be up here. And if I were Gary Coleman,
Objection, counsel testifying.
and if I were Gary Coleman, remember different strokes? Short guy. If I was a short guy and I was firing from here, it would create the same angle as it would if I were Shaquille O'Neal back here.
Well, no, that's a very interesting thing.
Okay.
What's your point about that? But you have to remember, people shoot. If it's normal people, you expect people to shoot. I know, right? But who knows when you're going to shoot again? You can shoot down here. You can shoot like this. So it's never, your theory, it's got to be this way. It has to be this way. You don't know unless you actually witnessing the shooting and an angle of how the gun was held. So your theory is, I think about it. Right, you shot here, you shot there.
Thank you. So, let me clarify. If I have two people, one is 4'8", one is 6'2". Let's assume for purposes of my example that they both are extending the firearm at the same angle from their bodies, from their respective bodies. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation, counsel testifying.
Which comes up?
same angle, the person who is this short would expel a projectile that would enter whatever the target is at the same angle as somebody who is this tall. Can we agree on that fundamental principle?
I agree.
Okay. And as you correctly stated, there are even more variables. That is, and I wasn't trying to outsmart you, couldn't do that. They could be firing at one angle, could be firing at another angle, at any variety of angles. So in order to determine the approximate height, which was what you were attempting to do.
Excuse me, turn off the phone, please.
Which is what you were attempting to do, right?
That's what I was attempting to do it. Okay.
And it's approximate.
That's right. Oh, like I said, I don't know if it was a tripod, moving. Okay, so it's one part of it.
So now we have several variables. What angle the person is holding the gun,
Correct.
how far back they are, correct, and how tall they are.
Oh, three factors.
Three factors.
Yeah.
So with all those three variables, which one did you know?
I did not know.
You didn't know any.
I know.
So would you agree with me that when you have three variables that, at a minimum, there are probably more than we have to consider, three variables that affect your analysis, none of which you know, you would agree with me that your exercise was essentially a futile one?
Well, you have a good point. Could it be math with that? Could be. And the other parts of the exam as well, we've not mentioned.
That would even create more possible inaccuracies, right?
You don't know. So would you try to work out what happened? Where was she? Who was she? Approximately.
Understood. You said you don't know everything. In this scenario, you don't know anything, correct?
I agree with you. I didn't know anything about what happened. Okay. I never saw a video, you know. Wasn't on scene.
Okay. So knowing nothing and embarking upon essentially a futile exercise, knowing nothing going in means that coming out of that exercise, you know nothing, correct?
Well, the way you say it makes it appear, maybe.
Make it appear different for you. Well, what I'm saying is, if there are several variables that affect your experiment, none of which you... Sure, I'm sorry. Please, resume your seat. I don't mean to be...
Yeah.
Excuse me, guys. Have a seat, Mr. Kelly, and Allison, just resume asking your question.
Thanks. If you're engaged in an exercise that requires you to know certain factors, and you know none of them.
So your question is...
I'm sorry for a second.
Any of them. And you know none of them. Strike. The exercise in which you were engaged requires you to know certain variables, correct?
It does require you. If you know the variable, it certainly will help you, yes.
And if you don't know the variables, any of them, then you cannot perform an accurate test.
It's difficult to perform an accurate result if you do not know all the variables, correct?
Okay. I just want you to change one word in that statement. It's impossible, not difficult. It's impossible.
Objection argument step.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it possible?
Well, anything is possible. It's like you may have cheated on your bowling exam. I don't know. Possible? I didn't say all that, but it's possible.
Right.
Anything is possible.
All right, now let's bring it back to what I was just saying. Is it possible to conduct an accurate trajectory analysis if you do not know the height of the person involved?
I disagree with you because But so that means doesn't always come down to height of machine, it's also angle.
Okay. So if you know the distance at which the person was, and you know the trajectory, then you can determine the height, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if you don't know the distance, and all you know is the trajectory, which you are approximating to begin, it's impossible to determine anything that's useful to an investigation. If the answer is yes, just say yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible. It's still some valid forensic work, in my opinion. You can say what you like, you can tell your children what you like. But you wasn't there, I wasn't there. You can say, oh, anything is possible. Maybe, we still don't know exactly what happened.
You have anything you want to add to that?
Objection, Your
Sustain.
You also conducted, I believe, a swab of Mr. Cortland Henry's hands, did you not?
Swab from his hand, you said?
I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Did you conduct a swab that, of Cortland Henry from any part of his being?
From Cortland Henry, I collected oral swabs for DNA.
You didn't do any swab on his hands at all?
We did the GSR collection.
Okay, so that you don't refer to that as a swab. Correct. I'm sorry. So you did a GSR, you attempted to do something to his hand to determine whether or not he had GSR.
The purpose of GSR will give you an indication if you fired a weapon or you've been in close contact when a weapon was discharged.
And you conducted a test on site?
Correct. Called presumptive test.
A presumptive test. And you also sent, what is the thing that you sent back to the lab for the other test?
That is the Trifecta evidentiary gunshot residue collection kit for the scanning electronic microscope, which is valid in court. It's a scientific test.
And your presumptive test showed negative.
Correct.
And you know that a lab test showed positive.
That is correct.
Sustain.
Let me ask you this. Was your presumptive test accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
Motion second. Motion second. What does?
I have what I believe to be a recorded because I can take a peek.
Sure.
If his memory refreshed, he doesn't.
I want to go ahead.
Go ahead.
And maybe I should mark it for purposes of identification as defendant's one.
Use letters for identification.
Oh, I'm sorry. Defendant's A.
Yeah, in terms of the report, objection, do you want to sidebar?
Sure.
They couldn't get him together. I will say that he's a likable witness, but he isn't answering the question. I agree with you.
May I? Yeah. I'd like to approach you, sir, and show you what I have marked as defendant's exhibits for identification purposes only, A and B. And I want you to tell me if those are both parts of reports that you want.
Okay.
I also want you to tell me, without revealing what the context is, if the items identified as Roman numeral 1 through 8 on Exhibit A is intended to convey information of the same nature as those that are labeled 1 through 8 on Exhibit B. Not if they're the same thing, but if they're intended to convey information of the same nature.
So your question is,
I want you to look at both.
Council, watch come sidewalk, please.
Did you look at that?
yes, I did.
Am I reading correct? Sorry, strike that. When you were determining approximate heights of shooters, did you determine the approximate height of a shooter at 2 feet 8 inches tall?
No, what you're referring to on the report is not the height of a shooter. That is, the bullet holes on the passenger side of the door was the actual measurement from the ground up to each bullet hole. It's just to show the height.
Okay.
Nothing to do with bullet flight now.
Okay, that's what I want.
And I can explain, as I'm trying to explain to show it, you need 2 to 3 bullet holes through 1, 2, 3 to give you some indication. If there's just one bullet hole, it's not, how can I say, it's no real forensic test to determine the proper bullet flight path if you only have one hole.
Okay. So the indications 5'10", 5'3", 5'1", 4'10" are approximate heights.
Sustain.
Say sure.
Come sidewalk.
Okay, correct?
Well, I proved it 7.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know why they put that white noise on instead of muting it, but I think this is pretty important. So I don't want us to miss a second of the question that he asked. So just kind of bear with me for a moment while we wait for them to finish their little bench conference up there, okay? Because we need to know about these heights.
You, sir, came up with height trajectory. The highest one you came up with, not trajectory, the height of shooter, the highest one you approximated was 5'10", correct?
Well, I proved it 7, approximately 5'10" from the rear shooter.
The lowest, the shortest shooter height that you approximated was 4'8", right?
That's what that said is that the approximate angle from that was 4'8", yes.
Approximate angle or approximate height?
I mean, approximate height, I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also approximated a height of 5'3".
Yes, I did.
And you approximated a height of 4'10".
I did.
And you approximated a height of 4'9".
I did.
And you approximated a height of 5'1".
Correct.
Okay. Let's get back now to the blood analysis or swabs. Strike that. The blood observations you made on the clothing that belonged to Cortland Henry.
Okay.
You analyzed a sweatshirt and a t-shirt, right?
Well, I will call it a hoodie.
A hoodie.
Yeah.
A hoodie.
T-shirt.
And a t-shirt.
Correct.
And you found any blood on the hoodie?
No. Not on the hoodie.
But you found blood on the t-shirt.
Yes. Underneath the hoodie.
You found blood on the t-shirt underneath the hoodie, both in the front of that t-shirt and in the back.
That is correct.
Okay. 1 second. Was there ever a time that you went inside the vehicle and issued the gray Jeep that we've seen several pictures, photographs of that you took?
If you're referring to one that's at the hospital, I didn't go inside the Jeep at that time.
Okay, so you never retrieved any of the items from inside?
That's correct. I did not retrieve anything inside the Jeep.
The only reason and only time that you went inside is when you were sticking your gum and string on the seat, right?
The only time I really went inside that Jeep was when we had the search warrant for when I attached the strings and rods. Yes, that's correct.
And you were telling us that in your report, you typically document the fact that you change gloves.
Say it again, you said it's fine
that you change latex gloves during the process of your handling of evidence.
That is correct.
But you don't necessarily document each time that you do.
I find it difficult to put in a report every time you change gloves, like every time you open a door or so forth. So I usually put in a body of my report. I change gloves frequently for each item I change.
Okay.
As opposed to listing, I change the glove for this item. I extend it, I handle this, and I change the glove for this one, and so forth. So make it more clear, concise, just easy to say, logical to say, I change my glove frequently every time I handle a piece of evidence.
So the way that you phrase it in your reports is that I change my gloves frequently to indicate that you're changing it several times. Correct?
Correct. Well, but I don't think that's something else to say. The purpose of this is so we don't create any contamination. Now, my DNA is not on any of the evidence. This was my fingerprint. Why? Because I changed the last frequently. I don't touch the evidence with my bare hand.
Another way that you can contaminate evidence, as opposed to putting your own DNA and fingerprints on it, is by transferring DNA from one item that you are handling to another.
Correct. That's called cross-contamination.
And the way that you avoid that is when you handle one item, you use one set of gloves, right?
Correct.
And then when you're gonna handle another item, you change gloves so as to ensure no cross-contamination.
That's the general procedure, crime scene work, handling evidence.
Okay, and it's not only a general procedure, it's a necessary procedure, or you could engage in cross-contamination.
Of course, it's crucial you don't contaminate evidence.
So if you find, for example, and you're a supervisor?
Correct.
In this area of crime scene analysis, right? Okay. So if you find, for example, a number of articles in the same location, is it still proper to change your gloves when you're dealing with each item?
Difficult to say. I know myself, I changed my gloves, even though it's in the same area.
And why do you do that?
I don't create any cross-contamination. It's when I want to go to a scene, I've got my box of gloves with me, change. We go through them frequently. And the fun thing is, the command staff always complain about the cost, which using too many gloves. 40 quid, part of the job. Change it up.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Is there any redirect?
Briefly, with regards to the trajectory rods and strings, you document heights of items. Are you documenting the height at which the trajectory was coming out of the back window, where the back window would have been if it was still on this?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 o'clock, and we'll call it a day. Trustee Summer, sir.
That was pretty much the end of that day, but y'all know we just keep it moving. We are now on day 4. We are now on day 4. And okay, Dow, because Dow is there right now. I have not seen a smoking gun yet or anything at this point telling me that he absolutely did this. So again, y'all, this is my first time watching it, so I really don't know what to expect. And I'm excited to see what happens. Or I'm sorry, what gets introduced next. I have very little background on it, so you guys are keeping me honest in the comments, which I absolutely love. And we figuring it out. Come on, sis. What time course start? Are y'all back talking? Okay. We'll get to our Thank God. Thank God, Kim. Ooh, I want to see him. I want to see him. Very much so. No windows.
What is gunshot residue, commonly referred to as GSR?
Yes, so gunshot residue in the broadest sense of the term is referring to all of the particles that result from the discharging of a firearm. However, when I am talking about gunshot residue, I am referring specifically to the particles that come from the primer, which is one of the parts of the cartridge.
Okay. And what is the primer? And you can give us kind of a summary because you did hear from an expert yesterday regarding it.
Sure. So when you're thinking about a cartridge, it has the projectile or the bullet in it. It has gunpowder, and then at the bottom of the cartridge is something called the primer cap. And inside of there is a mixture called the primer. And that contains a couple of different compounds that together contain the metals of lead, barium, and antimony.
So lead, barium, and antimony.
Yes.
Okay, we'll remember those three. So how is it that gunshot residue is produced and deposited in a manner in which you then analyze?
So whenever a firearm is discharged and the trigger is pulled, this causes something inside of the firearm called the firing pin to strike the primer cap. So it'll hit the bottom of that cartridge and this will start a reaction. So this will cause the primer to burn, and the burning of the primer causes the gunpowder to burn. So as the gunpowder burns, there is a buildup of high heat and as a result, high pressure inside the firearm. And that buildup of pressure is what ultimately will expel the bullet from the firearm. But because of that buildup of heat, those different elements I mentioned, such as the lead, barium, and antimony, are also going to heat up and become a gas. And this gas will exit the firearm through any available openings in the form of a vaporous cloud called a plume. So you have this gas exit the firearm, and it's now much cooler outside of the firearm than it was inside of the firearm. So those different metals will cool down and combine together and form particles. And those particles will land on the area surrounding the discharge. And those are the particles that I am looking for in my analysis.
And in general, how far is that gas traveling?
It depends on the environmental conditions. Things like weather and airflow can play a role. But in static conditions, typically about 4 to 6 feet.
Okay, and you mentioned the particles. What are the particles that are being produced by the discharge that you're looking for?
So there are 3 different types of primer-related particles. So the first are called particles characteristic of gunshot residue. And these would be particles that have lead, barium, and antimony all together in one particle. So these are considered characteristic because there are very few other sources of these particles aside from the discharge of a firearm. And it is the presence of those that we need to have to be able to call a sample positive for gunshot residue. There are also what are called 2-component particles, which would be any particle that contains 2 of those 3 metals. So it could be lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or barium and antimony. And these 2-component particles also can come from the discharge of a firearm, but there are other sources of them. So when they're found by themselves, they're not as conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue because they could have come from something else. But if they're found in combination with particles characteristic of gunshot residue, they're more likely to be from the discharge of a firearm and are kind of acting as part of that GSR population. And there is a third type of particle, which is just a 1-component particle, which would be lead by itself, barium by itself, or antimony by itself. And these also come from the discharge of a firearm, but there are even more other sources of those particles to where they're not very conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue. So we at our G Group do not report on those. We are just reporting on the characteristic particles and the 2-component particles.
And that's because, for instance, lead can be found in paint.
Yes, absolutely.
So the presence of lead in and of itself isn't indicative of GSR.
Exactly.
And can you describe for us how you perform the analysis? And I know you brought up the microscope, which was briefly mentioned yesterday. Can you describe for us how that microscope works and your process?
Yes, so we use an instrument called the scanning electron microscope, which is also referred to as the SEM for short. So this is a very powerful microscope, and it is computer controlled. So instead of looking at your samples through an eyepiece, like you would in a traditional microscope, you're actually looking at them on a computer screen. And this instrument has the ability to magnify by thousands of times. And it also allows you to see the chemical composition of what you are looking at. So because gunshot residue is extremely small and not visible to the naked eye, and is made of very specific elements, that's why we use SEM. And the way our analysis actually works with it is 2 parts. So the first part is an automated analysis. So I will take samples and put them into the microscope, and I will set up parameters on the computer telling it, here are the samples I have, here's where they are located on my sample folder. From there, the computer will scan the surface of those samples, looking for potential gunshot residue related particles. if it comes across something that it thinks could be gunshot residue, it will stop and take a picture of that particle and also save the coordinates for where it is located on that sample. So it will finish going through and scanning all of the samples. And after that, I will do the second part of our analysis, which is the manual analysis. So I will go back to those particles that the instrument flagged, and I will examine them. So I will look at their shape, and I'll see if that's consistent with gunshot residue, which would be something that is smooth or round in shape as the result of a high heat reaction. In addition to that, I will look at the chemical composition of those particles and make the determination for what type of particle it is that I am looking at.
And the automated process is performed by the SEM, right, the SEM for short.
Yes.
And what is it looking for? Those particles that we discussed earlier, or the compounds, the barium?
Yes, so basically, the way that SEM works is kind of based on brightness. So the more dense something is, the brighter it will appear. Because lead, barium, and antimony are heavy metals, gunshot residue-related particles will appear very bright. So it's scanning the samples based on brightness. And if it finds something above a certain brightness, that's when it will stop and collect a spectrum to determine what elements are in there. If there's lead, barium, or antimony, or any combination of those, that's when it will save where it's located and take a picture of that particle.
And would a demonstrative assist you in your testimony to the jury as far as what the SEM shows?
Yes.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is going to be using a visual or demonstrative aid to assist in explaining or illustrating her testimony. Just remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, this demonstrative aid is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless later received in evidence, and you should not use it as a substitute for evidence. Only items that are actually in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during your deliberations. You may proceed now.
Thank you. And without getting into the actual results, we're just going to orient the jury to the chart that I have here, beginning with the top left.
Yes, so the top left is an image kind of showing where the particle is located on the sample, and that is taken at 400 times magnification.
And the top right?
That is now a closer up image of that particle taken at 3200 times magnification, where you can see clearly that it is bright, it is round in shape, and you kind of are able to visualize really the morphology of that particle.
And bottom left?
So that is what is called the EDS spectrum. Basically, it's just showing you what elements are present in that particle. So PB is lead, BA is barium, and SB is antimony. So you see peaks for all of those present in that particle. Therefore, it is a particle that contains lead, barium, and antimony, which makes it characteristic of gunshot residue.
And are the peaks that we see consistent with the amount of that compound within the sample?
Yes, overall, the height of the peaks relate to how much of that element is in the particle.
And finally, the bottom right.
So that is the image that the instrument takes during the automated analysis.
And did you receive a sample in this particular case for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, approaching defense counsel has been previously marked the state's LLL for identification purposes. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
And if you need to handle anything biological, there are gloves right there, and the top has been open for ease of access. Tell me if you recognize it first, and if you need to open it, if you can just keep it outside the view of the jury.
I do recognize it.
And how is it that you recognize it?
This is one of the items that I received in this particular case.
And it was one sample, and what did that sample contain?
It contained a collection stub labeled as coming from the inside of the Jeep.
Okay, and is that in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state review into evidence is pre-marked the state's LLL as the next numbered exhibit.
No, Judge. Thank you. It'll be admitted. What's the next number?
60.
60 in evidence. Thank you.
Looking for 57. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence in states 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
This is a gunshot residue kit that we received in this case.
And did you analyze states 57?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately analyze state 60?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, grab your scissors. Go ahead and open states 57. And I'm going to ask permission from the judge for you to step down.
You may.
If you want to open it, grab some gloves, and we'll go to the machine. Just if you can publish states 57. And the contents. So you received one sample, but there are 2 tubes.
Yes.
What are they representative of?
These were samples that we had received that are labeled as coming from the right hand and the left hand.
And who's the individual?
Cortland Henry.
And you can put those back in. And if you can publish states 60. And we have 1 tube, and what is that representative of?
It is labeled as coming from inside of a Jeep.
If you believe it, it will adjust. Thank you. You can put it back in and keep your seat. Okay, we're going to start with case 57. Did you ultimately have a chance to analyze and go through this SEM process, which is the automated process, and your individual process, in order to come up with an opinion as to the presence of GSR?
Yes.
And what was that? And if you can specify both the left and then the right.
So the right hand of Cortland Henry contained 0 particles characteristic of gunshot residue and 2 component particles. And the left hand contained 1 particle characteristic of gunshot residue and 1 2-component particle.
Okay. And can you explain to us what that means?
Basically, overall, there was gunshot residue present on the hands.
Okay. And what affects the presence or absence of GSR on a person's hand or any object?
Sure. So if there is gunshot residue on someone's hands, that means that the individual got it on themselves by either discharging a firearm, being in the proximity of a firearm when it was discharged, or by coming into contact with a surface or object with gunshot residue on it.
Okay. And if we may go back to the demonstrative aid, what was this demonstrative aid? Was this representative of your results of Cortland Henry?
Yes, that was the particle characteristic of gunshot residue that was on the left hand.
And the components, which you explained before, there are three kinds or 3 compounds that you were looking for, and which compounds were present in Cortland Henry's left hand?
Lead, barium, and antimony were present in that particle.
So all 3 components?
Yes.
Okay, and let's move on to state 60, which was the sample for the Jeep. What were your results? And again, did you also go through the SEM automated process and then your individual characteristic process?
I did, yes. So there were 0 particles characteristic of gunshot residue. but at least 9 two-component particles.
And what does that mean?
So, like I mentioned, two-component particles can come from gunshot residue, but they also have other sources. So, because of that, these results are basically inconclusive. They could be gunshot residue, but they also could be from something else, and I can't say which it is.
Okay. In your analysis and reviewing the sample, did you find anything inconsistent with gunshot residue, if I'm phrasing that correctly?
Correct, and I did not. So overall, with two-component particles, or any of the particles you look at, oftentimes if the particles are from another source, there are other elements or amounts of elements that would be unusual to find in gunshot residue. So for example, one common source of two-component particles is brake pads. Brake pads typically contain high amounts of the element iron. So if I'm doing my analysis and I come across particles with high amounts of iron, I eliminate them and I do not report them because there's something about them that would suggest they're from something else. So while I still cannot call these particles gunshot residue, there was nothing about those particles that were unusual.
And I want to ask you about presumptive tests. Are you familiar with them in general?
I am, yes.
Are you familiar with the friend or foe presumptive GSR kit?
I am.
What is that kit testing?
That kit is looking at, like you said, a presumptive test that is looking for the presence of nitrates, so nitrogen-containing compounds.
Okay. So for instance, these GSR kits are made to essentially alert to the presence of a certain compound.
Yes.
And the friend or foe kit specifically alerts to the compound of nitrogen particles.
Yes.
So the presence or absence of nitrogen particles.
Correct.
And are presumptive tests relied on exclusively?
No, they are just a screening tool. Like I mentioned, they're looking for nitrates, and there are many things that can contain nitrates. So they are not conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue or gunpowder. They are really just to be used as a screening tool.
Your Honor, move to confirm?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Councilor Zink Ross?
Yes,
You're ready to proceed.
thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't think we've had an opportunity to meet.
No.
You got the sample from Miramar Police Department,
Yes.
specifically Detective Moretti directed it to you.
Yes.
And when we talk about GSR, or gunshot residue, you're aware that GSR can be found on clothes, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Did Detective Moretti send you any clothes of Cortland Henry?
He did not.
He didn't send you any of the clothes?
No.
Did you know that the clothes of Cortland Henry were collected by the Miramar Police Department?
Objection, calls for speculation outside the scope of the charge.
Well, I'm going to call for speculation. She knows she can answer the question. Overruled.
Were you aware that the Miramar Police Department collected Cortland Henry's clothes?
No, I was not aware of that.
But if in your examination, had you received clothes, you could test those clothes for GSR, correct?
Yes, we can certainly test clothing.
And you've done that many times, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Also, if someone is in a hospital, in a bed in a hospital, do you know if that person has washed their hands?
I don't.
Okay. And by washing your hands, you can get rid of GSR, correct?
Yes, hand washing can remove most, if not all, of the particles on someone's hands.
Do you know if Cortland Henry washed his hands or changed his clothes?
I don't know that.
Can I have one moment?
Yes,
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Is hand washing the only thing, contrary to popular belief, that removes gunshot residue?
No, gunshot residue is easily removed in general. So with respect to the hands, any type of activity, touching or use of the hands can remove particles pretty easily. With clothing, any activity. So if the garment is touching things, if it's laundered.
If it's removed?
Yes, any activity can cause particles to be disrupted or removed.
And you're an independent lab, correct?
Yes, we are.
You're not associated with Miramar Police Department?
Correct, we are not.
You're not associated with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
We are not.
So you can only test what you're submitted, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
One question.
Yes.
You were hired by the Miramar Police Department to perform this test, correct?
Yes, they're the ones that submitted the samples.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You step down, you're excused.
Okay, so clearly,
Can I see several, please?
what was around with
The state has approved that beyond a reasonable doubt to the jurors. So that is the business record production from Snap Incorporated, which is a business that runs a social media app of Snapchat. The records are the records of Mr. Defendant Jamal Tennant. They are conversations in statements that he makes, some of which reference this homicide and Portland Henry. And there's in specific comments from Mr. Tennant to an individual that's identified by a Snapchat name, and it's on there, DHAT is what it starts with, in which he says that Portland Henry did something very important for him. I'm paraphrasing from the language on that. In terms of establishing that those records belong to the defendant, the state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt to the jurors. So that is why it's necessary to show that all of the photos and videos in that particular item are of Jamel Debs. In addition, the person that he is speaking to, the one that starts with DHAT, that individual, there are images of her that are transferred back and forth. So that is identified as Mariah Hamilton. That is the defendant's girlfriend at the time. She's also in some of the videos. And then there are videos that the defendant sends to her that in which he indicates you shouldn't be speaking on me, basically discouraging her from speaking with law enforcement.
So, regarding these videos, how long are they? How many? I mean, you sent me
Yes, that's
3
the,
pages listed. I don't know how long these take to take a look at.
they are less than 30 seconds each approximately.
So let's put it.
The drive fit is right there.
Yeah, that's fine. Just has to go back. I want you to sit over there. Is RB sit over there? Or they're good? I think that might be good. You can reposition yourself. Yeah. Maybe. Thank you. And feel free to do that throughout. Thank you. If there's something showing up on the screen and you think you want a better view of it, you're always welcome.
And this is the business records certification as included on the file from Snapchat.
Yeah, I saw those. I'm not talking about that, huh? I'm talking about the actual videos.
So do you want to see the images larger as well, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'd like to know what you're going to show to the jury. They're objecting to it, saying it's not relevant. I don't believe there's an objection that's not authentic, that it's, not his account from Snapchat. I understand that. If that's the case, but my understanding is they're saying it's not relevant.
This is the one that I indicated would potentially have the items that defense didn't want in, such as the names of the songs of the defendant.
We don't have to concern ourselves about that. The state agreed to get that. So.
Image of the defendant, an image of the defendant and Mariah Hamilton. Image of the defendant.
Now, you're saying that this is the defendant and Mariah Hamilton, and I haven't heard anybody identify her yet. Is that, I mean?
Correct, that's why the next witness should do that.
Oh, okay, so witness is going to do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Here she is again. That is Ms. Hamilton. This is the Snapchat logo of the defendant. Moving on to the videos. This video here is before the homicide. It includes the defendant and one of the victims, Christopher Thomas. There is volume to it. I don't know if the TV is turned down.
Gary, can you check on that?
Yes, sir.
That's 63 or 62.
There is a volume.
unless he's saying something, I don't see the relevance.
Try VLC.
That was the LC, so.
All right, Miss Prosecutor, you gotta show us why we need to see this. Because I'm not seeing nothing.
Yeah, I think that one. Sharon, I'll switch over to a different computer.
Sorry. I just trying to figure out what's happening with that. I guess, you know, have to mute it because they'll flag us if we don't. We have to stop this. How is this relevant? Oh my God, let's do it again.
This bitch look like he got 5 kids at the school pickup right now, waiting.
Your Honor, for the interest of time, should the estate be proffering the relevance of each video as we go?
Oh, thank you. I'd just like to see it and see what I understand it. Well, go ahead.
Right now. All the things are shaking. They need the most important shaking. Right there, like, you know you come back. You some people. Hey man, 19, I seen someone get it down each over there. It'll be a meal. That makes it, it'll be a meal like shit. People say we got, people say we dropped our ass, man. We dropped our ass, man. Hey, bro, don't be speaking on don't do that. He didn't do that. I bet not about to ass any people.
Those all the videos, Counsel?
Yes, right.
All right, so, Counsel, why don't you tell me your complete objection so I fully understand what you're objecting to on the videos as well as the remaining portion of this Snapchat under, I think it's triple J.
Your Honor, our first objection would be relevance. I think Florida statute 9401 defines relevance as evidence tending to prove or disprove a material fact. There was not a single video that you witnessed there that implicates in any way any fact in issue in this case. I want the court to be aware of what a Snapchat account is versus a video off of a phone. They're two different things. You can access that Snapchat account from your computer that's right before you. So a Snapchat account or any social media account is not particular to a device. This is content from an account that exists in the cloud or on the platform of Snapchat and is not peculiar to a particular device. So it doesn't identify a device. It identifies a social media account. The notion that anything a defendant says can and will be used against him is an issue of hearsay. It's not a relevancy issue. None of those videos I haven't heard, and I think that probably we're putting cart before the horse by making me object to the relevance before she advances her theory of relevance. But the fact is, unless I'm missing something, there is nothing there that concerns the events of October the 26th, 2018 in any way. As far as the messages are concerned, it's similar.
Now we're talking about what's in writing, correct?
What's in writing is essentially a dump from that account, a selective dump, I think from August the 3rd through some date in November. If the state is indicating that there are messages there that relate to the offense, then the state should isolate those messages and make its argument as to what the relevance of those statements are. But to suggest that you can just dump all statements that somebody makes since birth until the time of their trial, and because it's non-hearsay because it's a statement of the defendant. And by the way, these are exchanges. So a relevancy objection, a hearsay objection relates to the statements of the defendant, not the ones that are made back to him in any kind of conversational exchange. Those statements themselves are hearsay because they aren't statements of the defendant. And I'm making this argument assuming, because I'm dealing with relevancy, assuming that those statements are indeed statements of the defendant, which I'm not conceding. They have to have some relevance to this trial and facts in issue at this trial. There are some statements that I observed that seem to be some maybe terse or conversations between him and any person that might cast him in a poor light because of the manner in which he communicates. How is that relevant to this case? So relevance is number one. A statement has to be relevant. So each statement the state would have to establish the relevance of each statement in isolation prior to it being admitted into evidence. Saying these are all from his phone and therefore they're all his statements and this is a business record exception and therefore they get in, doesn't cut it. As far as authenticity is concerned, and that's our relevance objection. Relevance must be established. I'll cite the court authenticity issues or authentication issues concern Rule Florida Statute 9.901. And I'll cite the court to some case law that doesn't necessarily deal with social media, it deals with text messages and emails. Simonet. I can't remember if it's Simonet State or State versus Simonet, but it's 100 Southern 3rd 180, which stands for concerns text on a cell phone. And it indicates, these are some notes that I took down because I didn't realize she was going to be trying to bring this in today. We had asked for some indication as to the witnesses. And I think this is the only day we didn't get any indication. And so there's an element of ambush. But nonetheless, in the Simonet case, it stands for some legal principles that were articulated in that holding that I took note of. One, in that case, there was concern regarding the admission of screenshots of text messages, communications. And the court said it was okay because there was a witness that testified that she was sitting next to the defendant in a car when the texts were made. And the detective recovered a cell phone from the defendant and the witness identified the text messages between her and the defendant. In other words, there was a party to the communication who was able to authenticate the communication and who the participants are. Another case is Roy, which is 279 Southern 3rd 238.
279 what?
Southern 3rd 238, which concerns emails and texts. And these were emails that were admitted through the investigator that was posing as a 14-year-old in what appears to be a case that concerns some sort of pedophile sting. And the investigator involved in the exchange, the investigator was involved in the exchange of the emails of the text. One of the quotes that I took from that case says, most common way to identify social media, which would be this, and things akin to social media, is to let the author testify that they're the ones who generated or created it. So there's somebody that is involved in the exchange of the communication that can attest to the fact that they created it or were involved in it and identify the parties that were involved in the exchange. When a participant is used to authenticate electronic exchange, the focus is on the witness's ability to identify the person against whom the communication is offered. In criminal cases, the person communicating with the target of the investigation must be able to identify the target through some personal knowledge or experience. So this establishes that there has to be somebody who participated in the communication, who authenticates the participants in the exchange, and must be able to identify the participants in the exchange. In the Roy case, the sergeant, who was posing as a 14-year-old, acknowledged that he had no idea who was on the other side of the emails and texts. Here we have nobody at all, let alone somebody whose knowledge is insufficient.
This is just a PC affirm case. These opinions are, right? Am I reading this right? This is a PC affirm. That's in the concurring opinions or?
The Roy versus case. I can print it out if you.
I'm reading it right now.
I'm not sure that what the court is.
It's a PCA affirm.
Meaning the language that I'm reading doesn't exist?
Not, it exists, I'm sure it's there. I didn't read the whole concurrence.
Okay.
But it's a PCA affirm.
Well, maybe I cited it incorrectly.
You cited it right. 279 Southern 3rd 238. All right, go ahead.
Okay, this is language I took from the cases themselves.
I don't doubt it. Seems like it's all here.
Okay. I'm not sure the significance of a PCA affirm meaning.
That's not the opinion of the court. It's the opinion of one judge. That's what his concurrence was. His or her opinion, and there's another judge has a different concurring opinion. There's no specific majority opinion. I don't see it. The other concurring opinion says he reversed, but it's a PCA affirm.
I'm not quite sure of the significance of that, but I'm sure the court has a message it's communicating. No evidence that the texts were recovered from a phone, belonging to, in the possession of, the appellant pursuant to a search warrant, is another quote. Further, in that case, the sergeant could not identify the appellant as a person on the side of the emails or on the other side of the emails or text. Lamb versus State, 246 Southern 2nd 400, fourth DCA case in 2018. A quote that I took from that says, the case involving authentication of a Facebook video, or videos here, is also instructive. In that case, the 4th District recognized a distinction between authentication of a video recording and an audio recording. An audio recording would be more akin to a communication that you can't tell the identity of the communicator's visually. The 4th District acknowledged its prior holding that authentication of an audio recording, quote, should be made by the technician who operated the recording device or a person with knowledge of the conversation that was recorded. Quoting Santana versus State 191 Southern 3rd 946, which is another 4th District case. So as far as authentication is concerned, Your Honor, and the PCA affirmed component, notwithstanding, the articulation that is being made repeatedly by district courts of Florida, of this state, and by the 4th District, are that when you are introducing text messages, communications that are in print, audio, somebody has to identify the participants. You can't just put them in and say, this is the guy who said it. You have to lay a predicate of authentication, which the state is not attempting to do. So as far as relevance is concerned, they have to establish relevance of each statement. They can't just say, here are all the communications he ever made, and notwithstanding who he's making them with, whose statements are themselves hearsay, because his statements are statements of the defendant and therefore not hearsay, non-hearsay by definition, they come in, they have to establish the relevance. So we object. One second. So the communications are not particular to a phone, so it doesn't meet that hurdle. They are particular to a social media platform. A social media platform that they have to establish belongs to the defendant, and I don't think they have said how they purport to do that. Even if they do that, the statements of anybody else in those exchanges is hearsay. Statements of the defendant are irrelevant, and the photographs and videos are also irrelevant and prejudicial pursuant to 90.403.
Thank you. I misspoke. There was one opinion that is a PC affirmed on Benjamin v. State, or Benjamin D. Roy v. State, that you cited 279 Southern 3rd 238. It's a PC affirmed. There is a concurrence, and he would concur in part and would reverse in part. I was still. All right. So yes, counsel, you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, with regards to, and defense counsel already has the land case, so I'll just provide a printed copy to Your Honor. Specifically, authentication for the purpose of admission is a relatively low threshold that only requires a prima facie showing that the proper evidence is authentic. I'm reading on the 9th page of notes 5 and 6. Land case goes on to state that authentication for the purpose of admission is the ultimate determination of authenticity of the evidence is a question for the fact finder. Evidence may be authenticated by appearance, content, substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics taken in conjunction with the circumstances. In addition, the evidence may be authenticated either by using extrinsic evidence or by showing that it meets the requirements for self-authentication. With regards to the evidence before Your Honor, the defense is not agreeing that it's his account. So then the burden is on the state to prove that it's his account. As such, the evidence itself shows that it's authentic, as it is the defendant in every single one of those videos. In terms of the contents of the defendant's statements, they are relevant. They go to the issue of fact of whether or not he committed these 2 homicides. The contents of the questions are important for giving context. An answer without any context doesn't give the fact finder, the jury, any way to meaningfully evaluate the statements. So based on the standard, which is low for authentication, the state has done that by the business record certification and the fact that the email address and everything else will be linked up in other witnesses as well, showing that that was the defendant's particular iCloud account that is the username. It's also important to note, Your Honor, that while the individual doesn't tie it to a specific device, it ties it to a specific individual because it's a unique logon and username and password, just like an email account, that it was used by this defendant.
Thank you. Anything else, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. There are statements there that, in the conversations that started on October 3rd. October 3rd, this incident occurred on the 26th. The state is making a blanket assertion that these statements go to demonstrate his complicity in these homicides. Each statement has to be identified and the argument has to be made as to each such statement by itself so the court can have a way of evaluating the purported relevance. They can't just say they're relevant to the homicide. That is insufficient. And if they do not identify each particular statement and the relevance of each particular statement, then dumping them all in on some blanket assertion that they're relevant would be error, and it would invite error, and it would prejudice Mr. Demons irreparably. So context for what? He's having an argument, a discussion with somebody on October 3rd. If they're saying that that constitutes some plan that establishes premeditation, then let them advance that argument. They have not referenced a single one of those conversations with specificity and advanced some argument that ties it to a fact issue in this case. So I would say that on the relevance alone, the state fails to make a showing that would allow the court to even properly analyze the question at issue.
Thank you. I'm going to defer ruling out. Take a look at your cases that you just sent. We're going to take a short recess. Mr. Demons, any restroom break? Yes. Yes. We'll be in recess. Thank you. 15 minutes or a half hour before the incident questions. I'm not letting something move it done. days before. That's number one. Number two,
All right, speeding it up just so I don't want us to miss the judge ruling. But I do love y'all this little break clock. That is so funny and cute. Okay, Florida, y'all out there timing the breaks. All right, let me slow it back down. Should be starting here soon. Yeah, but the video clips didn't really say nothing. But I mean, y'all try to introduce some Snapchat records, and I would imagine that the records that y'all won't be relevant to the date.
I'm sure you take a look at the cases and relate a little bit more about Snapchat. And, my thought is this: I understand the defense objection not be admitting it, allowing the evidence to come in. However, there's a couple caveats. Number one is one of the videos I saw has a gun in it. That's all.
Just access to the murder firearm 6 days before the homicide.
Right. I don't see how that is relevant to anything, and I think it's more prejudicial and probative, and it shouldn't be there. All right. So I'm not allowing that weapon. It's not like you had something 15 minutes or a half hour before the incident in question. I'm not letting something with a gun days before. That's number one. Number two, I know there's been no argument that 403 analysis, but I don't see how any of these pictures and the videos with all the flashing and cash and all that really has anything to do with it. I want all those out. I'm not admitting those. All
So
right.
the videos of him in the bathroom with the sack of cash.
Anything where he's flashing all the cash, I don't see how any of those things are relevant. They're more prejudicial and probative. The gun is more prejudicial and probative. I'm not letting them.
Okay, so what I'll do, with your next permission, is I will pull them up here and verify them. Then I'd be changing the business records on that. But that's important if your honor. So that would be these 3 videos in the bathroom. With regards to this particular video, the second video doesn't have the defendant's picture in it, so just so it's clear. So and so what I would suggest is that I can modify that video to take out the part where the gun is there, and then, so it would just go from there, and then excise the portion where the gun is shown, because that is showing who is speaking, and showing who is then showing the driver's license.
It's fine. The gun should be out. It's not.
Your Honor,
it's days before.
Could she at least articulate the relevance of anything? I mean,
I heard your argument. I understand it, and I've overruled it.
It is overruled.
Overruled. The only thing I'm doing is on 403 analysis, saying that you can't. I don't see the relevance. Excuse me. I don't see the probative value of the gun and the cash being outweighed by overruled.
Defense counsel is also asking to take out the photo of the song and their titles or whichever else.
Right, I agree. Take it out. Murder on my mind.
I just need about 5 minutes to fix that video.
All right, we'll be in recess. You work on it. Jesse, you want to say something?
Yes, Your Honor. So has the court articulated its ruling concerning the visual images, the videos, the pictures, or has the court also decided that all the communications come in without the state asserting a relevancy objection as to each state, or a relevancy as to each state?
Counsel, the videos, my understanding, the videos as well as the written conversations, or you articulate an objection saying they're not relevant and they can't be authenticated, things like that, and the objection is they can't be authenticated, we don't, because how Snapchat works, anybody could have done that. And counsel's suggesting to me that she needs to put it in to show that it's his, because he's the one that's picture on those accounts, it's authentic. I know I'm the determination of what's authentic, whether it's authentic or not, I'm making that decision. But it appears to me it's going to be argued that it's not his account, or he's not the one that's putting this information on there. That's the tenor of what you're suggesting. So it just seems to me that goes to show who's on the account and whose account it is.
No, I understand that, Your Honor, and please do not understand me to be arguing a decision the court has made. I'm trying to understand that saying that we're going to put all this in to prove, we're going to put in all these conversations to prove that it's his Snapchat account. Why are they trying to prove that it's his Snapchat account, if not to get the very statements in? So if the statements themselves are relevant, saying, well, we're going to put in these statements to prove it's his Snapchat account, should they at least articulate why are you trying to prove that it's his Snapchat account?
Because there's a statement in there which there's a state believes is admission.
Okay, well, if that is the case, then that statement should come in. And if those statements are isolated, then the defense would be in a position to determine whether or not they're going to take the position that it is not his Snapchat account and do a 403 analysis of our own. So if they're saying there are 3 statements in there that constitute admissions, fine. If they might want to put those in, and we might say, okay, we're not going to contest that it's his account, so you don't have to put in all the other stuff that is prejudicial. But they have to at least articulate it and isolate it so that we can make an informed decision.
Thank you, counsel. You did bring up the fact that there's it's overly prejudicial. You had straight relevance objection and authentication objection. I've overruled those objections. When I looked at the video, I said, nobody else, I said, I think that's too prejudicial, not probative of anything, the picture of him with a gun, and I want it out of there. I said the same thing regarding the cash. You did tell me, and I didn't articulate it, that you were concerned about the video with murder on my mind, and I agree with that. That should be out as well. All right? Okay. So that's the ruling. It's the relevance objection is overruled. The authentication objection, I admit it, but I don't want the items that I previously discussed being shown to the jury. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may have a moment to show defense counsel the clip as it's been.
Go ahead, we're in recess from that. You show whatever you want to show.
Done. All the ones that are taking out this is done. I want to take out the gun.
And the date, it's a date on these so-called videos on.
Yes, they are on each specific one.
Could I see that diagram in it?
Yes, it's there.
I have a moment to say.
Yes.
Come on over.
You're in recess.
The purpose of this is Snapchat.
Snapchat.
Can you please identify what you think is a confession of error? Identifying, I don't understand why you're not identifying, because then you might not have to check to arrest.
But you probably. I know you get some.
Yes.
At Triple J, that there are certain conversations or certain exchanges which she believes relate to facts at issue, and that the rest of them she is using to authenticate or to establish that it is the account of Mr. Demings. I'm just putting on the record that the defense would be willing, if she does isolate those conversations, to consider not objecting or not making the claim that it's not his account, so that she can get in whatever she deems is relevant, and we can avoid the prejudice of the remaining contents that she intends to put in that is not relevant, and she only intends to put in to establish that it's his account. I just wanted it to be clear that that is an offer that we have tendered to the state, and we're articulating for the court.
Thank you. What's the state?
The state is going forward that the state has to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt as to the authenticity and who those messages link to. And that was the way defense counsel indicated from the beginning that that is how the state needed to proceed. So at this point, the state would enter the evidence as it is currently put.
And please, because I mean, there's whole conversations with Ms. Mariah Hamilton that really, I mean, that goes to authenticate the whose account it is, but I don't know that it does anything other than that. And can I see the exchange again, please? JJJ.
Oh, I left it right there. I'm sorry.
And Mr. Edelstein asked me to print another copy for him, so I'm trying to work on that.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
No, it's my fault. I accept the responsibility. But of course, I get 2 or 3 points off my guidelines.
And then recants and says B. And the state wants to get A in and knows that the witness's current position is B. To put the witness up there to say.
I'm not fully understanding everything.
All right, so I'm sure we can get the argument for sure.
Howard, you're telling me that you're not objecting to the Snapchat conversations. You're not going to argue to the jury in some way, shape, or form that it's not him if it's limited to what the state is suggesting. So the conversations between he and his girlfriend and things like that wouldn't come in. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying, Your Honor, that if we need to be able to make an informed decision. So I'm saying that we need to know what she deems to be relevant. And then when we know that, then we can make the decision that, okay, well, we think that it makes more sense to not make the argument that it might not be his account.
Okay.
So that she can get my evidence in, but to get the rest in. Your Honor,
No problem. We'll just leave it the way it is.
Okay. There may be another issue, not as you know, have enough on your plate here. We have reason to believe that the state intends to call Miss Felicia Holmes in this next session. And there is the law in this jurisdiction and in the state is that a witness shall not be called merely to be impeached. I don't know that that is the case or not, but I'm concerned with trying to unring a bell. The theory is essentially a statement that the state knows that they will not be able to elicit, and they seek to only impeach their own witness by a prior inconsistent statement, amounts to hearsay because it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So when the state calls a witness that they know is about to, and these are instances when a witness says A and then recants and says B, and the state wants to get A in and knows that the witness's current position is B. To put the witness up there to say B and then impeach them with A is improper. I have here some cases, a few for the court, stand for that position. Dudley v. State, 545 Southern 2nd, 857, Florida Supreme Court, 1989. Felton v. State, 120 Southern 3rd, 126, Florida 4th DCA, 2013. Curtis v. State, 876 Southern 2nd, 13, Southern 2nd, 13, and that's First DCA, 2004, and there are many others. And may I hand up? I have highlighted copies of the cases.
You have First State as well?
I do indeed.
Take a look, whatever you have.
Thank you, sir. Now, I understand that this might be a little bit premature to the extent that I don't know for what purpose they seek to call Ms. Hamilton, but I don't want to be in a situation where we're trying to unring a bell when we are in a position to avoid that prejudice from occurring. So I'm alerting to the court to that possibility, and if that is in any way the state's intention, I would ask that it be voiced now so that the court is in a position to make that assertion. And they don't even need to voice it to us. They can voice it to the court outside our presence.
And who's your next witness?
Felicia Holmes.
All right, so it is Ms. Holmes?
Not Ms. Hamilton.
Felicia Holmes, sorry.
And what do you anticipate Ms. Holmes saying?
Judge, I believe she'll testify consistently with her previous statement that she gave in 2018. And I'm very familiar with the case law, and I would agree with counsel that the state cannot call a witness just for the purpose of impeachment. However, I'd also direct your Honor's attention to 9803 subsection 5, past recollection reported, in which a witness who no longer has a memory of an event, but has previously given a memorandum or record as to what happened, they may testify as to a predicate as to that, and then that memorandum or record could be read into the record in support thereof.
So are you telling me that you believe that your witness is not going to remember what you said previously?
I believe there are instances in which her memory is no longer available, and that she would testify that she was truthful to law enforcement at the time of the statement in December of 2018, that she now no longer remembers because it has been so long, and that was a time when her memory was better, it was closer in time to the time of the offense. It was within 2 months of the offense occurring and the events of which she witnessed, so that would be admissible under 9803 sub 5.
So you're telling me you spoke with her, did a pre-trial discussion with her, and she said she has no memory of what she said at the time.
There are parts of which she does not recall. That is correct.
May I recover? Sure. Okay. A couple of things. One, as with every other witness, the way that you prepare your witness is you refresh their recollection before you call them to the stand. So the notion that this witness is that all the state has been able to glean is that Ms. Holmes no longer recalls something which she said several years ago, and the state has not sought to refresh her recollection, in which case she would have been prepared to testify. Then the pretext that she comes in here and says something different, and then she impeaches her with a prior consistent statement, claiming that it's an effort to refresh her recollection, is disingenuous and in bad faith. And if that were able to be done, then this body of law would not exist. We also took her deposition, Ms. Holmes, on December 14th, 2022. No, that's not it. Much more recent.
2010.
December 2022, in which Ms. Holmes receded from the statements to which the state refers firmly and unequivocally. And the state is therefore, I think the language used in a lot of the cases that I have cited and in a lot of cases on the subject is the state needs to be surprised during the course of its examination at the contents of the statement in order to thereafter impeach their own witness. This notion that, oh yeah, well, she forgot, and while we talked to her, we learned that she forgot, and instead of refreshing her recollection, as we did with every other witness that we put forth prior to in preparation for her testimony, we're going to wait and do it on the stand by impeaching her with a prior inconsistent statement it's a pretext, it's in bad faith, and it's improper. It's prejudicial, and it should not be permitted. Essentially, it amounts to hearsay because it's a prior inconsistent statement or a out-of-court statement that is going to be used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which is different from impeachment, where it's not used to prove the matter asserted, it's just introduced to prove that you said something different at a different time. I think these cases are clear. And if that's what they intend to come and do, again, they're inviting error, and I'm alerting the court and the state to it before this miscarriage of justice ensues.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just the record's clear in her deposition, I counted, she says, I don't remember or I can't remember approximately 26 times. The witness has been reviewing her statements and depositions for the past 2 days, and she still persists in saying she does not remember. So that 9803 sub 5 would be an appropriate remedy to enter the testimony from the prior statement.
By the way, Your Honor, I've highlighted those cases for ease of reference. Or at least 2 of them.
And what's her statement, counsel?
What is her statement?
Right.
This was previously provided to defense counsel.
Oh, just give me a synopsis.
Yes,
What is it
I-
that you want, what you believe you're going to testify to, or if you don't remember what you are going to try to refresh your recollection?
So she says that she was woken up at 4 a.m. Her daughter was screaming. The daughter was on FaceTime with Melly. Mr. Demmons then says he was saying that Mr. Demmons was saying that someone just shot the car up and was trying to shoot them. He then said there's like a car coming behind them and he's hiding. So then she asks Mr. Demmons, "Are you okay?" His response was, "I'm okay." She then asks him where are Sack and Juvie, the common nicknames of the two victims, and he said, "I don't know if they're in the car. I think they're dead." So she then says, "You think they're dead?" She then goes through and describes her actions and conduct. She said that she called his mother, Janie. Oh, I wouldn't go into the contents of that conversation because that would be hearsay. She then describes what she sees, which was her daughter on the phone on FaceTime with Mr. Demmons. She then says that she's going to come down, and then she describes her actions, that she hopped in the car and came down to South Florida. She said that at that point she asked and called Mr. Demmons again, spoke with him and said I'm at my friend Fredo's house. Fredo picked me up, so we went to Fredo's house. Then she describes that Fredo lives over in the same neighborhood that Melly lives in, and that she went in through another gate from the same neighborhood on that one. She then says shortly thereafter in her statement, when they get to Fredo's house, that Melly comes out and he takes Mariah and they go upstairs at Fredo's house. Then she also goes through and indicates that after this incident, that Mariah, her daughter, Mr. Demmons, Cortland Henry, and Cortland Henry's girlfriend are living together in a condo in Miami. She's going to testify that in the statement also says that she didn't see any blood or anything on his clothes or anything like that. The question is asked then about her being FaceTimed, meaning Mariah Hamilton, the daughter of Felicia Holmes, FaceTimed, and her answer to that one was, he FaceTimed my daughter from the 772 number. So then she continues on, unless he got rid of that phone. He FaceTimed my daughter that morning at 4 in the morning, yeah. Then she's asked, what's her daughter's number? And she gives her daughter's phone number at that time, 321-506-1313. Then it continues on, and so the law enforcement officer asks and says, I have his phone records, meaning that of Mr. Demmons, and he never called, then she identifies the phone number as, you have the 772-713-9807 number. She then continues on, he called and FaceTimed with, I talked to him on FaceTime. Then there's another incident, I don't know if potentially this could be possibly admissible, depending on the testimony. She says that they told me there were other guys in the studio, and he was saying that the other guys got mad, but they never said who was at the studio.
But you're telling me, counsel, if you spoke with the witness prior to, and the witness is not saying she didn't say X, Y, and Z, she's saying she doesn't remember.
Correct.
The incident.
In the presence of the witness and her attorney.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before I address the specifics there, I just want to put into the record some of the language that I think is most pertinent in the Curtis case, 876-7-2-1-13, which is a first district case in 2004. This is a language. It says Florida allows litigants to impeach their own witnesses, but that does not necessarily resolve the constitutional problem identified in Chambers, which is another case that's referenced. Although a witness may be impeached in Florida by any party, including the party calling the witness pursuant to section 90.608 Florida statute, it is still improper under Florida law for a party to call a witness merely as a device to place the impeaching testimony before the jury. That is Curtis. In the Florida Supreme Court of Dudley, the language that we're relying on, the case says one major issue requiring our consideration concerns the calling of Robert Bennett as a court witness and the presentation by the state of his prior inconsistent statement as substantive evidence. There's language further down that says in a similar situation, the First District Court of Appeals in Austin v. State 461 Southern 2nd 1380 Florida, First District 1984, found that although a witness's hostility towards the parties may justify the trial court's exercise of discretion in calling the witness as a court witness, call a witness only to elicit prior unsworn statements for the purpose of proving the truth of the prior statement is error. The district court stated, under the circumstances of this case, it was impermissible to use the expedient of calling the witness as a court witness under section 90.615 for the purpose of eliciting his prior inconsistent statement, either for impeachment purposes or as substantive evidence. To conclude otherwise would permit indirectly that which may not be done directly. Further language from that case says the fact that a witness may be hostile or unwilling does not mean that he is adverse. In order to be regarded as adverse under this section, the witness must give testimony prejudicial to the call of the party calling it. So if you know that's what's coming in to begin with, there is no surprise. And then in the Felton v. State, 120 Southern 3rd, 126, 4th District, 2013, the language that we're relying on says, in Ruff v. State, 31, Southern 3rd, 833, Florida, 4th DCA, 2010, this court explained, our Supreme Court recognized that consistent with federal precedent, a risk of abuse occurs when a prosecutor calls a witness who was previously given a statement implicating the defendant, but who has since repudiated that statement. In such cases, the purpose of calling the witness must be examined along with a balancing analysis under Federal Rule 403 to weigh the prejudice over the probative value of the evidence. Generally, however, if a party, and that's citing to Morton v. State 689, Southern 2nd, 259, Florida, 1997, that was receded from on other grounds. Generally, however, if a party knowingly calls a witness for the primary purpose of introducing a prior statement which otherwise would be inadmissible, impeachment should ordinarily be excluded. That is exactly what is taking place here. There's no failure of recollection. If the state, first of all, if somebody gets a call at 4 a.m. concerning a murder that occurred, you don't forget it. This notion that she forgot and she is now going to refresh her recollection by reading a statement into evidence that is impermissible, hearsay, is a pretext, and it is a 403 violation, and it is a violation of well-established law in this state that I've just articulated. And if the state was unable to refresh her recollection of such a significant event during preparation, the notion that she is now just going to read the statement into evidence on some pretext is a miscarriage of justice. If she has a witness, she has a witness. If she doesn't, and she knows she doesn't, calling the witness to impeach them by essentially introducing hearsay testimony is improper. The deposition that we took made clear that she she was receding from the statements that she made, and she gave explanations for why she made statements that she made. This is not a situation of failing recollection. This is a situation where they're trying to put in impermissible evidence under a pretext. We object.
All right, anything else? No state?
Mayor.
So we're gonna bring Molly in, we're gonna see where it goes. All right, I understand what the objection, God bless. I understand what the objection is. We'll see where it goes.
Right.
All right, let's bring jury in.
In those records was being used by the defendant at times before, after, and during the homicide in question.
I take it these are just being introduced to identify the 9807 phone number
As well
as
as,
being a phone that Mr. demonstrated.
correct. So, and there are two first pages because if you look at
Sure, what were you handed, Counsel?
Counsel has been handed and was previously provided in first portion of the defendant's phone extraction. This particular summary, and there was a notice of intent to rely on summaries filed prior in this case by the state. This particular summary details the conversations between the defendant under the 772-713-9807 phone number, conversations with Mariah Hamilton, the witness's daughter, and her cell phone on that, as well as conversations with Miss Holmes herself, who is a party to some of these conversations. There was a group chat going on in which she is able to authenticate that the phone number, the 772-713-9807, which is reflected in those records, was being used by the defendant at times before, after, and during the homicide in question.
I take it these are just being introduced to identify the 9807 phone number
As well
as
as,
being a phone that Mr. demonstrated.
correct. So, and there are two first pages because If you look at them there's a section in green where he's telling Ms. Hamilton this will be his third birthday he's been locked up on. I agree that that would be prejudicial to the defendant, so I created a version in which that specific item is taken out. So if you look at the green birthday and then just take the first page and the second page, or if you look at one another, with the exception of that alteration.
I'm not sure I understand. It sounds like you're saying these are conversations that took place while he was incarcerated.
No, he knew and was made aware he was going to be serving a sentence in Lee County because that was a negotiated resolution. So instead of saying third birthday I'm going to be locked up on, WTF, instead I just put third birthday and then her response on that.
To the extent that Ms. Holmes is not a party to the conversations, she can't authenticate. Now, I understand the state is saying that there are certain conversations which were a group conversation between Mr. Demons, Ms. Holmes, and Ms. Hamilton.
Correct.
Are all of those, do all of the conversations in that exhibit fit that description?
No, she's also identifying her daughter's phone number in this other one.
Identifying her daughter's phone number, Your Honor, doesn't identify the participants of a conversation.
And so here are the other ones in which, for example, there is other participants in which her daughter's phone number is included with the defendant, the 9807 phone number, the manager's phone number, the little brother's phone number, the phone number of Miss Janie King is out there. Then there's the phone number down here, that's for the third part, where it is the defendant's phone number, Miss Hamilton, and Miss Holmes that are all listed on there.
And the state has not articulated a relevance of even establishing Ms. Holmes or Ms. Hamilton's phone number. For what purpose? I think I heard the state indicate a little while ago that there was no record, according to the detective, of this alleged phone call. So it's not as though they're going to say, see, here's a phone call between this number and that, because they don't have a record of it. So establishing the phone number, for what purpose? They might as well establish my phone number. What does it matter? If it can't be tied up, or if it's not going to be tied up to some other record that they have. Saying that we want to put it in to show her phone number. Show her phone number for what? What does Ms. Hamilton's phone number have to do with anything? They can proffer it, but they have not yet articulated it. And there's several phone conversations there that do not involve the witness that they're about to call. And for those phone conversations to come in through that witness is just improper. How does she even lay the predicate to that?
Yes, ma'am, I don't know what you're trying to do.
So in terms of authenticating the phone numbers and laying the foundation for when these come in later on, I don't intend to publish these at this point. This is a predicate question that has to be established by this witness to show the phone numbers, the participants, the identity of those individuals, and some of the items in them.
And when you say participants.
Correct.
Does she know who the participants are? She's a party to this?
She is. She's one of the parties. For example, one of the specific items that's talked about is the defendant killed a pet. It was a snake that died. She knows and knows who had that snake, the circumstances of how it was killed, so she can authenticate based on the content who was on the other side, who was using that phone. The point of contention is who had the 772-713-9807 phone number at the time of the homicide.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to see where it goes. You make whatever judgment you think are appropriate.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, something funny?
Pardon me?
Something funny?
Not that you're ruling. Your Honor, I mean no disrespect. And I hope you don't get that impression.
Let's bring the jury.
Thank you.
Jury entry? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his attorney, assistant state attorney, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. My fault. Anybody else, I apologize for that. In any event, I think we're ready to proceed. So, Madam State, want to call your next witness, please?
State will call Felicia Holmes, and you're at this time the state of offer states Triple J, which is the previously shown for defense, and your 9803.6 is a business record. And request.
Any additional objections, counsel?
No additional objections, but objection on the record.
Thank you. Please be admitted.
Stage Triple J will be marked stage 61.
61.
61, thank you.
Counsel, where's your witness?
I have over down the hall. With your permission, I send you a text message, Ryan?
Yes. Good morning. Are you Ms. Holmes?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Hello.
Come on up here. This is our witness stand. Ms. Holmes, when you get there, what I'd like to do is remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn. You get the first time. Thank you. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Felicia Ashe Holmes,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
FELICIA, agent of health and safety.
Please have a seat. Ms. Holmes?
Yes, sir.
That microphone in front of you does not move back and forth. It'll just up or down, but not back and forth.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Holmes.
Good morning.
How are you today?
We're good.
Are you cold?
No, I'm just, you know, I don't feel comfortable.
Are you nervous?
I feel threatened.
So, Ms. Holmes, I want to start and just talk about who you are.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes, do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who is Mariah Hamilton?
My newest daughter.
And how old is Mariah?
She's 22 right now.
And Mariah, did she have a romantic relationship with someone named Janelle Demmons, also known as YNW Melly?
Yes, she did.
When was she involved in that romantic relationship with Melly?
I think maybe 2016 or so till maybe 2019, 20.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet Mr. Demmons?
Yes, I did.
What did you refer to him as?
I call him Janelle Melly.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Where is he?
He's right here.
And what's he wearing?
The white turtleneck and a gray jacket.
Here, I made a record reflected and for identification of the defendant.
Yes, we'll reflect the for identification.
So in October of 2018, had you met the defendant prior?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you met him in person prior to that?
A couple.
A couple?
I think two maybe.
Did you follow him on social media?
I'm not sure. In 2018, I wasn't. No.
Did you know if he had social media at that time?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Did you have a social media account at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was your social media handle?
I'm sorry?
What was your social media name?
My name? For which one?
For Instagram.
Instagram, it's like Bling Queen 258.
Did you have a Snapchat at that time?
I don't think so. I don't think so. If I did, I may have.
What about your daughter? Did she have an Instagram?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Did she have Snapchat?
I'm pretty sure she did.
So I'm going to show you what's been already admitted into evidence as State 61. There's a couple of videos and things on that that I would like to ask you to ask some questions about.
You know, we object as to the predicate being laid for this witness to testify to any of this material.
Thank you.
So I'm showing you what is titled Memories 2018 October 9th, 4:58 UTC, Melly, Montana. Can you see that picture there on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Who is the female over there?
That's my daughter.
And which daughter is that?
Mariah.
Okay. Who else is in that photograph with her?
That's Janelle.
I want to go here to this image. This is 2018, November 11th, 23:53:26 UTC. Again, Melly, Montana. Who is pictured in this photograph?
My daughter, Mariah.
Do you recognize the individual in the back?
No.
Prior to coming into court yesterday, Were you shown 2 photographs of the alleged victims in this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to identify them?
No, I was not.
In terms of your relationship with Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas, how many times have you met them?
Maybe Zach maybe twice. Judy maybe once.
And do you know them by their real names?
No, I don't.
How did you refer to them?
Zach and Judy.
Okay. So I want to go forward to some of the videos in this particular exhibit, specifically Memories 2018, October 18th, 2:17:49 UTC. Start with this one. I'm going to.
All the extra shit, maybe the most important shit is
So the image that is shown there, do you recognize the person in that driver's license?
It's blurry.
Okay. I'm going to show you another video, the next one here. Whose driver's license is that?
That's my daughter.
The conversations and things that on there, do you recognize the voice?
I didn't really listen. I mean, you have to play it again.
Sure.
All that extra shit, maybe the most important shit here.
Do you recognize the person who's speaking in that video?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Chanel.
Okay. So I want to go back to October 26th of 2018. Where were you living?
I was living in Cocoa.
And my geography is terrible, I think. How far away is Cocoa from Broward County?
About 3-4 hours.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Were you a registered nurse at that time as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you know the defendant's mother?
Yes, I did.
And who is she?
Jane.
Have you met her prior to October 26th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Have you communicated with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a phone number for her?
I'm pretty sure I probably did.
I'm not asking you, sir.
I don't know, but I can't remember.
Okay. So I want to go forward on October 26th of 2018 and talk about that early morning hours. Did you receive or hear a phone call or FaceTime video call from which the defendant was a participant?
I did overhear. I'm not quite sure exactly the context of the call, but I did overhear the phone call.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what woke you up that morning.
Just hear my daughter's voice.
Okay. What was the tone of her voice without saying what she said?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything the defendant said on that video?
Not verbatim, but I don't.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the statement you gave in 2018?
I read the statement.
Okay.
I don't recall. I don't remember anything from that statement, but I do remember my deposition from December 22.
So the deposition, that would have been 6 months ago?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go, and when you spoke, remember speaking with law enforcement in December of 2018?
I remember speaking with them, but I don't remember what they look like. I don't remember their names, but I do remember talking to someone.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, I'm going to ask you, were you honest and truthful with law enforcement when you spoke with them?
I would hope so. I mean, it was 2018. I went through a lot in that year, so I'm not sure where my mindset was at that time.
Did you lie to law enforcement?
I would hope not. I don't remember what I said at that. It was like 5 years ago.
Oh, of course. I understand it's been a long time. So, in terms of the time frame, that was closer in time to the incident of October 26th of 2018?
If that's where you guys are saying it is.
You don't even remember?
I don't remember. Because 2018 was a very hard year for me. My husband just went to prison. My father died. I had a lot going on, so I was really out of it.
Okay. And in terms of your conversations with the police officers that morning?
Yes. I do remember that they kind of bullied me and threatened my daughter and take her to jail for accessory after that. I do remember that.
Yes. And in terms of the statements that you made about what happened, you don't have any recollection of it. Did you read this statement multiple times?
I looked at it and I just didn't recall it, and I don't know.
And so you indicated you hoped you were truthful with law enforcement.
Yes, I did.
I have to ask you to be more definitive. Were you truthful?
I don't remember what I said to them back then, so if I was to tell you something now, I could be lying. I don't want to lie understand because you're going to take me to jail. So I'm saying what you want me to say.
I do not want you to say anything. I want you to tell the truth.
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, with regards to that day, did you lie to law enforcement?
Excuse me, hold on. Repeat your question.
I don't remember.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Only one person can talk at a time, and there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. All right, you ask your question again.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, did you lie to law enforcement?
Not that I recall. I don't remember.
Okay. Going forward to the events of that day.
Yes.
When you heard that phone call, where were you?
I'm home.
Okay. Where was it? Home in Cocoa? Who else was there at your house?
My kids.
When you heard the phone call, did you hear what had allegedly happened?
I heard that there might have been a shooting.
Okay. Did you see any pictures or videos of anyone that was injured at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you see the defendant on the screen of that video call?
I saw his face, yes.
In terms of the method of communication, do you know if it was a FaceTime call?
I assumed it was FaceTime. I couldn't say for sure what kind of call it was.
At the time of October of 2018 to December of 2018, did you know the defendant's phone number?
No, I don't.
Do you recall today what the defendant's phone number was?
No, I don't.
Okay. In terms of the information and stuff that you have regarding that phone number, was that saved in your phone at that time?
It may have been. I can't remember.
Do you remember what phone number you had?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So, Ms. Holmes, to go back in terms of looking at your statement or any of the other things, refresh your recollection as to what the defendant's phone number was and what you had at that time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure, you said you didn't remember the defendant's phone number.
No, I don't.
Would looking at a copy of your statement help refresh your memory as to one?
No, I don't think it would.
Okay, would you like to try to do so?
Yeah, look at it for you.
Okay. And so, counsel, on the record, I'm showing page 3 of 8.
And I'm going to ask you, Ms. Holmes, to just read this part silently to yourself. And I'm going to, we're going to start here, this, and through here, okay? Silently to yourself.
When you're doing that, does that refresh your recollection? Your Honor, pursuant to 90.8035, the state would move at this time to read into the record the relevant portions.
Objection, Your Honor. Can I see, please?
Yes, sir.
It's 12 o'clock. Let's take our lunch and recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't film any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case.
All right, good people. We are at our natural stopping point for the day. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll pick back up. Have a good evening. It was